Yeah, da da da. Do 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 do. Yeah, yeah. Da 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 da. Yeah, da da. Do 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 do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Da 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 da. Yeah, yeah. Life is smooth. Baby, my love. I try to live my life. Yeah, life is smooth. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, oh, come on. Yeah, 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 girl, you make me so. Girl, you make me so. Ooh, yeah, yeah.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had an incredible opportunity to catch up with some familiar faces. I hope you've had a chance to meet some new faces and you've settled well into the evening. I hope you've enjoyed the nostalgia zones. They take you back in time, had some steaming cups of chai, played a little bit of cricket, and of course, piled on the Maggie. Now, if I could request you to please take your seats and settle down. Put your phones on silent. Get your friends next to you, your new friends as well, your colleagues. And we are going to get ready for a very special evening, Game Changers 5.0. I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, 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 oh baby, come on, oh baby, come on, oh baby, come on, oh baby, come on,
wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, realizes all his hairs on one side of his head takes just under a minute. So a cow that is because of the way that he slept, he finds some clothes and gets dressed. He can't help but look in the mirror and be subtly impressed how he looks rough around the edges and yet casually messed. And as he got out the window, sees the side that he is blessed with 60 across the street. Now 60 was beautiful, perfectly true cuticle, stressing something simple would never ruin the mood.
Hi, good evening, everybody. And again, thank you so much for being here with your presence. I hope you've had a chance to interact with your colleagues. You've had a chance to meet your colleagues because today is all about sharing the memories, celebrating the journeys. If you could please get settled, take your seats, keep your mobile phones on silent. We have such extraordinary individuals that we will be interacting with today. We can get started with GameChangers 5.0. So thank you so much. I will see you in a bit. We'll be starting shortly.
After 2 months of moping around, 61 days later, 61 he had lost his keys and his parents were out, so one of us went around to a house.
Good evening, everybody. Namaskar and welcome to GameChangers 5.0. I'm Mayanti Langabini. I am so privileged that you thought of me to keep you company today. So thank you, all of you, for being here today. You know, today we mark what is a decade of the Vivriti journey. So we not only celebrate the progress of our journey, but we relive our early steps. To hold tonight's celebration close to your hearts, because as you look around the room, you will see colleagues tonight. You will see leadership, you see progress, you see what is evolution. But do you remember those early conversations? Do you remember the spark of a new idea? Do you remember the bravado of taking risks? Young, bright minds who were looking to shape the Indian future together. Sharing ideas over steaming hot plates of Maggi, debating pointers over those multiple cups of chai. शायद आज आप चाय में शक्कर तो नहीं लेंगे, लेकिन उसी enthusiasm के साथ we want you to continue the debates, and I do hope you had a chance to visit our zones of nostalgia that are just right behind you. Especially with your colleagues, because over the years you become friends, you become partners, and more often than not, you're each other's motivation. We want to celebrate your shared journey together. When we look back at the journey, it's not going to be about the numbers. We won't be talking about how the numbers made us feel. We'll be talking about how that moment shaped us. And it's a bit like our favorite cricket matches. है ना मतलब scorecard तो हम memorize नहीं कर सकते, but we remember that shot, we remember that wicket, we remember that celebration, how that moment feel, just the emotion of seeing our heroes in blue waving the tricolor. We want you to feel that euphoria again, which is why we've also got a cricket zone for you. So I hope some of you have had a chance to relive your cricket glory days as well. Through all of this, we have to remind ourselves that the most meaningful connections often begin in what is the simplest moments. So we hope that these spaces have given you a chance to pause, to reconnect, to start a conversation, to exchange an idea, and perhaps create a new memory. That is what today is all about. We will have cocktails, we will have dinners after this, plenty of time to continue the conversations and keep it going. This year, 2026, is a defining chapter in Vivriti Group's journey, reshaping how we build our businesses, serve our customers, and create values across the markets that we operate in. This year, we launched Vivriti Next, our operating and holding company created to bring together the group's businesses and accelerate the next phase of growth. The strategic reorganization brings together Vivriti Capital's core mid-marketing lending business and Vivriti Asset Management's private credit platform, all under one integrated umbrella, expanding our capabilities into advisory and technology. So today, Vivriti's assets under management have grown to around 17,000 crore. 17,000 crore. And nearly 600 mid-market enterprises have been supported with the capital that needed to grow. But as I mentioned, the real story is not about the numbers. It's about the trust behind them. It's the businesses that have been built. It's the risks that have been taken. It is the lessons that you have learned. And it is the relationships that have carried that journey forward. This evening is a celebration of that spirit, of growth, of shared ambition, of resilience, and the game changer that exists in each and every one of you. Which is why we are exceptionally honored to have an incredible lineup of visionary leaders, industry pioneers, trailblazers with us evening who will empower our vision for the next decade. So let's begin this very special evening with a resounding applause. Welcome to GameChangers 5.0, ladies and gentlemen. The applause is more for you, for yourselves, because it's your journey. Thank you for that. Okay, let's get started with our first, what will be our keynote speech. Every once in a while, we get an opportunity to hear from someone who doesn't just analyze the economy, but helps shape its direction. We will begin with our keynote address by a leader who spent decades at the intersection of global markets, public policy, and has, in a sense, played a role in India's economic transformation. Today, he is one of the country's foremost voices on growth, investment, fiscal policy, and the reforms that will define India's next chapter. He has been steering economic thinking during a period that we know has been marked by global uncertainty. There have been rapid technological disruptions, and India has emerged as one of the fastest growing major economies. Before stepping into this national role, he built an exceptional international career leading research and investment strategy at Bank Julius Baer, Credit Suisse, and UBS, giving him a rare perspective that combines the discipline of what is a global capital market with the realities of policy making. He has been a teacher, an institution builder, one of the co-founders of the Takshashila Institution, and co-author of the thought-provoking books, including The Rise of Finance and Can India Grow, works that continue to influence conversations around India's economic future. So please help me in giving a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Dr. V. Ananta Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, who will be joining us on Zoom, and much appreciated for his time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those very kind words of introduction. And congratulations to Vivriti Capital, its general partners, limited partners. And ladies and gentlemen, wish you all a very good evening. And in the next 25-30 minutes, I'll just share with you some of the thoughts as to what would be shaping India's journey over the next 20 years. as we have come into this evening, over the last couple of weeks, we have seen interventions in foreign exchange markets and bond markets, etc. And there has been a tendency over the last several years for governments to be actively pursuing trade restrictions, trade selectivity, export controls, export licensing, and also active industrial policy. We are almost coming to a full circle on where we were, let's say, maybe up to the end of the global financial crisis in 2008. And since then, it has been a very slow but steady journey towards reversing the previous 25 to 28 years of globalization. So it is in this context that India will have to pursue its development goals. And therefore, I'm going to share some of my thoughts with you with respect to those challenges and what each one of us can do about them in my keynote address. The first thing to note is, of course, India's journey will be marked very differently in comparison to the journey that East Asian countries right up to China and Vietnam have been able to pursue. I've identified at least 5 areas where India will face a much different, probably much more difficult world. Geopolitics is going to be far from settled, and that's an understatement. It will be violent, be fractious, and fragmented. And between the US and China, right now there is an uneasy truce, and we don't know if it will give rise to a more settled phase of coordination, cooperation, and collaboration between them, or confrontation. Either way, India finds itself in a difficult geography, and having to walk the fine line between the two is not going to be easy, and there will be costs. The choke points in the global supply chain have been weaponized. And we have seen that over rare earths, permanent magnets, pharmaceuticals, other electronic components, semiconductor chips. So it is actually a risk that we don't have to necessarily even justify. It has now become more or less routine. But that naturally makes it difficult for a country which is still building its capability for domestic manufacturing, because it will be vulnerable to sudden supply stops and disruptions. The other thing I'm fond of saying always is that when China was rising, it did not have the difficulty of having to face China as a manufacturing power. I will share some information with you down the road, but that is a big challenge that many countries in Southeast Asia, elsewhere in the world, and India in particular also face, that having to deal with the extraordinary competitiveness of China in manufacturing. Climate variability, whether we agree or disagree with the anthropomorphic origins of climate change, it is a fact that it is becoming volatile, and carbon dioxide emissions have contributed to it historically. And it naturally means, as we have been seeing in this particular monsoon, although it has been fairly influenced by the very strong or super strong El Nino, climate variability will be with us for quite some time. And that also places a huge amount of uncertainty over monsoon outcomes in the future, and naturally on agricultural productivity and yields. Apart from climate-related natural disasters, which we have to deal with. India's demographics, which is considered to be a sweet spot, is indeed a sweet spot. Median age is below 30, and even by 1945, it could be around 37. But the point is, physical and mental health and emotional health of Indian young cohort is equally important in realizing the fruits of demographic dividend. Again, East Asian countries, when they were rising, when they were in the demographic sweet spot, they didn't have to worry about the advent of AI. They didn't have to worry about the impact of social media on children's minds, ability to concentrate, read, write, and think. So all these 5 elements are different for India compared to East Asian countries, which were probably one of the very few that rose from third world to first world in the 20th century. So the world has become more dangerous, less forgiving of policy error. And the ladder that carried every earlier latecomer is being dismantled while India is still standing on it. And that is something that we have to accept. There is no point in, no point in worrying over factors or reality which is beyond our control. We have to try figure a way out, and some of them will even throw up opportunities for us. We wrote in the economic survey in January that because of this state of the world, India has to pursue three policy planks almost simultaneously. The older import substitution has to be back. There is no point in being apologetic about it. Many countries are pursuing it today, including in European Union, the United States, and parts of East Asia as well. The only difference is how do we do import substitution? Will we follow the playbook that failed up to 1980s or so, or will we do it differently? That is where the difference lies. And that in turn has to give rise to strategic resilience, which is all about will we be able to function if the world were to be disruptive towards us? And the third dimension is even better because the second dimension is to shield ourselves, and the third dimension is to figure out what will the world do if India is unable to supply the goods and services it currently supplies or will supply in the future. Will the world be able to function? If we can answer that question in a way that, yes, India has a few cards which the world depends on, then I think it gives us strategic indispensability. So the difference is the timeline available to India to pursue these three sequentially is too short. Therefore, we have the unenviable task of having to do all of them in a telescope time frame simultaneously, which is all about running a marathon and a sprint at the same time, or running a marathon as though it were a sprint. And that is not something that only the government or governments in the country can do. The private sector has to be a very big player and a very big partner in this journey as well. So, this is the backdrop within which India has to pursue its strategic priorities for the next 20-25 years. And the economic survey has focused on these six. There could be many more, but in the world of supply chain weaponization and deglobalization, reducing import dependence or import substitution, creating buffers, more importantly, are important. This naturally will call for fiscal spending priorities to be adjusted, reviewed, and examined. Manufacturing is something India cannot do without. And it is again an important dimension, not only with respect to managing balance of payments and the current account, but also with respect to employment and even governance, as I will mention later. Agriculture is one area where economic theory will tell us that countries, as they grow, they will let go of agriculture and concentrate on manufacturing, moving on to value addition, and similar attitude towards services as well. But nonetheless, in a world of climate variability, agricultural productivity becomes important not only for India, but also as a source of exports. And if we can maximize or optimize our agricultural policies across states and the union government, the agricultural productivity gain could be of the order of magnitude of an incremental growth contribution of 0.5 up to even 1%. Urbanization, we dedicated a very special chapter in the economic survey. Without urbanization, innovation, R&D spending, the benefits of agglomeration of intellectual cohabitation will not accrue, because cities are the magnets of talent and skills. So India has to get urbanization right for R&D and innovation and knowledge ecosystems to thrive. The last two items go together in some sense. The advent of artificial intelligence has posed so many questions, including an immediate question of what we will do if the AI financial bubble were to burst. Will it allow the AI utility to continue, or will it also lead to countries having to choose between the two other major powers which are trying to define their own AI standards? So it is unlikely that there will be a global AI standard, although that will be desirable. But therefore, this will also have to not only have an implication for the financial markets today, labor markets tomorrow, but also for geostrategic policy in the next 20 years. And the demographic dividend, which in the past has been a source of tailwind to growth in other countries, could be a challenge for India given the physical, mental, and emotional health dimensions. Uh, just I will walk you through few examples of these six priorities. Price of copper, you could have had a chart of corn or iron ore or even some APIs. In general, we have to provide for, or for that matter, crude oil volatility, we have to provide for strategic buffers in many areas. Whether it is 3 months or 6 months or even a year or two of consumption, because Japan and Canada, for example, have inventory of up to 2 years for petroleum products. This naturally means that we do have to get the fiscal priorities right to be able to create strategic buffers, because this cannot be dependent on private sector policy. It has to be a state-led initiative. Of course, private sector participation is possible, but strategic buffers is an important dimension of the next 25 years of economic growth. And as a country that is trying to rise from a per capita income of $2,700 to something in the region of $15,000 to $20,000 in the next 25 years, India will necessarily find its trade balance widens or trade deficit widen. In fact, among the 9 countries listed here, India is the only country which has seen its manufacturing trade deficit widen in the last 40 years. If you take away gold and crude oil, the number doesn't necessarily improve. It still is 4% of GDP. The manufacturing, the merchandise trade deficit, excluding crude oil and gems, jewelry, and gold imports. So clearly, manufacturing matters because the kind of trade deficit or the current account deficit that the world can finance or will finance is obviously undergoing a change. We may disagree on the magnitude, but earlier we used to think up to 3% was easily financeable. In fact, Dr. Y.V. Reddy used to say, what is the sustainable current account deficit is what the market is willing to finance, which is very high in the case of the US until now at least, but not necessarily so for non-reserve currency countries. And therefore, what India has to invest in domestic capacity, domestic manufacturing, and bring down the trade deficit, and at the same time also be export competitive. Because history tells us that even China, which is a major global export powerhouse and a manufacturing powerhouse, has seen its imports rise along with the rise in per capita GDP. GDP per capita current dollars went from nothing in 1980 to more than $13,000, whereas simultaneously China's imports of goods and services also went up to about $3.3 trillion. So whether you are an exporting country or not, imports will continue to rise along with GDP growth. And it is true for India. If you look at the overall trade deficit or the trade deficit only in goods, India's correlation between GDP growth and the trade deficit or the import growth is close to 1. So the financing it either happens through faster export growth and or being attractive for foreign investments, subject to all the domestic policy imperatives that have also become equally important and salient compared to what they were maybe even 15, 20 years ago. So this is a big challenge. And this is what manufacturing and exports imperative for India. And one component of getting manufacturing right is, of course, cost of capital and giving space for private investments to grow. And there, the importance of fiscal policy and fiscal stability matters a lot. India has paid attention to it. And that is why we received 3 credit rating upgrades last year. And our fiscal deficit, which was as high as 9.2% and primary deficit 5.7% in the COVID year, has come down to 4.4 as of last year and 0.8, and projected to be 4.3 and 0.7 in the current financial year. But at the same time, quality of expenditure has increased from 5.3 trillion rupees to 17.1 trillion rupees in FY27 budgeted over 7 years, and the share of the capex going up from 2.6 to 4.4%. And this is not something only about numbers, because post COVID growth and inflation performance of India does indeed stand out. If anything, even during this last 4 or 5 months, with the conflict ongoing in West Asia, India's demand resilience has been of a pleasant surprise to many of us. And the growth inflation trade off has become much more favorable. The average inflation rate in India in the first 7 decades since independence was around 7%. Now it is in the region of between 4 and 5% on average. And post COVID growth rate in real terms is around 7% plus, and nominal growth around 11%. And banking system is in very good shape. So clearly, some things have changed, and the supply side improvement has played a very big part. And if there is a concern that this government capital expenditure could be crowding out the private sector, the answer lies in us spending a few minutes looking at RBI's Handbook of Statistics of the Indian Economy, Table 60, which shows the availability of financial resources, both domestically originating and foreign originating resources that are available to the commercial sector in India outside the government. And that has grown amply at a rate of about 20% plus in the last 6 years. So clearly, there has been a crowding in effect and not the crowding out effect. And this also, the fiscal consolidation also has played a part, apart from temporary monetary policy decisions, has played a part in bringing down the risk premium of Indian interest rates compared to the US Treasury. And that also is what got us three credit rating upgrades in the course of 2025 from Japan and from the US agencies. And you can see that in the post COVID data, if you look at the right side, India is one of the few countries which has brought down its consolidated debt to GDP ratio by 7 percentage points, apart from the United States. Other countries have also done well, but far lower than the magnitude of reduction that we have seen in the case of India, and the aims to take it to 50% of GDP by the end of the decade in terms of the union government's fiscal deficit. Clearly, there are areas of concern with state government finances and the tendency for fiscal populism in the last few years, as we have noticed. But clearly, consensus is slowly emerging in the country on the unsustainability of these, with even some state governments themselves voicing concern. So, by and large, India will continue to put emphasis on fiscal stability and fiscal prudence, contributing, and along with the secular decline in the inflation rate, rising productivity and supply capabilities, it will eventually bring down the cost of capital, which is very important not only for manufacturing growth and employment, but also for investors. And one of the other ingredients of manufacturing, apart from cost of capital and investments, is market access. While this government initially, in its first few years, was reluctant to pursue free trade agreements, post COVID, there has been a flurry of trade agreements, starting with Australia, UAE, now with the UK and the European Union, and ongoing advanced negotiations with the United States and several other countries, including Canada. And clearly, this does two things. It boosts export markets. It provides import competition for domestic manufacturers. This is exactly one way of not doing import substitution the wrong way, as we did in the past. And the labor intensive manufacturing and services, for which there is ample scope in the UK and EU agreements, is already beginning to show up rather in advance, I must say, even though the EU agreement is not yet ratified by the European Parliament, but the UK agreement has been. I think what is reassuring in this year's data, in the first 4 months of April, May, June, July data of trade, is that export growth outside of petroleum and gems and jewelry is in double digits compared to last year. So despite global uncertainties, India's manufacturing ex-petroleum, ex-gems and jewelry growth rate in dollar terms is running at more around 12%. And these free trade agreements will also provide ample scope for India's current account, trade deficit rather, to come down and be financeable in a world where capital flows might next be the target after trade restrictions and currency and bond market intervention. So we should be prepared for that. And one way to prepare is to continue to make ourselves investment attractive through predictable, fair, and stable tax policies, which is always a work in progress, but also through trade liberalization that will bring in export growth. There is a general perception that India's manufacturing is not where it ought to be. Although that is true, it's equally important to acknowledge where we are despite the rise of China as a very formidable manufacturing presence in the world given its size. We wrote about this in the economic survey, but I want to highlight the fact that what everybody sees in the world is the blue line on the left side. India's manufacturing share of GDP supposedly has come down, but this is in current prices. In constant prices, it has remained stable between 17 and 18%. If anything, the trend is on the upside. Why does it matter to look at manufacturing share in constant prices? Is because if you look at the right side chart, you can see that the terms of trade between manufacturing and other sectors of the economy have moved in their favor. The agricultural terms of trade over manufacturing is now 2.2. Services is 1.75. In other words, prices are rising much faster in those areas. In the case of agriculture, because of minimum support prices that ensure a guaranteed increase in the prices of agricultural produce, and services sector also, given its buoyancy, have seen prices rise, and manufacturing is subject to both technological upgradation, which brings down cost, and also due to competition from other countries, particularly imports. So naturally, the terms of trade for manufacturing, it is not therefore a failure of volume growth, but the terms of trade moving against manufacturing relative to agriculture and services, which has brought down the share of manufacturing in national GDP in current prices or nominal prices. In constant terms is therefore is the right way to look at it. It is not to say that it should not be higher than where it is. It should be. But given what has been happening in other countries, thanks to the presence of China, India has been able to hold on to its manufacturing share of national GDP. At the same time, there is an argument that the world will not accept another China rising as a manufacturing powerhouse. And indeed, it is the case. But between where India is today and where the presence of China is, there is a vast open space for India to occupy. We don't have to set up straw men to knock them down. And there is potential for India's manufacturing to grow. And the recent free trade agreements and the production linked incentive schemes and the deregulation in Indian states, which began last January in 2025, are quietly contributing to a manufacturing resilience and rejuvenation and renaissance in India. I'm not going into state level deregulation in the interest of time, but that is a very silent but strong chapter in the economic reform trajectory of India that began under the cabinet secretary last January, and it is continuing. And most states are very enthusiastic. I would urge you to read chapter 16 of the economic survey, part 2. Now, I spoke earlier about the importance and the colossal presence of China in manufacturing around the world. And this chart shows you that China's export volume has grown 53% since 2019 pre-COVID, and it is a complete volume growth, and basically by undercutting prices because prices have not increased. So China's export growth has come from pushing more and more products, having excess capacity in its domestic manufacturing space, which is what is crowding out manufacturing in many other countries. The fact that export prices have not risen at all, if anything, China's exchange rate has become more competitive due to domestic deflation, means that China exports deflation to other countries, and therefore being able to maintain a manufacturing share of GVA at 17 to 18% is no mean achievement in the presence of this massive substitution of external demand for domestic demand by China post COVID. And you can see that in terms of its export surplus, trade surplus, vis-a-vis different parts of the world, ASEAN trade surplus has gone up by 3.6x for China, with Germany 6.2x, and India 2.3x, and Japan 2.1x. Some of these numbers could be, estimates, or a partial up to 2025 third quarter, but they are definitely flagging the right trend. So this is the reality of China's manufacturing prowess, and India is therefore trying to carve out a space for itself in consumer electronics, in pharmaceuticals, labor-intensive products, and labor-intensive services. I will conclude with this slide, although I spoke about the importance of AI, demographic dividend, and the importance of getting skilling right, and also physical and mental and emotional health right. They are ongoing issues. If anything, there is the free trade agreements with their emphasis on labor-intensive manufacturing and services provides ample scope for India to develop AI-insulated skilling areas. Some states are showing the lead, as in the case of Odisha, and physical, mental, and emotional health is something that is now that is getting more attention from policymakers and also from educational institutions and families. Without getting those right, we will not be able to make the transition to Viksit Bharat. One last slide I want to leave you with, because when we talk about India's work in progress, because there is always much work to be done for a country which is still a lower middle income country, whether it is policy making, private sector investment, R&D spending, and regulations, tax policy certainty. There is no gainsaying the fact that much remains to be done. But it's equally important to acknowledge the journey we have already covered, the distance we have covered. One concrete example that people often cite, is the GDP divergence between India and China. It is true that both of them were at similar levels in 1990s, and China has grown by leaps and bounds. But equally true, if you look at the bottom half of the left-hand side, that China's debt has also grown even more strongly than its real economy since 1990s. As a result, just as we calculate risk-adjusted return in capital markets, if you look at the debt-adjusted GDP in India, it is higher than the debt adjusted, or rather, amount of growth per dollar of debt. India has generated more GDP than China has been able to in dollar terms, despite rupee weakening a lot further than the renminbi in the last 30 years. So, notwithstanding the five major global trends that India has to grapple with, and notwithstanding the fact that India is a late starter to the manufacturing, there is no premature deindustrialization in India. There is a nascent industrialization underway at the moment. Notwithstanding all these challenges, India still has the potential to be the market and the economy where higher growth on a consistent basis is possible. And it is an endeavor of not only the union government, but also of state governments. And if the private sector, notwithstanding global uncertainties, continue to invest and create jobs with fair pay, while being able to maintain competitiveness through induction of technology in the appropriate sectors, there is no force on earth that can stop India from growing at a rate of 7% and being even able to better that in the next 20 years if we also manage to get agriculture and demographics right. So there is much to be said in favor of remaining invested in India with its potential, and it is the most exciting socio-economic and political transition story in the world in the next 25 years. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My apologies for not being there in person. I hope you have an enjoyable rest of the evening, and there is some food for thought from this last 27 minutes of the time I spent with you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Huge thank you to Dr. Nageswaran for joining us. Even though it was online, his vision and leadership will continue to inspire all of us. So we're very grateful to be able to have an opportunity to speak to him. Now, a lot of things have happened in the last decade, particularly for our own nation. India has proved that it can reach the moon, and that to the dark side of the moon. The next decade will show us how far we can take it even further with innovation, enterprise, and strategic leadership beyond it. So our next session is a panel discussion on the topic, India's next frontier, space, enterprise, and strategy, which brings together three remarkable voices who represent different dimensions of that journey. One is a visionary who led India's most defining space missions, an entrepreneur who's building one of the most ambitious space technology companies, and a strategist who's helping decode what the space economy means for India's future. So if you give me a moment, I will introduce our panelists, and then together they can all come on stage. Our first panelist is a leader whose name will forever be associated with one of India's proudest moments. He led the Indian Space Research Organization during a landmark chapter that included the historic Chandrayaan-3 moon landing, the successful Aditya L1 solar mission, and major advances towards India's Gaganyaan human spaceflight program. An aerospace engineer with nearly 4 decades at ISRO, he has shaped India's launch vehicle capabilities with the PSLV and the LVM-3, turning ambitious missions into historic achievements. His journey is a reminder that extraordinary milestones are built on decades of precision, perseverance, and belief. Please join me in welcoming Dr. S. Somnath, former chairman of ISRO. We can all come together later. I'll just introduce you to the panelists first. Our next panelist represents the new face of India's space story, young, bold, and globally ambitious. He founded Pixel, the Bengaluru-based space technology company that is building one of the world's most advanced constellations of Earth imaging satellites to create what he calls a health monitor for the planet. Today, Pixel works with global partners, including NASA, to helping transform satellite data into insights for agriculture, climate, energy, and for infrastructure. His journey from a small village in Karnataka to building what is a globally recognized space company is proof that the curiosity we possess can become capability, and that capability can change the world. Please welcome Awais Ahmed, founder and CEO of Pixel. And guiding this conversation is someone who has spent years helping India think strategically about technologies that are shaping our tomorrow. His work sits at the intersection of space, defense, geopolitics, and emerging technologies, making him one of the country's most thoughtful voices on how innovation influences national strategy. With his ability to connect technology, policy, and global affairs, he will moderate today's conversation on India's next frontier. Please help me in welcoming Aditya Ramanathan, Research Fellow and Chairperson of the Advanced Military Technology and Outer Space Program at the Takshashila Institute. Thank you so much, all three of you. I request our panelists to please come on stage, and we can't wait for this engaging conversation.
Good evening. Thank you so much, the folks at Vivriti, for making this conversation possible. Thank you all for joining us on a Friday evening to discuss space. And thank you to my two extraordinary panelists. I think some of the context has already been laid, but I'll just give it another minute. Even if you don't follow the space sector, you have the sense that something pretty extraordinary has been happening over the last few years. Just look at some of the data that is always talked about. It's in early 2019, there were less than 2,000 active satellites orbiting our planet. Today, it's something like 16,000. So you have a 8-fold increase over 7 years. Some of this is driven by by technological development, by the private sector disrupting this old sector. So you see, satellites becoming smaller and cheaper. You have a revolution in launch vehicles, with launch vehicles being designed to be built at scale in large numbers and in some cases be reusable. But there's also something on the demand side. If you're a company, there are a lot of the data-driven decisions and the monitoring that you need to do is often best collected from orbit. So if you're in mining, if you're in agriculture, if you're in oil and gas, it makes a lot of sense. Governments need to do environmental monitoring because we're dealing with climate change, as the CEA had mentioned. Also, as the CEA had mentioned, we're living in a much more harsh world. And in that harsh world, governments are going to be much more willing to spend on defense, and space is a critical part of that. So, and then finally, the geopolitics is also driving space exploration and human space flight. So we're likely to see multiple commercial space stations coming up in the coming years, as well as a return to the moon. And at least 2 countries want to do that permanently. And India also has major ambitions in this field, and we will talk about that. So thank you once again to our extraordinary panelists, and I would like to start with you, Dr. Somnath. Since you're the person who took us to the moon, but you're also someone who, during your tenure at ISRO, you saw the maturation, I'd say, of India's small but still impressive space sector. Space used to be dominated by the government, and while there were private vendors, they would build to print and so on. Can you tell us how this transformation happened, and what does it take for India's space sector to really explode?
Oh, thank you so much for this opportunity. I think we have a wonderful panel who understand the evolution, somebody who is young, who has done something phenomenal, and me belonging to a generation who actually built the tech when it was not available to us. From the context of what is coming now and what is going to happen, the whole thing is going to depend on the economy of space. I think it's no longer going to depend on capability. I think there is a differentiator here. We have been focusing on what exactly we can do in comparison with others. We have been working on it. For example, landing on the moon is significant in terms of a technical competence. Building rockets is strategic. Ability to build satellites for different use cases was also equally strategic. But it didn't generate volumes. It didn't generate scale. And that's a big point. If you have to really build scale, it cannot be done by governments. I think government has been always an enabler. Where there is a gap, there is a strategic filling that is needed, government can come in and then do that. But beyond that point, it is the private that can actually scale it, find out the niche for business, to convert whatever we know, the knowledge, into products and services and generate revenue. I think this is well understood now, and this understanding came when space actually happened to be an economic activity in the rest of the world. It didn't happen in India alone, it happened everywhere. And you mentioned about it in the beginning, that it is converting itself not into capability, it is actually into an economic activity, generating value, generating employment in terms of applications, etc., etc. Now for India, the time has now come. It has already come. I think we are already seeing the examples of private entrepreneurs coming in to do that. But you also remember that when ISRO started, we were engaging private. It was never done by ISRO alone. I think the private companies were partners in building all that we did. But then it was in the form of a subsystem contractor, builder, but never a knowledge creator, innovator, or a business developer. I think these roles were missing in the private. Though big houses of business, many of them that who have partnered with us, were not interested to invest to create that capacity beyond what ISRO was providing for. They were happy with that orders that they were getting. But the new generation of entrepreneurs are not doing exactly the same. They are no longer suppliers. They want to do differently than what ISRO used to do. Bring in some innovation, find out applications where there is a revenue, build on top of that. Of course, they have a shortage of technology. I think this we must understand. The technology which is inside the ISRO is not available to them. The technology they can harness out of the world, possibly they can get it. There is also equal shortage of building capacity in terms of industrialization within the country. Even if you do it something, it cannot scale it. So I believe the next explosion will come when you are in a position to build in scale in this country. What you lack today is our ability to build in scale. Of course, to happen, we need to also create business case. You understood that in the earlier presentation, Ananta Nagarajan talked about the internal capability of a nation to absorb what you will be producing. And now, for us today, for space sector, you don't see the ability of the nation itself to consume what you produce. No, though, so that now this is to be developed. I think our country, the space activities are consumed only in limited segments. I think one of the important things that we need to focus today is to make use of what you do to be usable in many more sectors. I think this focus has to come. We call it the downstream expansion. Unless the downstream expansion takes place, we cannot focus only on government alone. I think government is going to be a customer for most of the services that space gives, maybe to the extent of even 50%. But the rest of the 50% has to be found out, developed in rural, agricultural, services, and many, many other areas. That will enable the second tier, the midstream to develop. That is nothing but the satellite building, possibly bringing technology from outside, scaling, manufacturing at scale will happen. And once that happens, we see the upstream growing, like a launch vehicle building, lot of launches happening in a year, hundreds of launches taking place, rockets being manufactured at scale. So these are all connected. Of course, you can look for global markets, but the global markets will come into reality linked to geopolitics. I think the space is not separated out of the whole of the geopolitics. So you have a link to that. So all of this play everywhere. So I think we need to attack all of them. How do you geopolitically align with a lot of possible customers globally? How do you produce a space requirement, demand profile for large scale spacecraft usages? And what are the sectors that we can actually develop new applications? I think all of this matter. I think the policies that you are driving in space sector must orient towards all of this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I do want to come back to you about the question of launch, but first, this is a good time to bring in Aves. Aves, you are doing, what Dr. Somnath mentioned, the satellite building, and you want to do it at scale. Can you tell us what Pixel does, and tell us what makes hyperspectral satellites so cool?
Absolutely. Firstly, great to be here on the panel. Thank you for having me. Sir has seen our journey from when we had barely one satellite up in orbit to now having a total of 9 satellites. So the entire ecosystem has grown, the entire economy has grown, and we have sort of been a part of that sort of together. So a full circle moment to be here. But to sort of answer your question, what is Pixel? What did Pixel start off as and what is Pixel today are slightly two different answers. What we are today is, we call ourselves the planetary infrastructure company. It's a slightly grandiose way of basically saying that we build infrastructure that we send into orbit that helps our planet take better decisions about itself, right? So we started 7 years ago now. Myself and my co-founder, we were still in the final year of our undergraduate studies, and when we looked at what could we do in space, we looked at all of the satellite imagery that was coming down globally from satellites that were up there, and we realized that there were a lot of issues and problems that we should ideally be seeing, but we couldn't see. For example, crop diseases and pest infestations, or underground oil leakages and invisible gas leaks. Identifying what minerals might be present where, whether it's cobalt or nickel or thorium or something else. And just like how, let's say I have a broken bone and go to a doctor, and the doctor won't use a normal phone camera to see what's wrong, right? The doctor would need to use an X-ray machine to see something that's hidden underneath. There was something similar needed to be sent up to space to help see these unseen, invisible problems of Earth. And that modality of data was called hyperspectral imaging. And no one in the world was doing it commercially. ISRO had launched one satellite that proved that the concept was viable. NASA had done it, and one other space agency had done it. But from a commercial standpoint, when we went on the internet and tried to find, hey, can we buy up-to-date hyperspectral data to see these problems? We found not a single source of obtaining up-to-date data, and that was the gap we saw. We said, okay, globally no one is doing it. No one in US, no one in China, no one in India. Seems like if we were able to build it from India, we can actually truly build it for the world. So not just replicating it as a local capability. If you build this global capability, national capability gets built as an outcome as well. So what is hyperspectral? Instead of seeing things in 3 wavelengths of light human eye see, you can see things in hundreds of wavelengths. That's like a very easy way of saying it, but it enables us to see these invisible problems. So that's what we started with. But since then, now we've expanded to building imaging satellites of all kinds. We signed a contract with the Indian Air Force to also provide a multi-payload satellite. So we're doing high-resolution imaging, multispectral imaging, thermal imaging. So we've become like the company that builds this infrastructure that can help us see our planet better.
Thank you so much. That's great. I want to bring in a constraint, Dr. Somnath, which is launch. We do on a good year, maybe 7 launches. Like you said, the government isn't really the one to do this thing at scale. You've yourself said we need maybe 60 to 70 launches a year to, in order to get hundreds of satellites in orbit, just to do basic things. How do we get there? I mean, Vikram 1 last month was great news, but we're still some way off, isn't it?
How do we get there? How do we really make hundreds of launches in a year? That's a big question. First, is there a demand for 100 launches? No, the first question anybody will ask, why should we launch? The reality is, yes, there is a demand. And many people ask, oh, where is it visible? I don't have 100 satellites waiting. The truth is that today, if we had an ability to launch LVM3, for example, 10 launches, 10 to 15 launches in a year, there is customer readily waiting there for come on board from countries which you will never expect. I am not going to name them. I got orders for launches of LVM3. You know that we recently did some commercial launches for customers from the Europe. We also did customers from the US. So that means there are customers for even a bigger rocket like LVM3 if you are able to do commercially in numbers. But unfortunately, we do not have production capacity today. The maximum that you can make are very limited. I am not going to say the numbers. Now look at the private people. Where are the markets for them? Still there is huge market possibility for small satellite building and launching, and number of satellites that need to be built, the class which is something like 200 to 300 to 500 kilogram, there is so much in waiting. Many of them don't build at that rate because even if you build, I have to wait 1 year, 2 years to get a slot in one of the available launches. It's a serious problem because of that they restrict themselves in that capacity increase today. The whole of this is it's a question of availability and business case problem. No, you need to, the whole of the exercise is done based on long-term availability. The moment the rockets are available in scale, the satellites also will be built in scale. That will create a chain of events. Now the question is, second question, even if there is a demand, how do you build it? Is it possible to build it in this country? The answer is yes. All the elements that are required to build it has already been built. It's available. The issue is that we do not have scale still. Look at the manufacturing ecosystem which ISRO has been building. We have been subcontracting across big companies, MSMEs, small scale companies, and all of them have created the niche for building high-tech products. They know how to build. Now you need to give committed orders to them. Somebody who will invest in a manufacturing capacity need to know that for next 5 to 10 years, I'm going to get an order for this many. Then he is ready to put the money. And I can tell you there is no shortage of capital to do that. The issue is that nobody is assuring that, yeah, I am ready to put you the money. Put the demand profile to you. I am hopeful that companies like Skyroot who launched the Vikram and the new companies which are emerging are aspiring to build hundreds of them. And they are in a position to give that orders. And I am sure with that, the manufacturing ecosystem will be built. It may take 1 or 2 years of time, but then it will be built. I am behind one of such proposals now, working with the state government to build such an ecosystem. I am seeing huge reaction to it, and they are happy to come on board and willing to put the money. Nobody is asking, I need capital for doing it. They are all telling that I am ready to put the capital, but demand, can I get an assurance that I will get it for 5 to 10 years? Then they are happy to put that money. So slowly this is building. Rockets building up to hundreds of them to be launched will happen. But there is one more step that we need to cross. It's called reusability. And the reusability is so important. As you can see that anybody who gets into hundreds of launches is doing it only with reusable capability. Nobody is doing expendable launches. Look at Europe. There is no rocket in Europe which is doing hundreds of launches. The Ariane 6 5 has gone. The new rocket called Ariane 6 has been launched only a few numbers. And they say they will launch a few more, but I'm not seeing large number of launches coming from them. Look at Japan. They have their launch capacity. Number of launches in a year are very limited. China developed a lot of launches, and most of the launches are done for their internal purpose. In US also, other than SpaceX, the big players like Titan, Delta, Atlas, many others are not even launching. They are limiting their launches only to strategic launches which are required for the government. And who else? So globally, if you look at, rockets are not simply not there. And then there are small players like Electron and many others who actually get into this. There are new rockets under development like Terran and many others. So it is a market which is having great potential. So I really urge people, whoever comes to you for investment and building rocket manufacturing, it's a great possibility today in this country.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also, the China is also aggressively pursuing reusability. You brought up the question of demand creation, which is a chicken and egg sort of situation. I want to ask both of you about that. How can we come back to you? How do we get that demand in the first place? Because I feel like everything else flows from there, right?
Demand for the...
Yeah, demand for, so if you build, you build satellites at scale, and ideally government acts as an anchor customer.
See, that I can tell you that the whole innovation is in creating the demand. I think those who are in business understand that. Now, for example, I was just mentioned about hyperspectral. Hyperspectral is not a new technology. It has been there for so many years. But using hyperspectral, can you solve some of the problems which is there currently? So it's an innovative spirit of the people that who can go around the country, look for problems and solve using a technology solutions that are there in space. I think there are plenty. I'll give you an example. I think ISRO has launched satellite called OceanSat. Using the OceanSat, we are in a position to find out where is fish school in the sea. And using that, we give advisory to the government machinery. Government machinery put that out in the public. And people don't go and take that data and go for fishing. Though we do know that there is a possibility to do that, it is not monetized. So the moment you are in a position to monetize that by a very enterprising person, and you create a model how you monetize this information into fish catch, the fish catch results in certain revenue generation for the information that you pass on. You can create a whole chain of connections. Then the demand for this information becomes very large, and you can actually work out a monetizing scheme around ocean monitoring. And this can scale to, like, that today the food chain linked to the ocean cultivation. You can create cultivation where you can actually create seaweeds to be harnessed, where you can create artificial production of food items in sea. There is so much of data available to see, like sea temperature, pollution, nutrient content, and all this data can be converted into a monetizing business case. I just gave only one example. So tech is available, knowledge is available, but to convert that into a business case, we need entrepreneurial spirit. I think that's what is lacking. I think the whole of this is ending there.
All right, thanks. Awais, I want to bring you into this. How do we create that demand?
Yeah, I think you mentioned it's a chicken and an egg problem, but I think in a little bit of a sense, it's also a virtuous, positive feedback cycle. A little bit of innovation, as Sir said, and a little bit of demand, a little bit of more innovation that is driven by that demand creates a little bit more demand. But I think there are two aspects to it. There's the economic aspect and the commercial aspect, and there's the strategic aspect, right? If you look at the US, for the longest while, the revenues in the space sector, or why did certain number of rockets go up, is because there was a constant strategic demand that the country needed certain number of satellites, and these satellites had to be built and launched, and there needed to be local launch capability to do that. We are at that point now in India, right? India has a need for hundreds of satellites, maybe thousands of satellites. And where will these hundreds and thousands of satellites be launched from? ISRO is getting out of the launch business, right? You have the PSLVs and the SSLVs with the technology transfer. In a few more years, all that will be handed over to the commercial sector for the commercial launches. And then you have the private sector companies like Skyroot and Technical Company. In fact, we are going through an actual problem today in that booking launch has become an actual big issue. The prices that were there for SpaceX, they brought it down from $20,000 per square per kilogram to about $5,000 per kilogram. They've now jumped back up to about $15,000 to $20,000 per kilogram because there is not enough demand, even with 4 dedicated rideshare launches a year. So if there are satellites to be launched, if there are rockets, I think they will sort of go up. But to get to maybe 50 to 100, I think 2 things need to happen. One, there need to be these large commercial use cases like Starlink or data centers where you need to launch thousands of satellites. Geo has recently announced plans of a 1,600 satellite constellation. If they need to be launched as a strategic thing from India, there need to be tens of rocket launches a year, maybe hundreds of rocket launches a year. And then the strategic side of it, where there are already some programs going on where there's about tens of satellites being built for countries' national needs outside of what ISRO is building. Now, if you look at China, they procure thousands of satellites a year these days. And when we get to that stage, we will have a need for that. So I think it's just like that positive feedback loop has started. And I think in 5 years to 10 years, we will get there as an outcome of that. Of course, entrepreneurial capability, as sir mentioned, risk capital, the more risk capital that is available from investors willing to back such companies, all of that will just speed it up.
Thank you, thank you. Since you brought up demand, I want to bring up defense here because that's one of those sectors from where I think we can potentially build that demand. So defense is one of those sectors, where we can build that demand. Dr. Somnath, what are actually India's requirements by your assessment for defense satellites, and how do we get there? Again,
Okay, I won't use the terminology defense. I will call it strategic. Okay, because everything is strategic. Even roads are strategic. Shipping is strategic. Airlines are strategic. Airports are strategic. I will only say capability in those domains are strategic. For example, communication is strategic. Now look at communication alone. What type of infrastructure we have in terms of communication which is resilient to disruption. Then we look at observation is strategic. Collecting data across critical zones is strategic. And how much we have in terms of ability to withstand disruptions. So today, if I look at communication, we do not have capacity enough to provide connections to the demanding, needy people. I'm not talking about television sets now. Yeah. I'm talking about people, handheld devices, equipments, vehicles. It all requires high throughput communication. It's not just low data rate, kilobytes per second data communication. We need gigabytes of data communication to each of them. Because you can now transmit images, intelligence, data, which you can process in the local device and then make strategic decisions to do what you want to do. Assume a soldier walking with his, I'm getting image of faraway place straight on his mobile with his directives all coming there. You can actually do certain things. Today, we do not have an ability to communicate at that speed to him. So, communication becomes strategic. Similarly, to collect that data, you need intelligence in terms of imaging, signal, electronics intelligence, all need to be collected, processed, and you have to generate a synthesis of it, and then finally some decisions are to be communicated. For all of this, we need satellites which will give you something called observability in very short intervals. For example, you call revisit time. One satellite passes over this place and the next satellite comes after 1.5 hours. And so many things can happen in 1.5 hours, 2 hours. We need to actually see it in 10 minutes, 15 minutes of interval so as to see, to track something happening there. That many satellites means you need thousands of satellites really. And it has to happen in optical, radar, hyperspectral, and signal, and communication. All of this, and even position, navigation, timing, which is nothing but equivalent to GPS. So if you look at the spectrum of all of this, you need thousands of satellites. If you are to really matter to some 4,000, 5,000 kilometer border. Now look at a different scenario. The scenario is that India wants to protect only its boundaries. No, we have to look at the seas, which is going into thousands of kilometers, large areas. How do you know the ship traffic is safe? Because you know that illegal ship traffic that happens into our domain is huge. And to keep track of that, you need continuous observation of the sea to identify the ship, to track and whether it is a native or tagged ship or it is an unknown ship. All of this requires so much information, and we do not have capacity today. And we have some way to get it information based on some procured systems. Now, data comes from somewhere else. It is not nationally owned, which is again a high risk. The third scenario is India doesn't want to know only around India, it wants to know globally. Do we really need to know globally? I think yes, we know what is happening now in the geopolitics. We want to know where our ships are across the seas. It's not just around India. We want to know 5,000 kilometers away an Indian flagship is flying and we want to know what exactly is happening to it. So that means we want to be a global power which wants to know the intelligence of the world. Then we need a national constellation. And that requires either a model which is sustainable by the government or a model which is sustainable through private investment, where we find civilian and strategic elements are merged to form a good business case which will support the national requirements, also generate revenue for the private who actually runs it. So this is the only model that will run, and examples are very much there across the world. I hope and pray that such a model will go develop over a period of time. That's one of the hope that I have.
Thank you. Absolutely. It's so heartening to hear that. Yes, I think that's really the way ahead for India. I mean, like you said, it's essentially about, if you think of it in terms of roles, it's intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, communication, position, navigation, timing, which is basically like GPS, as well as a few other things, maybe space situational awareness. And, yeah,
there are many areas.
There are all those roles. And we've seen the use of space in all these recent wars, right? So, I mean, the Russia-Ukraine war is a space war. The Iran war is a space war. We saw an extraordinary development where a Chinese private company did a so-called on-orbit transfer of a satellite to Iran, and Iran was able to use that to target American assets, do battle damage assessment, and so on. Awais, this is it's growth time for defense and more broadly strategic applications. What are the opportunities that Pixel sees in this field?
I mean, a little bit of a repeat of the last answer, which is you need all different kinds of modalities, right? So, for example, let's take the Indian Ocean as the theater of war. It needs to be monitored because it's still our borders, right? Apart from the land borders on the northeast and northwest, there's a large Indian Ocean region which needs to be monitored. There are certain choke points that always need to be monitored, the straits, etc. It can't just be optical image. It can't just be a SAR image. It can't just be electronic intelligence data. It can't just be AIS data. It has to be all of that. AIS data from a ship. If the ship is not emitting AIS data, you need electronic intelligence to be able to see if there are any signals there. You need SAR imaging to penetrate to clouds. You need hyperspectral if you want to identify the material and what specific signature you're looking at. You need optical because that's how you look and identify and label something, right? So it's all of these different kinds of sensing, but sensing is one aspect. When our boats and our submarines are sort of out there in the remote parts, how do they communicate? How are they immediately able to transmit what they are seeing down to where the decisions are taken? Or if our warfighter is up there in the Himalayas or in remote regions, do they have very accurate PNT? It's an oft brought up example that during the Kargil war, GPS was not available when it was needed most, which is why we have our own Navig satellites now, right? And being able to have those satellites, and then as and when they need to communicate between each other, communication as well. But as you mentioned, all these satellites are critical to every country. Now you also need to then have satellites. There are satellites being built that have capabilities of attack. You can sort of go in and hit other satellites. There are ASAT missiles that are sort of available. There is debris removal satellites which can be repurposed to sort of going and capturing other satellites, etc. So I think the opportunities are just for us specifically at Pixel, it's make sure that India has indigenous capability to build all of these kinds of payloads and the satellites. Like at this point, when we started, we were probably at about 40% indigenization. What I mean by that is about 40% of the cost of the satellite was being spent in India. This was 5-6 years ago. We have been able to gradually bring it up to about 60 to 70% depending on the satellite, which means 60 to 70% of the stuff is procured from here, whereas 30% is imported. But the 30% that is imported is still quite critical. For example, the detector that goes on our camera, you have to import it from somewhere. And if geopolitically, for whatever reasons, those ties get severed, you don't have access to technology, especially for something like infrared detector, especially for missile detection and things like that. So that is what we hope to build in the next 5 to 10 years is now there are foundries being built for semiconductor applications. Can those foundries be taken to the next level to build all of these detector capabilities? And if you're looking at fiber optic gyros or IMUs, they're used for everything from rockets to missiles to satellites. How can we build that entire stack here is I think what becomes critical to get that self-reliance that we talk about.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm also very glad you brought up countermeasures first. But yeah, that's another potential field. Aves, I want to again ask you a follow-up question on this. You do supply, satellites or services that have some strategic import to other countries as well. In your experience, from what you've seen, what are some lessons that we can learn in India?
I think there's actually safety and security in numbers. Space is moving towards a place where assets in space are not safe anymore. It used to be the case that if you thought that there's something in space, it would be safe because it's far out. Not the case anymore. So let's say for a particular kind of revisit or connectivity, you need X number of satellites. Let's call it 50 satellites for whatever reason, right? And if you're only launching 50 satellites and some of them fail tomorrow for whatever reason, or some of them are taken out when something is going wrong, then you're left with a lower capability. So instead of 50, we need to be thinking about how can we launch 100 or 150, and how can we have satellites ready waiting on ground, which requires not only to be there a capability of having satellite manufacturing at scale, which is what we are trying to do with Gigapixel and with the new facilities, but also is there a rapid launch capability? If the satellites might be waiting on ground, but if you can't turn around a rocket in 2 days and put it and send it up there, then you're still left with nothing, right? So that a rapid response rates that you need for building satellites, capabilities, and rockets that sort of get up there. So I think the lesson to be learned probably from US and from China that has learned from the US is there is security in numbers. We need to have all the capabilities. We need to have self-reliance in supply chain, but at the same time, we need to not be scared of spending a bit more than necessary to make sure that when we need it, it's there.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, that's a I think great place to conclude our discussion about satellites. I do also want to open it up to the audience. Take me 2, maybe 3 questions if we have time. But before that, Dr. Somnath, back to you. Since we did promise the audience that we discuss human space flight and space exploration, India does have plans, including the Gaganyaan project, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station, and eventually a lunar mission. What is the timeline for this, and how do we expect to achieve it?
Let me not get into that primarily because it becomes the mandate of the Department of Space and ISRO to answer it. But then I will tell you that human space flight capacity for the nation is so essential. But while we proposed that idea to the government and we got approval, we were very clear about the challenges involved. The challenges, of course, is that the rockets, when you launch, you can afford to have a failure. You lose only the rocket and the satellite, which could cost you some thousands of crores. But a human life is different. I think the questions that will come in front of us when such a thing ever happens is going to be very difficult. Now, if you ever cause failures, it can actually bring back the program to standstill. So the technology for human spaceflight is also not available. So it has to be developed. And in fact, when India wanted to develop it, we tried in the good old ways of meeting all the people who know the technology, asking them, can you help? Some people helped in some manner, but many of them are not forthcoming. I think you understand why they are not forthcoming. No, it's all nice talk, but then ultimately they won't give you what you want. There will be restrictions, there will be cost, there will be time extension, which is not acceptable to us. So finally what happens is you need to develop everything. And where is the knowledge? If you go to academics or anywhere else, you don't find it easily. But ISRO has been trying to develop it with hits and misses. Of course, they have done some unmanned missions and they will start doing the unmanned mission. But the journey to reach human space flight is difficult. But then it is much easier than earlier times because there is a lot of history of human space flight and we can learn from them. But within the country, achieving some technological breakthrough, for example, I can tell you the environmental control and life support, how human beings need to be handled there. We are trying to understand from the medical community and many others. And this knowledge itself is something new. But then we clearly understand human spaceflight need to be supported, developed, and sustained for the country because it has an economic value, it has a strategic value. And this is important. I think all of you need to understand that when we built that Gaganyaan program, we knew very well that it is likely to stretch if you do not get certain things. And this government also understands that it is likely to get stretched, and we don't have to become impatient about it because it is like this. Even if you don't send a human being this year, next year going also not going to change anything. Not that it can become infinite, no, it can get extended, arbitrarily like that. But then the happy part is that we are continuing to develop that capability. I think that's good enough. But ultimately, we need to also understand that this has to pay way for something which is higher. What exactly is it? That it has to contribute to building scientific capability. Handling human beings in space is a scientific capability a nation cannot afford to miss. Like when we wanted to go to Antarctica, I think it was the same question asked, why we are going to Antarctica? What you exactly, today there is no question asked, we know it is important. Going to moon is well understood why it is strategically important to go to moon and establish our own footprint there. It has a global strategic importance. I think I am not going to discuss what it is, but it is understood very well. Equally important is to put outstations in space where Indians can be there. We conduct nationally important experiments in material science, medical technology, minerals, and many other microgravity related solutions. And there are companies and startups who are working on it. I think if you look at US, you see hundreds of experiments are done every day on board International Space Station. The results are transmitted to the ground to support those research work in the academics and universities and institutions in that country. And for India, we have not even started microgravity research. Just look at that scenario. Because it is not affordable for a company in India, which is possibly a medical research company, they cannot go to US and do that. If we can create that capacity in India, it will really becoming beneficial for the whole ecosystem. Now we are one of the biggest medicine suppliers of the world, but only in generic medicines. Now we have synthesis, high-end medicine synthesis and research has happened. And I am very sure microgravity can definitely help them. And it can also help in additive manufacturing, organ printing, and many, many others. I think human spaceflight has a link to all of this. Building a space station, sustaining human beings in space for years together, and ability for human race to exist forever. I think human spaceflight is linked to a long-term dream of human beings to become an interplanetary species. And I want Indians to be present in that species when they are there somewhere. I don't want to be left behind. I know we are also very proud of our own history and heritage. And I don't want to be away from somebody else capable of going and putting a house in Mars. I wish to have an Indian house also there. That's a dream I have.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a non-quantifiable aspect of it, right? So it's also inspiring to young people and all that. Aves, since you're a sci-fi aficionado, what is your take on human space flight?
I mean, like the economic aspects and the scientific aspects are so many that sir mentioned, so I won't touch on that. But I think, as you alluded there at the end, it's just inspiring, right? Like human beings have been explorers and voyagers for ever since, I think, we can have history and prehistory. Started from Africa, went all the way to Polynesia and all the continents. And Antarctica, there was a golden age of exploration where people were trying to find a way through the Arctic and go to Antarctica when things were much worse. Like, why do you climb a mountain? Because it's there. Why do you go to the moon? It's there, right? So it's like there are other countries doing it. Like the amount of talent that is available in India far exceeds, I think, those countries. And we cannot be left behind. We should not be left behind. Like when kids look at the news and see, okay, there's an American flag or a Chinese flag on this planetary body, they should also be looking at an Indian flag out there. Hopefully leapfrog them to a planetary body, maybe get there to Mars quicker. So I think it becomes an important thing. There's so many scientific things that will come out of it. Like so many inventions for the medical domain today came out of the Apollo 11 program. In fact, the entire semiconductor industry kind of really got its footing because of the Apollo 11 program. They bought 70% of the chips at a point in time during the 1960s, right? So there will be those outcomes, and so it will pay back for itself many times over. But beyond that, I think it would be a very sad future if humans don't have a presence on the moon or Mars and on space stations. And I think the world is thankfully moving in the direction where there will be a lot more of that. And India as a player that wants to be one of the leading geopolitical players globally, hopefully the leading economy of the country, of the world by 2100, we need to be thinking about these things already.
Thank you, thank you. That's a great place to end this part of the conversation. I do want to open it up now. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and I'll point to you. And yeah, the gentleman there in black, can we have a mic? Please introduce yourself in one line and tell us who you're directing your question to.
Hi, I am Bodhan Lahiri. I have this question. It's for Dr. Somnath or Aves, whoever can pick it up. So this entire session was very informative. Thanks for all the information shared. Now the thing is, what you have been speaking is all about launches, which adds to more business, yeah, for various reasons. But now there's a lot of space junk. And space observers keep complaining that the chain of satellites like Starlink and other companies coming up, it's becoming difficult to have a clear image of sometimes some distance space objects. So is there a plan in India or something which you are aware of, which is planning to take care of the space junk? Because there's a lot of things floating on space.
You want to start?
No, I think all of us understand what is space junk. Both functional and non-functional spacecrafts and debris that comes out of various activities in space, launchers and satellite leftovers. Possibly you know that the number of satellites functional could be 20,000, 25,000 of them, but debris which have significant impact are in lakhs. Even then, collisions are not very frequent. The space is so vast and it is at different layers, and possibility of something meeting something else is a probabilistic in nature. Of course, they can collide and create havoc if they actually collide. So what we do is to track them and then create catalogs, and these catalogs are run over computer simulations every day, and predictions are made, and if you end up with a potential collision possibility, corrections are done. It's a continuous and automated process today in most of the operating satellite people. So we avoid this type of issues. Maybe this must be valid for another few thousands of satellites, but then there will be a time in which it is beyond control. I am fully okay with you, and humanity realizes it. And because of that, there are forums where we discuss this. There is something called International Debris Coordination Forum, which brings guidelines on how to remove space junks. You use the terminology you call junks, space debris, deorbiting guidelines, guidelines for creation of finer debris, sharing information between one agency to another, observational standards. A lot of things are happening. So there are guidelines today that any satellite that you put anywhere, you need to give commitment that you cannot keep beyond a point. You need to deorbit after some time. These are mandatory things today. Second, you cannot allow a satellite to create a conditions of explosion. You need to have protections in it. Equally important is there are business cases evolving out of this, because deorbiting junks become a business case now. When you have too much of vehicles on the road, you need to put traffic regulators. Exactly like that. Then when this becomes a serious issue, you will see a regulator coming. You will also see traffic lights in the space. You will also have guidelines to control all of this. All this has started to come into place now, and I am sure this will become an regulated regime soon. But the only issue today is regulated across nations. When you start regulating many nations together, it's not easily enforceable. No law is enforceable across the globe. It is only goodwill that works. So in such scenarios, even bodies like United Nations or anybody will not be able to implement these laws, enforce these laws. This is a huge challenge, but these are handled through global bodies. How you create a forum where you negotiate and find out settlements, because every step has its economic impact. Nobody wants to do this because it costs you doing it. So it's a tough thing, but then there are people working, and we are very sensitive about it, and there are things happening in the background. Possibly I can't explain all of this because of the tech elements which are involved.
Yeah, Aves? I think not much to add, except every new satellite that is launched has to prove that it won't be that won't end up there as space debris. So there's problems in certain orbits. But it is not being exacerbated by new launches, because every new satellite has the capability to deorbit itself at the end of life. In terms of astronomy being affected from Earth, yes, I think that's a little bit of a cost of progress in a sense, but ideally in a few years we will build telescopes in space and on the moon,
Now
which will be even
AI
better.
is solving it. Now even the images, there are technologies to remove those satellites in the image. AI can come in and remove those specks from the image and give you a clean image. There are technologies today.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, the short answer is yes, there are capabilities being developed to track and also to potentially remove them. I'll say that one of the problems with removal is, one is who pays for it, as Dr. Somnath alluded, and the second is this has to be conducted with a great deal of transparency, because something that removes debris from space is also a very good anti-satellite weapon. All right, can we have? Thank you. Another question? Any other hands up here? Over here. In the front. I think this will have to be our last question. We're pretty much out of time. In the front.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Somnath, and hello, Awais. So I come from the shipping industry, basically terminals. So I had a question. How is satellite data used for detecting oil spills and hazardous vessel discharges along shipping lanes?
Yeah, so I think oil spills leaves certain residue on the surface of water. Like with hyperspectral, it's actually a good use case because the spectral signature of oil is different from the spectral signature of just water. And whenever we take an image of wherever an oil rig is, if we see residues of spectral signatures of oil, we know that there's an oil spill, and it can be alerted to the relevant company. Or if something like BP Horizon well happens, we can also give an estimation of how much it actually is and what is the rate of it, etc. So that's one. For shipping, the data set that is traditionally used by the commercial shipping industry is the AIS, Automatic Identification System. There are specific satellites with AIS receivers because every ship has to be always transmitting AIS data. So you can keep a track of where the ships are going. And now sometimes there are dark ships or pirate ships or whatever you call them, which don't use AIS transcription, for which you have satellites called LINT or RFINT satellites, radio frequency intelligence or electronic intelligence, where you can still detect and receive what radio signals might be being used, because every boat has to be communicating with something at some point. So that's the answer to that.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Somnath, anything to add?
No, nothing. I think you always has talked everything as far as that question is concerned.
All right. I'm afraid we're completely out of time, so we'll have to stop there. If you have questions, maybe we can have them discuss them offline later. Thank you so much to both of our panelists. This has been an excellent discussion. I hope if you haven't been interested in the space sector in the past, you might get a little more interested now. This is one of the most exciting things that's actually happening in India. So thank you all again, and thank you to our panelists.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I'm sorry. If I could request you to add to your steps and make your way back, please, to the stage, because I'd like to invite Mr. Vineet Kumar to join us and present to you for a memento for that very invigorating conversation. Thank you so much for enlightening all of us. Sir, if I could request you to do the honors. May we please have the mementos to present? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for that conversation. What incredible energy. I mean, it's filling up now. I'm sure a lot of you have spent time in the nostalgic tunes. It's great to see all of you come in to celebrate this moment, Vivriti Next GameChangers 5.0. We're living in a time which is that of rapid transformation, and at Vivriti, we've never been content at just keeping the pace. What is the vision behind Vivriti Next? And to reflect on this group's incredible progress, the bold way forward, we will have a presentation. Before that, if I could help, if you could help me by directing your eyes towards the screen, we will have an AV that explains it better.
It all began with an idea to fuel businesses with the capital to move, to scale. They soared to new heights. Their impact amplified, reaching new industries, sectors, people. Economies grew stronger. But growth brings new challenges. And the needs of businesses keep evolving beyond capital, beyond any one solution. So we are evolving with them, diversifying, innovating, connecting the pieces, reimagining an ecosystem where everything works as one. Powering the new era of ambition, ready for change, ready for what comes next. Vivriti Next.
A huge congratulations on this bold next step. I'd like to re-invite Mr. Vineet Sukumar to share a few words on the journey. Sir, if you could rejoin us, please.
Thank you. And good evening, everyone, including everyone at the back who just don't want to settle down. Dr. Nageshwaran, thank you very much for giving us such a clear-eyed view of where our economy stands. And Dr. Somnath, Awais, Aditya, it was absolutely awesome to hear you talk about India's space story told through the lens of ambition and grit. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this has been the absolute perfect warm-up for what lies next. I'm aware that I'm standing ahead of an absolutely blockbuster session coming up, so I'll try to be brief and as interesting as I can be. Now we're here because this room, more than any other room that I've ever been part of, stands for something that I care about very, very deeply, which is entrepreneurship. My own first job was with the Tata Group, and I remember something that Mr. Tata said. He said, I don't believe in taking the right decisions. I believe in taking decisions and making them the right one. I'm sure many in this room will agree with this sentiment. So with this theme, let's have a little bit of fun. I'm going to describe three founders from three absolutely different walks of life and different continents. Each of them faced odds that were backbreaking, but they made it. They made it, and they made tremendous enterprises that are there around us today. Shoot out the name if you know it. Shout out the name if you know it. The first one. He opened a single 5 and dime store in a small Arkansas town, obsessed over competitors' pricing on his own road trips, built a chain that briefly made him the richest man in America, and the firm itself is today at $800 billion of market capitalization. I think someone said the answer already. Anyone else? Walmart it is. Sam Walton, founder of Walmart. The next one. Rejected from over 30 job applications, including one at KFC. Failed his college entrance exam twice and was turned down by Harvard 10 times. He went on to found one of the most valuable commerce-oriented companies in the world. Anyone? Not difficult? No, sorry, it's not Amazon, but it is Jack Ma of Alibaba, today a $300 billion enterprise. The last one, possibly a little more difficult. He fought a 5-year legal battle against his own government just to get a license to operate, was briefly jailed for his defiance, and built his business from a garage, before creating a telecom and fintech group spanning dozens of countries and later joining the boards of Netflix and Unilever. Not easy. The enterprise itself today is worth around $40 billion in market capitalization. Anybody would like to hazard a guess? Okay. Anyone else? This is Strive Masiyiwa, the founder of Econet Wireless of Zimbabwe. Like I said, a difficult one, but something that came from a continent that we know so little about, and I had to bring it up to all of you. So 3 continents, 3 journeys that looked impossible at this time. This is a real picture of entrepreneurship. The founder building a new reality and thus creating paths for many other founders to follow, developing technologies, building rails, attracting new sources of capital. That is what this event and this room is all about today. Now a little bit about how Vivriti looks like. And I will keep this as brief as I can because all of you guys know as well. But we are in our 10th year of the Vivriti group, a period where we have stayed focused on exactly one goal. We think, and this term missing middle is oft used, oft abused, but I would like to explain what I mean by missing middle, which is basically a segment that sits between the MSME that is entitled to priority sector financing from the market and between the large corporate that today gets access to highly liquid debt markets across the country. This is a segment we call mid-corporates. We think this is a segment that today is anywhere between 15 to 20,000 companies across the country. And that's a segment that we are proud to be associated with. We have funded till date around 600 of them. We have funded 600 corporates alongside 1,200 vendors and dealers of those corporates, directly and indirectly influenced and affected 4.8 million individuals across the country. This has added up in the last few years to $9 billion of capital that has found its way across the country to these companies, to entrepreneurs who build, employ, and take risk. Strong intent and great execution makes for a good business. And it's no surprise to us that Vivriti Group today from 2021 to 2026 has grown profits at a compounded annual growth rate of 62% between 2021 to 2026. We think we have barely scratched the surface, and we took a pivot in the beginning of the year to create something called Vivriti Next. Many of you, as you entered the room today, asked me, what is Vivriti Next? This is not a company we've heard about. For 9 years, we have spoken to you through 2 companies, Vivriti Capital, an NBFC that provides credit, Vivriti Asset Management, a private credit asset manager. Today, these 2 have converged under a common holding and operating company, that's Vivriti Next, which has broadened what Vivriti can be through new capabilities and through new offerings, which are first, advisory across growth, capital raising, risk, ratings, and sustainability. Number two, capital markets, helping our clients, helping our entrepreneurs raise capital through distributing the debt to a much wider and deeper and more liquid pools of capital. And finally, asset solutions, helping our clients by purchasing the assets you need and leasing them to you, enabling you to run a much tighter ship, an asset-light ship, a lower leverage ship. So advisory, capital markets, asset solutions, these are the capabilities we have launched today. But Vivriti Next represents a platform where many, many more such capabilities will get launched over time. So please watch the space. Same mission, a wider set of tools to achieve it. None of this could have been possible without the support of everybody here. So we're eternally thankful for many, many, many of you to have reposed your trust in us when we were much lesser than the numbers that I showed you. I think JP Morgan put it best when he asked about what mattered most in building partnerships. The first thing he said is character. A man I do not trust could not get money from me for all the bonds of Christendom. And that's why this is your story, ladies and gentlemen, as much as it is ours. I hope we've done our bit to reciprocate the trust that you've laid in us. Let me close with a few words on where we stand as a country right now. These are by all measures difficult times. Dr. Nageshwaran laid out very clearly why he thinks India stands at a cusp of very difficult times. Having said that, equally he believed that if some things go well, nothing can stand in the way of us growing at 7%. Those are the words he used. And there is evidence. These are unusually interesting times. Three numbers: $4.9 billion, MUFG's investment in Shriram. $1.9 billion, Bank of America into Geo Credit. $1.1 billion, the offer for sale for SBI Asset Management Company. Three numbers that tells you that even in difficult times, organizations that have scaled in India have built tremendous value for our ecosystem. So yes, Winston Churchill said, success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is a courage to continue that counts. With that, I conclude, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you a great evening, and especially, I think you'll love what comes next. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our next session, we all know who it is. I know you're very excited. Lekin aap sab jante hain that Virender Sehwag also has a school, and unhone humse bola hai ki agar piche wale bacche nahi baithenge, we will not start the session. So can I please request you to come forward and take some seats, please, what is available with your friends, and we'll get it started. I mean, you know what this is about. Game changers. What are game changers? Game changers are people who just don't play by the rules, who take the risk when everyone wants to play it safe. And you think about those moments that defined us as Indians when it comes to the cricket context. Kapil Dev lifted that trophy and we said, wow, we can call ourselves world champions. Saurav Ganguly had that iconic celebration at the home of cricket and he said, wow, we know how to fight back. We know how to stand up for ourselves. In that pursuit of excellence, Virat Kohli scaled a summit that I still don't think we have seen that peak yet. Harmanpreet Kaur took that catch that ignited nations and generations that will come. Now 14-year-old Vaibhav Suryavanshi lifted his bat after scoring an IPL century and made all of us recalibrate just what is possible. You know, the same feeling we got when we saw Virupaji against fearsome fast bowling, just dispatching it with utter disdain, with a smile and a song on his lips. I know I've said before, let's not talk about the numbers. I don't need to, because I'm pretty sure more than half of you know all the numbers when it comes to Virender Sehwag. But let's just remember the moments. When we saw him with that swagger, with that aura, that personality, we felt confident. We felt the attitude. We felt the confidence. And now when you meet him, if you're lucky enough to do so, which you will today, you'll say, "Arey yaar, he's so warm. He's so inviting. He's so funny." Unless you're a fast bowler, then sorry, no room for you here. I cannot think of a better person to lead this conversation than someone who has redefined the way that we consume cricket. The face and the voice that once chased this dream job and now has inspired thousands of dreams. That enthusiasm, that passion was unmatched when he called one of India's most pivotal moments in our T20 World Cup win all the way in Barbados. And I'm proud to say, when we talk about journeys, someone who stood shoulder to shoulder with me when we have covered Indian cricket's biggest and toughest moments for the past 2 decades. The incredible, the iconic Virendra Sehwag, with the best in the business, Jatin Sapro.
Quick correction, Mayanti. This is the best in the business. Mayanti Langar, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, after 18 years of knowing her, at least an event got her to say something nice about me. Thanks, Mayanti. I love you too. Mr. Sehwag, Nawab Saab, kidhar hai? I think तालियों से मजा नहीं आया सर को. I mean, you gotta give him the feel. He's used to it. He's deserved it. Come on, some hooting and all of that, or is it too senior a leadership to do that? Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the one and only, the one of a kind, Virendra Sehwag. I know, Virupa, आप जब मुंबई आए हो, आपको वानखेड़े की आदत लग गई है. पर ये हॉल बहुत बड़ा है, आवाज उतनी बजा रहे. कौन बजा रहा है सीटी? वो सीटी लेके आए हो? ये चिन्ने वालों ने नहीं स्पॉन्सर किया इवेंट. हाँ, विसल पोड़ू. बट विरूपा, प्लीज टेक योर सीट. सो नाइस टू हैव यू. गुड इवनिंग. कैसे हो आप?
थैंक यू जतिन. थैंक यू. गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है यहाँ आकर. आदत है, जब हम स्टेडियम में घुसते हैं तो शोर की तो आदत है, तो वो तो इन्होंने दिखाई दिया कि हाँ भाई यहाँ भी उतना ही शोर है जितना स्टेडियम में होता है. तो बड़ा मजा, होप कि इन लोगों को बड़ा मजा आएगा. आज कुछ कहानियां ऐसी सुनाएंगे जो ये शायद इन्होंने सुनी ना हो.
आप अगर स्ट्राइक पे होंगे तो मजा तो आएगा. ये तो हमारा सौभाग्य है कि नॉन स्ट्राइक एरेंट पे हम बैठे हैं. But you know, I was thinking when I was getting in that, and we've done this before, we worked together for so many years. When you speak to some about Virendra Sehwag, अब हम commentary करते हैं. The most overused term is fearless, intent, because risk taking is celebrated today. लेकिन almost a quarter of a century ago. I'm not making you feel old, but that's another way of saying.
I'm old now. I have no ability to take risk. Because when I was playing for India, I was taking risk, but now I'm very, very, very mature now.
Is it?
Yes.
No.
हाँ, सिर्फ रिस्क लेते थे खेलते वक्त. ना गाड़ी चलाते वक्त कभी रिस्क लिया. पैसा तो कभी देखा ही नहीं मैंने कि मैंने पैसा अपना देखा हो कभी, क्योंकि मेरा भाई कभी बीवी वो इन्वेस्ट करते थे, तो पता नहीं वो कितना रिस्क लेते नहीं लेते थे. तो मैंने अभी कुछ टाइम पहले ही 2021 से 22 से अपना पैसा इन्वेस्ट करना शुरू किया. अभी थोड़ा वो रिस्क वापस आदत पड़ी रिस्क लेने की. शेयर मार्केट में लगाओ, AIF में लगाओ, PMS में लगाओ, वो भी जहां पर लॉक इन पीरियड ना हो.
A lot of people sitting there are saying कि कंपटीशन आ गया भाई.
नहीं, कुछ पैसा तो इन्हीं के पास भी है.
कुछ पैसा इनके पास है, कुछ इधर आने दो. But let me take you back. You know, my fundamental question is, क्या risk takers personality, is it something that you're born with, or is this something that you can work on and become a risk taker, or is it something जो बस है DNA में है कि हम तो ऐसे ही जीते हैं?
नहीं, डिपेंड करता है कि आपका बचपन कैसा बीता है. क्योंकि रिस्क टेकिंग एबिलिटी ऐसा नहीं है कि आज आपके अंदर आ जाएगी और आप रिस्क टेकर बन जाओगे. बचपन से ही जब हम लोग खेलते थे तो मैं बहुत 4 ओवर 5 ओवर की टेनिस बॉल क्रिकेट खेलता था। अब 5 ओवर के मैच में अगर आपको 70 रन चेज करने तो आपको रिस्क लेना ही पड़ेगा। 30 बॉल में 70 रन जो आज ये लोग सोच रहे हैं लास्ट के 5 ओवरों में 70 रन बनाने, वो चेज हो रहे हैं, तो वो जब तक आप खुद करोगे नहीं, किया नहीं होगा, तब तक वो होंगे नहीं इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे या आईपीएल पे। तो मैं वो 5 ओवर के मैच दिन में 3-4 खेलता था शाम को और 70 रन चेज करता था कि 5 बॉल में मैंने चौके छक्के लगाने, छठी पे सिंगल लेना ताकि अगले ओवर में स्ट्राइक मेरे पास रहे। क्योंकि वो टीम भी 4-5 प्लेयर की होती है, ऐसे नहीं होता 11-11 प्लेयर खेलते थे। तो 4 प्लेयर आपको पता है आप ही सबसे अच्छे हो, तो आपको स्ट्राइक अपने पास रखनी पड़ेगी। तो मेरे हिसाब से मुझे लगता है कि आप रिस्क टेकिंग एबिलिटी आप बना नहीं सकते। तो आप पैदा ही होते हो या आप बचपन से ही कुछ कर रहे हो तो रिस्क लेने वाला काम। जैसे अगर आप बाग में जाते हो आम तोड़ने, पकड़े गए तो रिस्क है, तो वैसा ही क्रिकेट में भी है। रिस्क आपको बचपन से ही आना चाहिए, रिस्क लेना कि कहां आपको चौका मारना, कहां छक्का मारना। मैं हमेशा एक बात कहता था बच्चों को कि जो क्रिकेट में सबसे बड़ा गैप होता है वो फील्डर के सर के और आसमान के बीच में होता है। तो अगर आप उस गैप में मार रहे हो रेगुलरली तो आप आउट होने के चांस कम है। आपका रिस्क है लेकिन आप रन ज्यादा बना के जाओगे, जो आजकल वैभव सूर्यवंशी कर रहा है। तो वो नीचे कम और हवा में ज्यादा मार रहा है लेकिन सक्सेसफुल हो रहा है, तो वो उसकी रिस्क लेने की एबिलिटी है। तो वो आपके अंदर होती है बचपन से ही, तभी आप रिस्क ले सकते हो। द्रविड़ के पास नहीं थी, गांगुली के पास नहीं थी, इवन और दिग्गज खिलाड़ी हुए इंडिया के, सुनील गावस्कर जी, उनके पास नहीं थी। तो वो जो आए हैं उनके पास थी, तभी वो इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में आके सक्सेसफुल हुए हैं, वो रिस्क टेकिंग एबिलिटी के कारण।
अगर आपको कोई ऑप्शन दे कि वो जमाना छोड़िए अब खेलिए, बट यू थिंक दिस इज अ बेटर टाइम?
मैं तो उस जमाने में ये क्रिकेट जो वो खेल रहा था और सब मुझे पागल कहते थे कि मुझे आदत, दादा आते थे मेरे पास, दादा कहते थे यार भाई तूने 2 चौके मार लिए और मैं बस कर, अब तीसरा मत मार। मैं तीसरा भी मारता था, कह रहा है बस कर, 3 ओवर के रन आ गए। फिर चौथा भी मारता था, कह रहा है 4, 5वां मारता था, कह रहा तू मुझे सुन भी रहा है कि नहीं। तो कप्तान आकर आपको ये बोल रहा है कि भाई 2 चौके लगे, आराम से खेले। तो मैं उस टाइम में वो 1 ओवर में 4 चौके या 15 रन 20 रन। मुझे एक मैच याद आता है मेरा, हम लोग वेस्ट इंडीज में खेल रहे थे, ड्वेन ब्रावो बॉलिंग करने आए उस समय। टेस्ट मैच में पहले ओवर में उनके 1 छक्का 1 चौका, लगभग 15 रन दिए उन्होंने, और ब्रायन लारा खड़ा था, कह रहा दिस इज नॉट T20 मेट। मैंने कहा फॉर मी दिस बॉलर इज लाइक T20 बॉलर, सो आई कांट प्ले टेस्ट क्रिकेट अगेंस्ट ड्वेन ब्रावो बिकॉज हिज पेस वाज नॉट दैट ग्रेट। ब्रायन लारा भी हंसने लग गया। तो उस मैच में मैंने शायद 99 रन बनाए लंच से पहले, और उसने 2 ही ओवर डाले लंच तक ड्वेन ब्रावो ने, तो टोटल उसने 22-25 रन दिए उन 2 ओवरों में। तो वो मुझे पता था कि ये बॉलर स्लो है, मुझे बाउंसर पे आउट नहीं कर सकता, आउट स्विंग इसका हो नहीं रहा, बॉल सीधी है, पेस है नहीं। तो वो रिस्क मैं कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क लेता था, तो वो मजा आता था उस समय वो कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क लेंगे। जैसे आज कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क लेता हूं कि कौन से शेयर में लगाना है या कौन से PMS और AIF में लगाना है। अगर पैसा बढ़ाना तो अच्छा पकड़ना पड़ेगा फंड मैनेजर।
विवृति ने भी बड़ा कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क लिया है, ओपनर को आज फिनिशर बना दिया है यहाँ पे कि पहले सारे सेशन कर लेते हैं फिर वीरेंद्र सहवाग को लेके आएंगे। वेल डन गाइस। आई एम नॉट, मतलब नवाब साहब ने वेट भी करी है बड़ी, बट ही इज ओके हैप्पी। हम बड़ी आगे निकल गए। आई जस्ट वांट टू टेक यू बैक, राइट, बिकॉज वी वांट टू गो स्टेप बाय स्टेप, बिकॉज हम, एंड आई डोंट स्पीक फॉर एवरीवन, बट व्हेन वी ग्रो अप वी हैव ऑलवेज सीन दैट आप सचिन तेंदुलकर, बहुत बड़े नाम, दिग्गज नाम, सबसे बड़े नाम, यू लुक्ड अप टू हिम। मे बी अ लॉट ऑफ अस अगर वो कुछ बोलेंगे वो सर आंखों पे, अगर आप ना भी माने। With Virendra Sehwag, one thing the world has always had it, जो आप देखते हो वो आप बोलते हो। ये आदत कहां से डली? वीरेंद्र सहवाग ग्रोइंग अप, प्लीज टेल मी, ये कहां से एकदम जो है वो है? अब वो चाहे द ग्रेट सचिन तेंदुलकर के सामने बोला हो, अपने घर वालों के सामने बोला हो, अपने DNA के बारे में बताओ थोड़ा सा।
यार मेरे बचपन से जब मैं बड़ा हो रहा था तो मैं एक ही चीज में भरोसा रखता था कि सच ना बदलता नहीं है। तो अगर मैंने आपको एक बात बोली है और वो सच्ची है तो मुझे दोबारा सोचने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी कि मैंने आपको क्या बोला था। तो झूठ बोलने की आदत नहीं थी, तो इसलिए जो दिल में आता, जो दिखता था वो बोल देता था। बट ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं पहले से ऐसा था। जब मैं इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में आया 99 में मेरा डेब्यू, और उसके बाद 2001 से मैं रेगुलर खेलने लगा, तो मुझे भी 1 साल लगा सचिन तेंदुलकर के सामने जवाब देने में या बात करने में। हालांकि वो बहुत मुझे समझाते थे, लेकिन मुझे पता था कि जो वो समझा रहे हैं सिर्फ वो कर सकते, मैं नहीं कर सकता। तो मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि सुनो सबकी लेकिन करो अपनी, क्योंकि आपको 10 लोग एडवाइस देंगे, लेकिन उन 10 में से एक एडवाइस आपके लिए ठीक है, बट वो आपको खुद पता होनी चाहिए कि ये एडवाइस मेरे लिए ठीक है कि नहीं है। तो इसलिए मुझे बहुत बोलते थे, तो मैं आधी बार तो उनकी गर्दन हिला के, अब उनको कुछ बोल नहीं सकते क्योंकि मैं नया नया था, तो गर्दन हिला के आगे चल पड़ता था। तो मैं उन्होंने एक दो बारी 220 230 रन चेज नहीं हो रहे थे उस टाइम पे 2001 में। तो मैं नया नया टीम में आया था, तो मैंने उनको बोला, मैं क्या यार आप लोगों से 250 रन 220 रन चेज नहीं हो रहे। तो उन्होंने कहा तू आ गया अब तो तू देखते हैं कितने गिराएगा। तो हम श्रीलंका में खेल रहे थे तो हमसे 230 चेज नहीं हुई, मैं भी था उस मैच और मैं आउट हो गया। कह रहा हाँ भाई क्या हुआ? मैं कहा नहीं वो टेनिस बॉल आसान है, ये मुश्किल है यहाँ 230 रन चेज करना। तो ऐसी बातें मैं उनके साथ करता था, लेकिन धीरे धीरे जब मैं सेटल हुआ तो 230 का 250 300 हम लोग चेज करने लगे और हम लोग 400 भी बनाने लग गए। तो उनको भी कॉन्फिडेंस आया। तो जब आप सचिन तेंदुलकर के साथ ऐसी ब्रेकफास्ट खा रहे हो, लंच खा रहे हो, डिनर खा रहे हो, तो आप इतना तो खुल जाते हो कि उनको बोल सकते हो। एक किस्सा मुझे याद आता है कि मैं जल्दी आउट होके आया, तो मेरे बाद राहुल द्रविड़ गए और उधर शायद आकाश चोपड़ा थे दूसरे एंड पे, तो दोनों खेल रहे थे। फुल टॉस बॉल भी डॉट, ओवर पिच बॉल भी डॉट। तो मैं बोल रहा था यार चौका मिस हो गया, छक्का मिस हो गया। अब तेंदुलकर मेरे बगल में बैठे हैं, कह रहा चुप हो जा। मैंने कहा बट ये तो मिस चौके मिस कर रहे हैं, छक्के मिस कर रहे हैं। तो उठ के गए ड्रेसिंग रूम के अंदर से ना केला ला के मुझे फेंका। तो मैंने कहा मैंने तो अभी ब्रेकफास्ट किया था, मैं ज्यादा देर भी लगाई नहीं। कह रहा नहीं खा ले केला, जब तक केला खाएगा चुप तो रहेगा। तो मुझे चुप कराने का वो तरीका वो ढूंढते थे कि मैं कैसे चुप रह सकता हूँ। तो ये उनके साथ मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा सचिन तेंदुलकर के साथ, क्योंकि हर बार उनकी एडवाइस सही भी नहीं होती थी मेरे लिए, क्योंकि उनको जो दिखता था वो ये कहते थे कि ये बॉलर आउटस्विंग डाल रहा है, तो वो प्रॉपर सीम बताते थे कि सीम ऐसे आ रही है, ये बाहर जाएगी। हमें वो सीम नहीं दिखती थी, हमें उसके हाथ से नहीं पता चलता था कि ये कितनी आउटस्विंग डालेगा कितनी, बट उनको दिखता था, उनको पता होती थी। उनकी हर बात भी नहीं मान सकते क्योंकि वो अपने हिसाब से बताते थे, तो वो बड़ा मुश्किल था। तो इसलिए उनकी एडवाइस कभी सुनी कभी नहीं सुनी, तो फायदा मिला मुझे। अगर सारी उनकी एडवाइस सुनता तो शायद मैं आउट भी हो जाता कई बार। तो वो तभी आया जब मैंने उनके साथ काफी टाइम बिताया। तो एक टाइम पे मैं उनका बड़ी था, सब कुछ उनके साथ करता था, जिम उनके साथ करता था, रनिंग उनके साथ करता था, ब्रेकफास्ट लंच डिनर उनके साथ करता था। इवन मुझे याद है कि मेरे को गाने सुनने का शौक था, तो उन्होंने किशोर कुमार की एक सीडी दी मुझे, जिसमें किशोर कुमार के ओल्ड पुराने बहुत सॉन्ग थे जो मुझे सुनने में बड़े मजे आते थे। तो वो ख्याल भी रखते थे। तो शायद आज की डेट में आपको वो देखने को ना मिले, वो जुगलबंदी है, वो यारी इस इंडियन टीम में, बट हमारे टाइम में बहुत थी।
जब पहली बार आप बैटिंग करने गए थे ब्लूमफोंटेन 6 पे जब आप खेले थे, तो वही थे नॉन स्ट्राइक एंड पे,
बिल्कुल
आप दोनों ने 100 बनाए थे। सो नाउ वी जस्ट ट्राइंग टू टेक यू बैक, राइट? अभी वीरेंद्र सहवाग हैज कम, ही इज वॉकिंग आउट टू बैट, इट्स योर टेस्ट डेब्यू, सचिन तेंदुलकर इज एट द अदर एंड। वर यू नर्वस? हैव यू एवर बीन नर्वस बाहर जाते हुए?
ऑफ कोर्स।
एंड जब आप गए, डू यू रिमेंबर, डज इट स्टिल कम बैक टू यू दैट मोमेंट? पहले 10-15 मिनट कैसे थे उनके साथ पहली बार बैटिंग करना?
आई थिंक मेरी, अगर आप पूछो तो फेवरेट इनिंग्स कौन सी होगी, मैंने इतने सारे 2300 बनाए, तो वो मेरी सबसे फेवरेट इनिंग है। तो आज भी मुझे याद है कि जब मैं वॉक कर रहा था तो 60 पे 4 आउट थे हम, 64 थे। तो मैं अंदर गया तो मुझसे पूछ रहे थे कि पेट में गुदगुदियां हो रही हैं। मैंने कहा आपको कैसे पता? कह रहे सबके होती हैं। जब मैं खेला था पहली बार पाकिस्तान में तो मुझे भी हो रही थी। तो मैंने कहा अच्छा, मैंने कहा बट ये निकलेंगे कैसे? कह रहे चिंता मत कर, 5-6 बॉलें खेलेगा, बैट पे लगेगी, एक चौका लगेगा, तब नर्व्स सेटल हो जाएंगी। और वैसा हुआ, मैंने एक चौका लगाया जैक कैलिस को पहले, और उसके बाद धीरे धीरे मेरी नर्व सेटल होने लगी। अब वो मुझे बता रहे हैं कि तेरे को बाउंसर मारेंगे तो ऊपर अपर कट मार सकता है आराम से। तो मैंने कहा यार मैंने लाइफ में कभी शॉट नहीं खेला। कह रहा ट्राई कर सकता है। सोचो टेस्ट मैच में मेरा डेब्यू है और वो मुझे कह रहे हैं कि मैं अपर कट मार दूं स्लिप के ऊपर से, क्योंकि वो मार रहे थे, वो खुद मार रहे थे, 155 रन बनाए। तो मुझे लगा चल मैं एक अपर कट मारने का, बॉल इतनी बाउंस हुई, मुश्किल से बैट पे लग के स्लिप के ऊपर से चौका हुआ। तो मैंने कहा ये एडवाइस मेरे लिए सही नहीं है। उसके बाद मैंने उनको अपने पूरे 100 बनाने तक एक भी अपर कट नहीं मारा। तो ये रियलाइज होना बहुत जरूरी है कि वो जो एडवाइस आपको दे रहा है वो आपके लिए सही है या नहीं। तो मुझे बहुत जल्दी रियलाइज हो जाता है कि ये एडवाइस मेरे लिए सही है नहीं। फिर धीरे धीरे बैटिंग करते रहे। तो मैंने कहा कि जैसे स्पिनर आएंगे तो आपको मुझे स्ट्राइक देनी है, बट उन्होंने 155 रन बनाए, एक ओवर भी स्पिनर ने नहीं डाला तब तक। तो जब मैं पहुंचा 70-80 के पास, तब दीप दास गुप्ता मेरे साथ बैटिंग कर रहे थे। तो दीप दास गुप्ता निक्की बोयो को ना ऐसे फॉरवर्ड डिफेंस करे जा रहे, एक ओवर पूरा मैडन। मैंने कहा गुप्ता जी 2 ओवर पड़े हैं, अगर ये चला गया सूखा सूखा ना तो मेरा 100 नहीं होगा। तो कह रहा, मैंने कहा स्पिनर को मुझे स्ट्राइक दे। तो निक्की बॉय को अगले ओवर में स्ट्राइक ली, 2 चौके एक छक्का लगाया और मैं अपने 100 के पास पहुंचा। तो 79th ओवर में मैंने अपना 100 बनाया, लॉन्च क्लोजर को बैकफुट पंच मार के, और जैसे ही नई बॉल आई और मैं आउट हो गया 104-5। तो मुझे पता था कि नई बॉल वहां खेलना आसान नहीं है, तो इसलिए मैंने कोशिश की कि नई बॉल के आने से पहले मैं अपना शतक बनाऊं। तो वो इनिंग आज भी मुझे पूरी याद है। अगर मैं तेंदुलकर की एडवाइस ज्यादा मानता उस मैच में तो शायद मैं 100 भी ना बना पाता।
आपके अपर कट और पाकिस्तान की जो थोड़ी चर्चा की, लेके चलेंगे आपको सेंचुरियन भी। पीपल रिमेंबर 2003 सेंचुरियन? या ये दिल से आई है बात सर, आगे बैठ के. हाँ, what an evening it was for all us cricket fans. But let me just ask you, why did you decide to play this way in Test cricket? Was it something that you consciously had planned कि ये फॉर्मेट तो मैं ऐसे खेलूंगा?
नहीं, मतलब मेरे शुरुआती अगर सेंचुरीज देखे तो ऐसे नहीं था कि वो फास्ट थे, एग्रेसिव थे. हाँ, मतलब अगर मेरे 3 महारथी की बात करें, द्रविड़, तेंदुलकर और गांगुली, उनसे काफी फास्ट थे, क्योंकि वो तीनों महारथी 200 बॉल लेते थे, शोर 150 200 बॉल लेते थे 100 रन बनाने में. अब मैंने 100 बनाया, तेंदुलकर ने भी 100 बनाया, तो हेडलाइन तेंदुलकर की आती थी. तो मैंने 100 बनाया, द्रविड़ ने बनाया तो द्रविड़ की हेडलाइन आती थी. दादा के साथ बनाया तो दादा की. मैंने कहा मेरी हेडलाइन कम आएगी. मेरे बीच में एक छोटा सा लिखा होता था, सहवाग ऑल्सो स्कोर 100. तो अब उस हेडलाइन को लाने के लिए मुझे लगा कि शायद मुझे कुछ अलग करना पड़ेगा. तो शायद फिर मैंने वो थोड़ी तेज क्रिकेट या अग्रेसिव क्रिकेट, टेस्ट क्रिकेट में खेलनी शुरू करी, क्योंकि मेरी स्ट्रैटेजी थी, मेरी प्लानिंग थी. आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी कभी काम कर सकती है, कभी नहीं कर सकती, बट आपको खुद पे भरोसा हो तो शायद ज्यादा काम करती है आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी. तो मैं उस स्ट्रैटेजी से उतरा कि नहीं, मैं तेज खेलना स्टार्ट करता हूँ टेस्ट क्रिकेट में, तो शायद मेरा भी नाम हो. तो मेलबर्न में मैंने 195 रन बनाए. टी से पहले मैं आउट हो गया और 5 रन रह गए मेरे डबल सेंचुरी बनने में. तो वो तब मेरी हेडलाइन आई उस दिन. तो मुझे याद है कि उस दिन जब मैं प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करने गया तो एक रिपोर्टर ने पूछा कि आपने माइलस्टोन मिस कर दिया, डबल 100 नहीं बनाया. तो मैंने बोला कि 195 भी तो माइलस्टोन है, वो भी तो किसी ने नहीं बनाया मेलबर्न में एक दिन में उस टाइम पे. तो मैं 195 सेलिब्रेट करूं या मैं डबल 100 का गम मनाऊं? तो मेरे लिए 195 भी सेलिब्रेशन था. तो हम लोग, मेरा सोचना डिफरेंट है, मैं थोड़ा हटके सोचता हूं कि सब लोग सोचते हैं यार नहीं 100, डबल 100, ट्रिपल 100 ये माइलस्टोन है. बट जो आपने बना दिया वो माइलस्टोन है, क्योंकि मैं तो 0 पे गया हूं. अगर वापस 1, 10, 15, 20, 100 पे आया हूं तो वो तो मेरे लिए माइलस्टोन ही हो गया, क्योंकि टेस्ट क्रिकेट में आसान नहीं है रन बनाना. तो मैं हमेशा उस माइंड के साथ जाता था, जितने बने उतने में खुश रहो.
पर ये जो सोच है, यू नो, टू एवरीवन टू ईच देयर ओन. किसी के लिए जो रिस्क है, किसी के लिए वो रेकलेस हो सकता है. एंड नाउ क्रिकेट इज अ स्पोर्ट वेयर ऑब्वियसली देयर इज द कैप्टन, बट देयर इज आल्सो द कोच. एंड द कोच कुड हैव राइट इन हिज नेम, बट ही माइट थिंक दैट यू आर डूइंग समथिंग रॉन्ग. And you realize this in the NatWest Trophy. But to me, when you tell the story, I mean, there is a great takeaway from it. It tells you about how transparent relationships can be and how ego may not play a role. But John Wright was not very happy with the shot that you played against Sri Lanka.
Yeah, ये NatWest Trophy की बात है 2002 में. So मेरे रन नहीं बन रहे थे और मैं शॉट मार रहा था हवा में, मतलब गैप ढूंढ रहा था, नहीं मिल रहा था, आउट हो रहा था. तो श्रीलंका के खिलाफ ओवल में खेल रहे थे. तो जॉन राइट ने बोला 180 190 चेज कर रहे थे कि वीरू जस्ट गो देयर एंड बैट फॉर एटलीस्ट 30 ओवर्स, एनीवे वी विल विन द मैच एंड डोंट थ्रो योर विकेट. आई सेड ओके जॉन. सो मैं भी उनको बोल के चला, मुझे भी नहीं पता था कि मैं क्या करने वाला, बट मैं अंदर गया, मैं खेला, मुझे बॉल लगी चमिंडा वहां से, पता नहीं किसकी, मुझे लगा ये मैं ऊपर से मार सकता हूं, मैंने मारी और मैं मिड ऑफ पे आउट हो गया. अब मैं आउट होकर वापस जा रहा हूं और जॉन राइट मेरे पीछे पीछे आए ड्रेसिंग में, मुझे पकड़ा, उन्होंने धक्का मारा कि आई टोल्ड यू डोंट हिट इन द एयर, नो जस्ट बैट फॉर 25-30 ओवर्स एंड यू डिडंट लिसन. ये उन्होंने बड़ी सुनाया मुझे. वो मेरी गलती थी, मैंने सुन ली, बट उन्होंने धक्का उक्का मारा तो मैं थोड़ा गुस्सा हो गया. मैंने कहा यार ये तो गलत बात है. तो राजीव शुक्ला जी हमारे मैनेजर थे, मैंने उनको बुलाया. मैं कहा शुक्ला जी कोई बात हुई, मैं इंडिया के लिए खेल रहा हूँ, ये गोरा मुझे धक्के मार रहा है, मैं यहाँ कोई अपनी बेइज्जती कराने आया हूँ, मैं वापस जा रहा हूँ. तो उनको लगा यार ये वापस क्या जा रहा है, तो मतलब बड़ा न्यूज बनेगा, क्योंकि वो न्यूज चैनल में थे, न्यूज चैनल से थे. तो शुक्ला जी बाहर गए, दादा को बताया, अमृत माथुर थे हमारे मीडिया मैनेजर, वो आए, वो मुझे समझा रहे हैं कि प्लीज यार ऐसा मत करो. मैंने कहा नहीं, बट ये मुझे बेइज्जती कैसे कर सकता है गोरा, यार मैं भी इंडिया के लिए खेल रहा हूँ, मैं कोई बच्चा थोड़े ना, इतने साल से खेलता रहा हूँ. तो जॉन राइट बाद में सब लोग गए जॉन राइट के पास और उसको बोला नहीं यू हैव टू अपोलोजाइज. जॉन राइट आया मेरे पास कि यू नो आई शुडंट से दिस बट स्टिल आई एम सेइंग द सॉरी. मैंने कहा फक ऑफ, आई डोंट टेक योर सॉरी. तो मैंने उन्हें वापस भेजा. मैं होटल गया तो वो मेरे कमरे में फोन करे जा रहे, तो मैं फोन उठाऊं, वो बोले जॉन मैं काट दूं, फोन उठाऊं वो कहे जॉन मैं काट दूं. तो फाइनली सौरव गांगुली साहब तो मेरे कमरे में आया मुझे अपोलोजाइज करने. मैं कहा जॉन इट्स ओके, आई वाज जस्ट प्लेइंग विद यू. तो वो भी बड़ा हंसा कि यार ये तो पहले ही बोल देता कि तो मेरे साथ खेल रहा था. बट मैंने भी नहीं माइंड किया, उसने भी नहीं माइंड किया, क्योंकि मेरा भी गुस्सा जायज है, उसका भी गुस्सा जायज है. और उसका गुस्सा इसलिए जायज है कि वो मेरे भले के लिए बोल रहा था कि तेंदुलकर, गांगुली, द्रविड़, ये 3 हमारे प्लेयर है बेस्ट जो रन बना रहे हैं. अगर चौथा भी बनाने लगेगा इनके साथ तो इंडियन टीम बेहतर हो जाएगी, मुझे भी बेनिफिट मिलेगा और इंडियन टीम को भी बेनिफिट मिलेगा. तो आज भी हम दोस्त हैं. आज भी जॉन राइट जब आते हैं मुंबई में, दिल्ली में, मिलते हैं, डिनर खाते हैं एक साथ, वो पुरानी बातें याद करते हैं. आज भी वो स्टोरी मुझे सुनाते हैं जॉन राइट.
सर आप सबके हर दिल अजीज है. आई हैव बीन टोल्ड दैट देयर इज समवन यू नो हु हैज कम with his mother, I believe, who obviously is a big Virendra Sehwag fan. He was telling us a story how at another event there was a couple of very elderly gentlemen who wanted to meet him. एक रवानगी आ जाती थी सब में, right? I mean, lot of older people. I'm sure we've had, you know, a lot older people at home जिनको लगा कि अरे यार वीरू जैसे खेल रहा है, काश जवानी में हमने भी जिंदगी ऐसे जी होती. So you've actually, you know, you've given us great memories. पर हमारे तो आप अपने हो. आपकी सुपर पावर तो ऐसी भी हमने सुनी है कि आप सामने वाले कैप्टन से भी अपनी फील्डिंग अपने मन मुताबिक सेट करा लेते थे, और कोई और कैप्टन थोड़ी, हम तो अपने इंजी भाई की बात कर रहे हैं. हाउ कुड यू मेक एन ऑपोजिशन पाकिस्तान कैप्टन ऑलमोस्ट फॉल फॉर योर ट्रैप्स?
बट यार देखो, रिक्वेस्ट करने में कोई हर्ज नहीं होता. तो ये लोग भी जितने बैठे हैं यहाँ, मतलब एक अपने बॉस को रिक्वेस्ट करो तो अप्रेजल क्या पता मिल जाए. वैसे तो उसने देना नहीं है, बट फिर भी क्या पता वो रिक्वेस्ट मान ले. तो मैंने भी अपनी रिक्वेस्ट इंजमाम मुल्क के सामने रखी. तो बैंगलोर में मैच खेले थे, मैंने 201 रन बनाए, तो मैं 150-60 पे खेल रहा हूँ. तो दानिश कनेरिया बॉल डाल रहा था बड़ी देर से मेरी टांग पे. मैं डेलिब्रेट पैडिंग करे जा रहा था, बोर हो गया था, कुछ आ नहीं रहा, क्योंकि मारता तो आउट हो जाता. वैसे ही हम लोग आउट, हमारे प्लेयर आउट हो गए थे, तो मैं इकलौता सेट खेल रहा था. तो मैंने इंजी भाई को बोला, यार इंजी भाई ना मेरा छक्का मारने का मन कर रहा है. कह रहा तो मार दे. मैंने कहा नहीं, वो लॉन्ग ऑफ पीछे है, मिस हिट होगी तो आउट हो जाऊंगा. तो कह रहा अच्छा है. मैं कहा नहीं, आप आगे बुला लो लॉन्ग ऑन को मिड ऑन पे. कह रहे क्यों बुला लूं? मैंने कहा नहीं, मैं छक्का मारूंगा. कह रहा नहीं मारा तो मैं एक बॉल के बाद पीछे भेज देना. तो उनको लगा कि हाँ भाई एक बॉल की तो बात है, तो उन्होंने लॉन्ग ऑन को मिड ऑन पे बुला लिया. अगली बॉल दानिश करने डाली, मैंने उधर लॉन्ग ऑन के ऊपर से छक्का मारा. उसको गुस्सा आया, कहीं भाई उसको आगे क्यों बुलाया ये रो. तो बोला तू उधर जा, तुझे कुछ नहीं पता यहाँ क्या हो रहा है. फालतू बोला तो बाहर भेज दूंगा. तो रिक्वेस्ट की मैंने, उन्होंने आगे बुला लिया और मैंने अपना छक्का मारा. क्योंकि कितनी देर आप पैडिंग करते रहोगे. तो मुझे लगा कि यार एक रिक्वेस्ट कर दूंगा तो शायद इंजे भाई मान जाएंगे. इंजे भाई मान गए, मैंने अपनी शर्त पूरी कर दी, छक्का मार दिया. तो रिक्वेस्ट कर लेनी चाहिए, बुरी बात नहीं होती रिक्वेस्ट करनी.
कहाँ है बॉसेस का? ये बॉसेस ताली बजा रहे थे अप्रेजल की बात पे या जो कल मांगने वाले हैं? As prescribed by Indian legend Virendra Sehwag, sir, I would hereby like to request a 25% hike this year.
भाई सही बताओ ना, मेरे पास बहुत वेल्थ मैनेजर आते हैं रिक्वेस्ट लेके, और मैंने ज्यादातर सबको खुश किया है. किसी को 50 लाख, किसी को 1 करोड़ दे दिए. बट साल भर बाद पूछता हूँ रिटर्न कितनी आई है? 8%, 9%, 4%, 5%. क्या ये? एक शेयर ऐसा खरीदो ना जो डबल कर दे पैसा. बट वो बेचारे उतने ही है.
इंजी भाई को बोलो ना वेल्थ मैनेजर बन जाए,
वो पैसे डबल कराएंगे. ये सारे वही बैठे हैं दिग्गज यार, पैसे डबल कराने वाले. बट ये सही एडवाइस मुझे देते नहीं, मुझे लग रहा है.
This is a good one. This is maybe a question that I'll take it to him also one day. कि उस एक बॉल के लिए, मतलब उनके मन में कहीं तो आया होगा ये बड़ा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो रहा है, ऊपर मारने जाएगा, टॉप भी तो हो सकती है बॉल.
बट उसमें कोई बुराई भी नहीं थी ना. मतलब उनको लगा कि भाई अगर वो राउंड द विकेट डाल रहा था निष्कर्ष रफ में, तो अगर वो मारने जाएगा रिस्क है, आउट हो सकता है, तो एक बॉल में क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है.
तो उसके बाद आपने उनको देख के थैंक यू बोला? नहीं बोला?
थैंक यू क्यों बोलना? वो तो मेरी तरफ देख के गुस्सा हो गए कि इसने छक्का मार दिया. मेरे को खराब लग रहा है, क्योंकि सारे कमेंटेटर उनको बोल रहे हैं कि भाई मिड ऑन ऊपर क्यों बुलाया, लॉन्ग ऑन पीछे था तो उसको ऊपर क्यों बुलाया, ये तो अच्छी कैप्टनसी नहीं है. उनकी बुराई हो रही थी, तो मुझे क्यों थैंक यू बोल लेंगे.
आपने सिंपल बात की, इंडियंस अपने वादों के पक्के होते हैं.
बिल्कुल,
जो हमने कहा था, वर्ड दिया था आपको, काम हमने कर दिया. पर चलो ये तो ऑपोजिशन कैप्टन हो गए. अब क्रिकेट में सबसे बड़ा रोल, और अब तो डीआरएस आ गया है, टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई है, बट फॉर द लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम इट वाजंट देयर. मतलब इट हैड कम ड्यूरिंग योर पीरियड 2008 के आसपास. बट अंपायर से दोस्ती बड़ी बेनिफिशियल हो सकती है. अंपायर लोग राजा साहब होते हैं. हाउ वाज योर रिलेशनशिप विद अंपायर्स? हाउ डिड यू ट्विस्ट दैट?
देखो, बॉस से दोस्ती होना बहुत जरूरी है. तेरे बॉस से तेरी दोस्ती थी, थोड़ी तूने गड़बड़ की तो आधा आईपीएल मार रहा ना. तो बॉस से दोस्ती भाई, बॉस से बुराई तुम पंगा नहीं ले सकते. तो मेरा बॉस मैच का अंपायर है, उसने उंगली खड़ी कर दी तो आप आउट, आपको जाना पड़ेगा चाहे वो नॉट आउट हो, क्योंकि उस समय डीआरएस नहीं थे. तो मोहाली में मैच था इंडिया ऑस्ट्रेलिया या इंडिया पाकिस्तान शायद. डेविड शेफर्ड अंपायरिंग कर रहे थे. तो डेविड शेफर्ड अंपायरिंग कर रहे थे, तो जब वो लेग अंपायर पे आए तो मैं उनके बगल में खड़ा था. मैंने पूछा डेविड हाउ आर यू, एंड ऑल्सो गुड गुड. मैं कहा हाउ वाज द लंच? बोला लंच वाज ओके बट देयर वाज नो आइसक्रीम. मैं कहा रियली? बुलाया. तो मैं एक ओवर के लिए बाहर गया, मैंने केटर को बुलाया, मैंने कहा देयर वाज नो आइसक्रीम इन अंपायर्स रूम, मेक श्योर दैट व्हेन ही विल कम बैक इन द टी देयर इज अ 3 स्कूप वनीला, चॉकलेट एंड स्ट्रॉबेरी. अदरवाइज मैं डालमिया साहब को बोलूंगा और तुम्हें छुट्टी करा दूंगा तुम्हारे यहाँ से। तो उन्होंने मान ली मेरी बात को, उन्होंने टीम में आया तो उन्होंने आइसक्रीम रख दी वहां पर, अंपायर्स के डेविड शेफर्ड गया अंदर, उसने चाय तो पी नहीं लेकिन 3 स्कूप खाया आइसक्रीम के। टी के बाद आए तो मैंने पूछा हाउ वाज टी? आई डिडंट हैव टी बट द आइसक्रीम वाज गुड, नाइस, थैंक यू वेरी मच, व्हाट डू यू वांट? आई सेड जस्ट सेव मी वंस। और उन्होंने एक बार ही नहीं 2 बार ही सेव किया मुझे। फिर ऐसे एक और अंपायर होते थे, उनका नाम था असद रौफ, अभी है नहीं वो, भगवान उनकी आत्मा को शांति दे। वो कानपुर में अंपायरिंग कर रहे थे तो साउथ अफ्रीका के खिलाफ, तो युवराज सिंह के पैड पे बॉल लगी, क्लियर प्लम आउट थे तो उन्होंने दिया नहीं आउट, नॉट आउट। तो वो बाहर आए तो मैंने कहा पाजी यार यूवी क्लियर प्लम था, आपने आउट नहीं दिया। अरे यूवी साडा मुंडा है, किदा आउट दे सकते? मैंने कहा मैं किसका मुंडा हूं? कह रहा तू भी अपना है बट तू कुछ देता नहीं है। मैंने कहा अच्छा। मैंने कहा चाहिए क्या? बोला चश्मा, जूते, टी शर्ट। मैंने कहा ठीक है। मैं एडास को फोन किया, मैं कहा ये जूते और टी शर्टें भेजो मेरे रूम में। ओकली को फोन किया, चश्मे मैं उनके कमरे में दिया। बोला तू क्या चाहता है? मैं कहा बस एक बार युवराज सिंह की तरह सेव मी वंस। तो मैं 94 पे बैटिंग कर रहा था ऑस्ट्रेलिया के खिलाफ और मैंने जोर से कट मारा। असद रौफ अंपायर थे। असद रौफ सेड नॉट आउट। रिकी पॉन्टिंग मेरे पास आया, डिड यू निक इट? मैंने कहा या। रिकी पॉन्टिंग गया असद रौफ के पास, वीर यू सेइंग ही निक्ड इट एंड यू डिडंट गिव आउट? वो दोनों मेरे पास आए। असद रौफ ने पूछा डिड यू निक इट? मैं कहा नो। मैं कहा ही इज लाइंग। रिकी पॉन्टिंग मेरे पे गुस्सा कर रहे हैं कि यो बट यू सेड दैट। मैं कहा नो रिकी आई डिडंट। असद रौफ चला गया। मैं रिकी को मैं कह रिकी हाउ मेनी टाइम्स यू वॉक? बोले नेवर। मैं कहा लेट अंपायर डू हिज जॉब, यू डोंट डू अंपायर जॉब। तो उन्होंने मुझे एक बार बताया। ऐसे ही एक अंपायर होते रूडी कस्टन। हम लोग इंडिया में खेल रहे थे कहीं, तो रूडी कस्टन को मोरेंट के पैड चाहिए थे अपने बेटे के लिए। तो उसने पूछा वेयर आई कैन बाय दिस पैड? सो मैं कहा डोंट वरी रूडी, मैच खत्म हुआ, मैंने पैड उतारे, पॉलिथीन में डाले और उसको दे दे गिफ्ट। बोला नो नो बट आई हैव टू पे। मैं कहा नो नो इट्स अ स्मॉल गिफ्ट फ्रॉम माय साइड टू योर सन, यू नो ही इज अ यंग बड़ी क्रिकेटर, यू नो व्हाट डू यू वांट? मैं कहा जस्ट सेव मी वंस। और रूडी कस्टन ने मुझे एक बार नहीं 3 बार सेव किया। तो बॉस से दोस्ती करना बहुत जरूरी है। तू पछताया ना आधी आईपीएल तेरी खराब हुई,
सेव मी वंस,
सेव मी वंस। अगर तूने सेटिंग सही रखी होती तो चीजें छुप जाती हैं।
आजकल की जनरेशन आपको लगता है इतनी स्ट्रीट स्मार्टनेस होगी उनके पास?
अरे आज की जनरेशन के पास इतना टाइम ही कहां है, पैसा संभालने का इतनी टाइम है उनके पास। अंपायरों से कहां कौन बातचीत करता है? डीआरएस है ना, ईगो में डीआरएस ले लेते हैं। सोचो आप अंपायर के साथ अच्छी सेटिंग बना के रखो तो जो क्लिपिंग बेल्स दिखाता है ना वो अंपायर नॉट आउट देता है अगर आपकी अच्छी सेटिंग है। सोच वही अंपायर ने आउट दे तो आपको जाना पड़ता है क्योंकि अंपायर्स कॉल हो जाती है। तो वो सेटिंग अगर ये बना के रखेंगे बच्चे तो फायदा ही होता है, नुकसान कुछ नहीं होता।
कोई ऐसा तो नहीं अंपायर जिसने 3 स्कूप आइसक्रीम भिजवाई और ही डिड नॉट सेव यू वंस?
ऐसा मेरी उसमें नहीं है। साइमन टॉफल थे एक बार। साइमन टॉफल वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 अंपायर थे, बेस्ट अंपायर थे। तो मुझे श्रीलंका के खिलाफ राजकोट में ना मैंने 146 रन बनाए थे, तो बहुत थक गया था, गर्मी बहुत थी, मुझे बाहर जाना था, बैठना था, फील्डिंग नहीं करनी थी। तो मैंने साइमन को बोला कि नहीं गो, नो 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 यू कांट गो। सो 1 ओवर हो गया, 2 ओवर हो गए, मैं क्या प्लीज यार लेट मी गो, आई एम वेरी टायर्ड। बोले नो। मैं स्क्वायर लेग पे उनके बगल में खड़ा था, जैसे ही फ्लिक आया मैंने झूठी डाई मारी, वहीं गिर गया उनके पैरों में। तो वहां बैठा रहा, फिजियो बुलाया, 2 मिनट 3 मिनट 5 मिनट, तो साइमन को बोला प्लीज गो। तो उनसे भी दोस्ती ऐसी थी तो उन्होंने भी जाने दिया, बट वो भी मेरे साथ खेल रहे थे। उन्होंने भी 2 बार मुझे नॉट आउट दिया, साइमन टॉफल। क्योंकि वो जब ऑस्ट्रेलिया से इंडिया आते थे उन्हें आजू बाजू घूमना होता था, गोरों को गाड़ी ड्राइवर मिलता नहीं है ना, तो मैं उनके लिए गाड़ी ड्राइवर अरेंज कर देता था और वो खुशी खुशी एक मैच में आपको नॉट आउट दे देते थे।
सब पता होना चाहिए, राइट? दिस इज कॉल्ड रिसर्च, रिस्क एनालिसिस। ओनली 2 फाइनेंशियल टर्म्स आई न्यू।
बट मैं हमेशा कहता हूं एक बात कि भाई हर एक टीम में ना, कॉर्पोरेट की टीम में एक सहवाग होना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि जो लड़का नया नया है और जो रिस्क ले सकता है शायद वो कंपनी को बहुत ऊपर तक ले जा सकता है। वरना तो मेरे सीईओ, मेरे एमडी सचिन तेंदुलकर, सौरव गांगुली ये तो संभाल ही लेंगे ना अगर मैं जल्दी आउट हो गया। तो वैसी कंपनी का चेयरमैन और सीईओ ये संभाल ही लेंगे अगर बेचारे छोटे प्लेयर ने कोई गलती कर भी दी। तो एक रिस्की प्लेयर होना जरूरी है टीम में।
So is it fair to say हर risky बंदा who eventually goes on to do something crazy has people who allowed him to take it? But अभी शायद this may happen or may not happen, but I'm just taking the liberty to say कोई risk लेना चाहता है, कोई नया आया है, but he's also saying that maybe that's not the culture here, or maybe safety first जो approach है. How could teams, the senior leadership, encourage the youngsters to take the risk, and how could the youngsters also not take the safety first approach and see where it goes?
मैं बहुत सारे कप्तानों के साथ खेला हूं, गांगुली थे, फिर द्रविड़ आए, फिर कुंबले आए, फिर धोनी आए। आई थिंक बेस्ट कैप्टनसी मुझे 2 बंदों की लगी, उसमें एक थे सौरव गांगुली, दूसरे थे अनिल कुंबले। सौरव गांगुली ने मुझे, मैं नया नया आया था, मुझे बैक किया, मुझे बोला कि तेरे पास 15 मैच है, तू खेल आराम से, डोंट वरी, टेंशन मत ले, तू 2 सीरीज रहेगा। और एक अच्छे प्लेयर के लिए 2 सीरीज बहुत होती हैं, वो अपना रिस्क ले ना ले जैसे मर्जी खेले। 2 सीरीज पता है आपको भाई, ये ट्रायंगुलर टूर्नामेंट है, मुझे इसमें 6 मैच मिलेंगे, फाइनल खेले तो 7 मैच मिलेंगे, फिर आगे जाएंगे तो एक और सीरीज है जिसमें मुझे 5 मैच मिलेंगे, तो 11-12 मैच इज इनफ टू परफॉर्म एट इंटरनेशनल लेवल। तो वो उन्होंने वैसे किया। जब मैं ड्रॉप हुआ 2007 में, तब कुंबले कप्तान थे, तो कुंबले ने मुझे फोन किया कि वीरू मुझे तो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में चाहिए। तो मैंने कहा अनिल भाई, बट मैं तो वो 25 प्रोबॉल्स में नहीं हूं जो आपने अनाउंस किए थे। अरे भाड़ में गए 25 प्रोबॉल्स। तो मैंने कहा आपका द्राविड है, तेंदुलकर है, गांगुली, इतने लक्ष्मण, इतने, कह रहे ये सारे धुंधर मैंने देखे हुए हैं, बट मुझे ऐसा चाहिए जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जाके ऑस्ट्रेलिया की तरह क्रिकेट खेले, पॉजिटिव। तो मैंने बोला मेरे 6 मैच में 36 रन है फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट में, आकाश चोपड़ा के 1000 रन है, गौतम गंभीर के 800 रन है, उनको लेके जाओ। कह रहे भाई इन जैसे तो मेरे पास 4 है ही, जो आकाश चोपड़ा खेलेगा, गौतम गंभीर खेलेगा, वो तो ये 4 भी खेल लेंगे, बट मुझे वो नहीं चाहिए, मुझे वहां पर अटैकिंग प्लेयर चाहिए। तो वो मुझे वहां लेकर गए, और वो उन्होंने मुझे वहां पर पहले 2 मैच नहीं खिलाए, क्योंकि पहले 2 मैच में दिनेश कार्तिक और युवराज सिंह खेले थे, तो युवराज सिंह 2 मैचों में 4 इनिंग में फ्लॉप हुए, तब मुझे खेलने का मौका मिला। तो जब मैं खेला तो मैंने पहले मैच में 25-30 रन बनाए, हमारी 50 रन की पार्टनरशिप ही ओपनिंग की जो अभी तक नहीं हो रही थी, तो मैंने 2 आउट किए, सेकंड इनिंग में फिर 30-40 रन बनाए और 1 आउट किया, तो टोटल हम लोग पर्थ वाला मैच जीत गए, और फिर हम लोग पहुंचे एडिलेड। अब सोचो, जो पहले दिन 2 ओपनर गए थे, वो 2 मैच खेले, 3 मैच, और चौथे मैच में मैं इकलौता ओपनर, वो दोनों बाहर, और मेरे साथ इरफान पठान ओपनिंग कर रहा था। तो क्या कॉन्फिडेंस दिया अनिल भाई ने मुझे कि भाई तू है और तू आगे भी रहेगा, तू जाके बिंदास खेल। तो उस टेस्ट मैच में मैंने 60 रन और 155 बनाए, टीम टेस्ट मैच बचाया, और हमने सीरीज ड्रॉ की, या हम लोग सीरीज आ रहे 2-1 से। तो वो कॉन्फिडेंस दिया अनिल कुंबले ने। तो वो एक चाहिए आपको, आपका बॉस कह लो या जो भी हो, जो आपको बैक करे, जो आपको पता हो इसके अंदर क्या एबिलिटी है। तो अनिल कुंबले को पता था कि मेरे अंदर क्या एबिलिटी है। तो ऑस्ट्रेलिया टूर से हम लोग वापस आए, और फिर मैंने साउथ अफ्रीका के खिलाफ 319 रन बनाए। उसके बाद तो फिर मुझे पीछे मुड़ने की जरूरत ही नहीं थी, क्योंकि मैंने 155 बना दिया, 319 बना दिए, जो कि दोबारा 300 बनाया, और किसी ने नहीं बनाया था। तो फिर कौन मुझे ड्रॉप करने वाला था। बट अगर कुंबले मुझे बैक नहीं करते और लेके नहीं जाते और मैं रन नहीं बनाता, तो फिर मैं दोबारा शायद यहाँ बैठ के आपको ज्ञान भी नहीं पेल रहा होता। फिर
This is a perfect segue for me to get into your 300 stories, but आपके जवाब में there was one thing. Anil Kumble is calling you, you're dropped. Even your first class numbers have not been great. I mean, after already having scored a triple century, आप first class cricket में गए हो, वैसे तो आज के जमाने में यही नहीं हो, but तब हुआ था. But you're telling him कि नहीं, मेरे से better तो बाकियों के नंबर है. So what I'm seeing here is this honesty. How did you see competition and still being dishonest? क्योंकि कोई और क्या बोलेगा, कैप्टन ने फोन किया, why should I be telling the captain कि बाकी मेरे से better perform कर रहे हैं, take me. How did you do this? But this balance of honesty.
But that was the truth. क्योंकि आकाश चोपड़ा मेरे साथ खेल रहे थे, मैं 6 मैच खेले, उसने ऑलमोस्ट 700-800 रन बना दिए। तो जब वो सीजन खत्म हो तो उसके 1000 से ज्यादा रन थे। गौतम गंभीर, ही वाज प्लेइंग वेल, सो वो ड्रॉप नहीं, वो इंजर्ड हो गया उसका शोल्डर, तो वो खेला नहीं इंजरी के कारण। उसने भी 700-800 रन बनाए हुए थे। तो और भी ओपनर थे, उन्होंने रन बनाए।
आपको डर नहीं था कि ये सिलेक्ट हो गया मेरा नंबर तो फिर नहीं आएगा?
भाई मैं अच्छा खेल नहीं रहा था, मैं क्यों चाहूं कि इंडियन टीम वहां जाके हारे। अगर मैं जाऊं और मैं वहां भी रन ना बनाऊं तो मेरी इंडियन टीम हारेगी ना, भले ही मैं इंडियन टीम का पार्ट हूं या नहीं हूं, है तो टीम इंडिया ही ना। तो मेरे को यह था कि भाई जो रन बना रहा है वो जाए, वहां पर वो अच्छा करें। कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया एक टूर होता था जो सब लोग फॉरवर्ड करते थे कि यार ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रन बनाने, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जीतना है, वहां ये हमारा देखा वो सपना था जो विराट कोहली और अजिंक्य रहाणे की टीम ने पूरा किया। अजिंक्य रहाणे ने वहां पर सीरीज जीत के आए, इकलौते कप्तान है। तो ये हम सब देखते रहे थे 2004, 2008, 2011 में 3 टूर पे मैं गया। तो ऑनेस्टी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और आपका कंपटीशन दूसरों से नहीं है, खुद से होता है। तो मेरा कंपटीशन खुद से था कि मैं रन बना तो लूं। मुझे याद है कि मैं और आकाश चोपड़ा एक ही गाड़ी में जा रहे थे, और जब ये कॉल हुई तो भूपेंद्र सिंह सीनियर भी हमारे साथ थे, क्योंकि हम लोग नागतोड़े में थे कहीं, वहां से एयरपोर्ट जा रहे थे। तो मैंने उनको बोला कि भूपी पाजी आप बोलो, आप सिलेक्टर हो नॉर्थ के, तो उनको बोलो कि आकाश अच्छी रन बना रहा है तो इसको ले, मैं तो रन ही नहीं बना रहा। तो उसने कहा हाँ ठीक है मैं देखता हूँ। तो और मेरा नाम आया, अनाउंस हुई जब टीम, तो मैंने आकाश को बोला, मैं कहा भाई अब तेरा नाम दोबारा कभी नहीं आएगा। कह रहा ऐसा क्यों कह रहा है? मैं कहा क्योंकि अब मेरे जितने खराब मैच होने थे वो यहाँ हो चुके, अब मैं वहां जाके रन बनाऊंगा और तू लाइफ में दोबारा कभी नहीं खेलेगा। और आकाश चोपड़ा उसके बाद कभी खेला भी नहीं। ये भी सच है ना, झूठ नहीं है। क्योंकि मुझे अपने ऊपर इतना कॉन्फिडेंस था कि भाई अब मेरे रन बनेंगे तो मैं इतने रन बनाऊंगा कि कोई मुझे ड्रॉप ना कर सके, और वैसा हुआ। मैंने 155, 319, 200, 167, फिर 200 अगेंस्ट साउथ अफ्रीका के अगेंस्ट बैक टू बैक इंडिया में, तो इतने रन बनाए कि फिर मुझे कोई नहीं सोच रहा था कि टेस्ट टीम से इसको ड्रॉप कर दे। फिर तो मैं वाइस कैप्टन भी बना दिया टीम का। तो वो कॉन्फिडेंस आपके पास तभी आता है ना जब आपको खुद पे भरोसा होता है। तो मुझे ये था कि भाई मैं अपने साथ ऑनेस्ट रहूंगा तभी तो मैं कुछ कर पाऊंगा।
आप अपने साथ साथ बाकियों के साथ साथ भी बड़े ऑनेस्ट हैं। यहाँ तो आपने आकाश की बात करी, आपने वीवीएस लक्ष्मण के साथ भी बड़ी ऑनेस्टी दिखाई थी ना एक बार।
दिखानी पड़ती है, सीनियर है मेरे यार वो वीवीएस लक्ष्मण। मैं एक बार न्यूजीलैंड में मैंने फास्टेस्ट 100 बनाया, लास्ट वनडे था हैमिल्टन में, और अगले टेस्ट मैच शुरू हुए। तो मैं पहले टेस्ट मैच में 2-4 बॉलें खेली और गौतम ने मुझे रनआउट करा दिया, और मैं जाके बैठा हूं। मैं ना, मुझे नहीं याद कि मैंने इतनी देर पैड पहने होंगे ड्रेसिंग रूम में जाके। मैं पैड पहन के बैठा रहा बड़ी देर। लक्ष्मण मेरे पास आया, नहीं यार कोई बात नहीं वीरू हो जा। मैं कहा यार लच्छी भाई छोड़ो, इतनी बढ़िया बैटिंग कर रहा था, मेरे आज रन बनने दें, यहाँ मुझे रन आउट करा दे यार। कोई बात नहीं, होता है ऐसा करके उन्होंने मुझे, मैं अंदर गया, मैंने पैड चेंज कर, मैं बैठ गया। अब लक्ष्मण बैटिंग करने गए, और लक्ष्मण खेले 30-40 बॉल, 50 बॉले, वो आउट होके आए। तो वो मेरे पास बैठे, तो मैंने कहा लक्ष्मण भाई होता है ऐसा, आउट हो जाता है। कह रहे हाँ यार ठीक है। मैं कहा एक बात बताओ यार, 0 रन बनाने के लिए 40-50 बॉले कौन खेलता है? मैं कहा मैं तो 2-4 बॉले ही खेली थी, 40-50 बॉल खेल के भी 1 रन नहीं बनाया। तो वो गुस्से में था, मेरी तरफ देख कितना हंसे कि यार बात तो ठीक कह रहा है कि 0 के लिए 40-50 बॉले कौन खेलता है। तो सीनियर भी थे मेरे, लेकिन उनके साथ दोस्ती भी थी, क्योंकि वो मेरे साथ इंडियन एयरलाइंस में जब होती थी तब खेलने आते थे हैदराबाद से दिल्ली, और मैं उनके साथ खेलता था। तो वो दोस्ती बन गई, तो उनको बोल सकता था। और बहुत जेंटलमैन, थ्रोली जेंटलमैन है वीवीएस लक्ष्मण।
Absolute gentleman. अब आ जाते हैं सर 300 पे, because देखो, I don't know, maybe I'm talking about myself and a lot of other people. We've all come and, you know, maybe with middle class there is that approach कि कोई बहुत बड़ा कारनामा होने वाला है. Confidence is good, but to become the first triple centurion is no mean feat, right? I mean, I'm sure you remember the joy when Virendra Sehwag got the first triple 100, right? We waited for that moment. पहले भी आ सकती थी कुछ महीने पहले, लेकिन नहीं जी, छक्का मार के बनाना है। अब जब वो मतलब हाथ को आया, मुंह ना लगा, बंदा छक्का मारने की कोशिश में वो नहीं बना पाया, तो अगली बार भी टू गेट टू दैट विद अ 6, आई थिंक 99 आउट ऑफ 100 पीपल माइट हैव सेड कि नहीं, अगली बार तो और थोड़े तौर तरीके से बना लेते हैं पहले, बट नॉट वीरेंद्र सहवाग। प्लीज टेल अस, हाउ डिड यू पुल दैट ऑफ?
देखिए, मैंने भी कहा कि ना, आपकी खुद की एक स्ट्रेटेजी होती है, प्लानिंग होती है। ठीक है, एक बार आपकी प्लानिंग फेल हो सकती है, स्ट्रेटेजी खराब हो, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी खराब है, आपकी प्लानिंग फेल हो सकती है, मान लेते हैं। तो उस मैच में मैंने 195 रन बनाए। सब लोगों ने कहा यार 5 ही तो रन रह गए थे। मैंने भी कहा यार 5 ही फुट तो था, 5 फुट और लगी होती दूर तो छक्का हो जाता, 200 हो जाता, तो 200 बन जाता, बट नहीं लगा तो आउट हो गया। तो सचिन तेंदुलकर, सौरव गांगुली ने बड़ी गालियां दी मुझे, गुस्सा करे, तू मारता नहीं छक्का। तो मैंने कहा मैं ही इकलौता प्लेयर था 195 बनाए, तुम सब ने तो रन ही नहीं बनाए। तुम रन बनाते तो 400-500 बनते, तो टेस्ट मैच नहीं हारते, मुझ पे क्यों गुस्सा कर रहे हो? तो वो भी कह रहे बात सही है, बट फिर भी तू खेल रहा था, तो द्रविड़ ने 200 बनाया था, दादा ने 145 बनाया, सेव हो गया था टेस्ट मैच। मैंने कहा मैं पहले दिन बैटिंग कर रहा था, इन्होंने सेकंड इनिंग में बनाया, तो सेव कर लिया, ठीक है। तो मैं आउट हो गया। उसके बाद हम लोग 2 महीने के बाद पाकिस्तान गए। तो अब ये देखिए, अगर मैं अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी बदलता तो शायद मैं एक बार फिर फेल हो सकता था, क्योंकि एक बार अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी जो अपनाई थी उससे फेल हो गया, अब चेंज करता उससे भी फेल हो सकता था, पॉसिबल था। तो जब मैं 295 से पहले मैं 110-20 पे था, जब तेंदुलकर बैटिंग करने आए। अब तेंदुलकर आए और मैंने एक छक्का मारा, तो लॉन्ग ऑन के ऊपर से गया, मतलब हो सकता था कैच भी हो जाए। तो मेरे पास आया कि तूने अब की बार अगर छक्का मारा ना, मैं तेरे बैट से मारूंगा, पिछली सीरीज हम तेरी वजह से आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि तूने 195 में छक्का मारा था, तो आउट हो गया। मैंने कहा ठीक है भाई, मेक सेंस। तो मैंने 110-20 से लेकर 295 तक कोई छक्का नहीं मारा, स्टैट्स उठा के देखो। तो जब 295 पहुंचा, तो मैं पाजी के पास ओवर के बाद मिले। मैंने कहा यार सकलेन मुश्ताक आया ना, मैं पहली बॉल स्टेप आउट करके छक्का मारूंगा। कह रहा तू पागल हो गया, तू पहला प्लेयर बनेगा जो 300 रन बनाएगा, 300 बार नहीं बनते, जाट बुद्धि, थोड़ा दिमाग लड़ा ले, आराम से खेल ले। इतनी बातें उन्होंने कही। मैंने कहा जी मैं पहला प्लेयर बन गया हूँ। बोला कैसे? मैं कहा 295 भी किसी ने नहीं बनाए। मैंने कहा 281 वीवीएस लक्ष्मण के थे, वो मैंने तोड़ दिए। और मैंने कहा अगर मैं 295 से 300 पे नहीं पहुंचा, तो कोई और 295 पे नहीं पहुंचने वाला है इतनी जल्दी आराम से। तो कह रहा चल तूने जो करना कर। अगले ओवर में सकलेन मुश्ताक आया, मैंने स्टेप आउट किया, पहली बॉल छक्का लगाया। अगर वो वीडियो देखेंगे आप, तो मुझसे ज्यादा खुश सचिन तेंदुलकर थे कि भाई इसने 300 रन बनाया और कह के छक्का मार के रन बनाया। अब ये सोचो अगर 195 में छक्का मार के आउट हूं, अब 295 पे ज्यादा प्रेशर होना चाहिए कि 195 पे? 195 में तो 200 ही बनता है, यहाँ तो पहला ट्रिपल सेंचुरी बनती है। 200 तो वहां द्रविड़ ने बनाया था, तेंदुलकर ने बनाया था, तो 200 तो बहुत प्लेयरों ने बनाए थे, लेकिन 300 किसी ने नहीं बनाया था। बट मेरी स्ट्रैटेजी, मेरी प्लानिंग वही थी कि स्पिनर आएगा तो मैं छक्का मारूंगा। वहां पर साइमन कैटिस था जिसको मैं फुल टॉस पे आउट हुआ, बस यहां पर सकलेन मुश्ताक उसने टप्पा खिला दिया तो मेरे बैट पे सही लगी और बाहर गई। तो मेरी स्ट्रैटेजी हुई थी, तो मैंने बदली नहीं, मुझे खुद पे भरोसा था, क्योंकि 295 तक पहुंचने के लिए मैं वहां 6.5 घंटे से बैटिंग कर रहा हूं और मैंने लगभग 200 कुछ बॉलें भी खेल ली होंगी, 300 बॉलें भी खेल ली होंगी उतने। तो मुझे भरोसा था कि यार सकलेन मुश्ताक ने 40-50 ओवर डाले, इनसे तो मैं आउट हुआ नहीं अब तक, अब क्या आउट होऊंगा मैं इनसे। तो वो कॉन्फिडेंस था अंदर, और उस कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ मैंने वो छक्का लगाया और 300 रन बनाए। तेंदुलकर बड़े खुश हुए, बट आज भी गाली देते हैं कि अगर वो छक्का नहीं लगता आउट हो जाता था। मैंने कहा कोई बात नहीं, 295 सेलिब्रेट कर रहे होते।
दिस इज इनक्रेडिबल, मतलब हाउ वो ग्लास हाफ फुल हाफ एम्प्टी वाली बात है, राइट? एंड यू आई थिंक ऑलवेज लुक्ड एट द ग्लास हाफ फुल। बट लेट मी जस्ट आस्क यू, यहां तो कोई माइलस्टोन नहीं था, 295 आपने बना दिए थे, बट द नेक्स्ट टाइम यू वर अप्रोचिंग अ 300, नाउ यू आर नॉट चेजिंग समवन एल्सेस माइलस्टोन। आई एम नॉट सेइंग दैट यू आर चेजिंग अ माइलस्टोन, लेकिन जब पता हो कि ये तो यार खुद ही रिकॉर्ड बनाया, अब इसी को, डिड दैट फील डिफरेंट द सेकंड टाइम व्हेन यू गॉट टू 300?
नहीं, वो चेन्नई में था, साउथ अफ्रीका के खिलाफ, गर्मी बहुत थी, तो मैंने सोचा ही था, मुझे ये रियलाइज ही नहीं हुआ कि मैं 297 पे आ गया हूं या मैं 299 पे आ गया हूं। ये उस समय रियलाइज ही नहीं हुआ। और फास्ट बॉलर चल रहा था, स्पिनर तो शायद मैं देख भी लेता स्कोरबोर्ड, मैंने कहा फास्ट बॉलर खेले तक और स्पिनर देखेंगे, तब तक मैं 300 पे पहुंच गया, कोई रियलाइज ही नहीं हुआ। तो मैंने अपनी लाइफ में जो एक्चुअली 300 रन बनाने की कोशिश की, वो श्रीलंका के खिलाफ 293 पे आउट हुआ। तब 295 पे भी कोई ऐसा नहीं था कि मैं 300 बनाना चाहता, मैं छक्का मारूंगा, लग गया तो बन गया, नहीं तो नहीं। जब सेकंड ट्रिपल सेंचुरी बनी तब भी ऐसा नहीं लगा था साउथ अफ्रीका के खिलाफ कि यार मैं 300 रन बनाऊंगा। बॉल आई, खेला, लग गया और बन गया। उसमें तो मैंने सिंगल लिया था। तो लेकिन 293 पे मैं जब आउट हुआ, तो वो एक मैच था जिसमें मैं 300 रन बनाना चाहता था कि मैं पहला इंडियन नहीं, पहला प्लेयर वर्ल्ड का बनना चाहता था कि जिसको 3 ट्रिपल सेंचुरी बनाए। मैं 284 पे था सेकेंड डे ऑफ द टेस्ट मैच CCI। अब 3-4 ओवर पड़े थे, तो राहुल द्रविड़ जी मेरे पास आए। वीरू, imagine tomorrow you will come fresh, you are on 284, you will score 300, maybe you will score 400, you will break Lara's record। उसने मुझे मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने दिखाए और मैं भी कह रहा, मैं कहा यार जैम, you're right, but I'm too tired, if I'll face these 3-4 overs maybe I'll get out, so you'll take strike। उसमें राहुल द्रविड़ माहिर थे, 5 बॉल डिफेंस करते, 6 पे सिंगल, वो खुद स्ट्राइक पे 3-4 ओवर उन्होंने खेले, मैं 284 नॉट आउट। अब बाहर गए, अब मैं खुशी खुशी सोया, मैं सपने देख के कल मैं 300 बनाऊंगा, 400 बनाऊंगा। अगले दिन आया तो वही बातें वो दोहरा रहे थे, मैं भी वो सोचा था। तो मैं कहा चल सिंगल ले लेता हूँ, 293 पे हूँ, 294 पे जाऊंगा, फिर छक्का मार के अपना 300 पूरा करूंगा। तो ऐसे किया मैंने, मुरलीधरन के हाथ में कॉटन बॉल आउट। अब मैं इतना दुखी हुआ कि मैं वही 300 बनाना चाहता था जो बना नहीं। अब मैं वापस जा रहा हूं, अब जितनी गालियां मुझे आती थी मन में सारी राहुल द्रविड़ को दी कि क्यों मैंने राहुल द्रविड़ की एडवाइस ली, क्यों माना। उसके बाद 4 ओवर में 3 छक्के मारने थे, हर ओवर में एक छक्का मारता, 3 ओवर में 3 छक्के लगते, 284 से 300 बन जाते। सेट भी था, दिन भी था, बट किस्मत में लिखा था कि राहुल द्रविड़ की एडवाइस लेना। उसके बाद मैंने राहुल द्रविड़ की एडवाइस आज तक नहीं ली। तो वो एक ट्रिपल सेंचुरी थी जो मैं बनाना चाहता, जो नहीं बनी।
एक सिंगल ले भी लिया था, एक मना भी कर दिया था 199 पे।
हाँ,
199 पे कौन मना कर देता है?
मेरे साथ यार देखो, मेरा माइलस्टोन इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं था उस समय श्रीलंका में। उस समय इंपॉर्टेंट था कि मैं और टीम के लिए ज्यादा रन बना दूं ताकि हम लोग मैच में अच्छी पोजीशन पे आए। ईशांत शर्मा मेरे साथ बैटिंग करा, तो मैंने ईशांत शर्मा को पूछा तू किसको कंफर्टेबल हो? कह रहा भैया मैं दोनों को खेल लूंगा, मैं डिस्को भी खेल लूंगा, मैं मुरली को भी खेल लूंगा। मैं कहा भाई ये धुंधर आके गए हैं। वीएस लक्ष्मण भी बोल रहा था। मैं कहा लक्ष्मण तू मेंडिस को आउट हो रहा है। नहीं मैं मेंडिस को खेल लूंगा। तो मैंने लक्ष्मण को 30 रन तक मेंडिस को खेलने नहीं दिया। 30 जैसी पार हुई उसने बोला नहीं वीरू आई कैन बैट अगेंस्ट मेंडिस। मैं कहा ठीक है, मैंने सिंगल लेके दिया। 36 पे लक्ष्मण मेंडिस को आउट हो गया। अब ईशांत शर्मा भी वही कॉन्फिडेंस दिखा रहा है। तो मुरलीधर ने पहली बॉल डाली थी तो सिंगल था, मैं 190 पे था। मैंने कहा नहीं कह रहा भैया 200 हो जाएगा। मैं कहा 200 लिखा हुआ तो हो जाएगा, रुक। तो मैंने और 4 बॉलें कोशिश की, चौका कहीं मिल जाए, छक्का मिल जाए, नहीं मिला। तो लास्ट बॉल पे उसने सारे ऊपर बुला लिए, तो मैंने फ्लिक किया, फाइन लेग पे 1 रन मिल गया, 200 हो गया। अब वो ओवर के बाद जब मिलते हैं तो भैया मैं खेलूंगा, आप चिंता मत करो, हम पार्टनरशिप करेंगे। मैंने कहा पक्का हाँ। मैंने 200 से 200 सिंगल लिया, 201 हुए। अगली बॉल आया, डिसएडवांटेज किया, पैड पे लगा रहा हूं। मैंने कहा हाँ भाई क्या कह रहा था तू खेल लेगा? और नहीं, मैं इतना लंबा पैर निकाले खेला, फिर भी मुझे आउट दे दिया। तो मैंने कहा थोड़ी देर मेरे साथ पार्टनरशिप, मुझे मारने था, मेरे मजे तो अब आने थे छक्के मारने, क्योंकि मेरा 200 हो गया था। तो वो माइंड में तब ये सवाल था सिर्फ कि यार मैं ज्यादा रन बना सकता हूँ टीम के लिए, बजाय कि मेरा 200 तो हो ही जाएगा, मैं खेलूंगा 199, 1 रन बचा हुआ है, बट अगर ज्यादा रन बनाऊंगा तो मेरी टीम के लिए बेनिफिट था। तो मैंने 329 बनाए इंडिया ने, मैंने 201 रन बनाए नॉट आउट। और जब मैं बाहर जा रहा था तो मेरे को सुनील ले एक रिपोर्टर था, उसने मुझे बताया कि आपने एक रिकॉर्ड बना दिया। मैंने कहा कौन सा रिकॉर्ड बनाया? कह रहा आपने एज ए ओपनर गए थे और बैट थ्रू किया। तो मैंने कहा इसमें क्या रिकॉर्ड है? कह रहा गावस्कर के बाद से आज तक किसी ओपनर ने नहीं किया इंडिया में। मैंने कहा चाहिए भी कोई रिकॉर्ड होता है? तो तब पता चला कि वो एक रिकॉर्ड था बैट थ्रू करने का। तो खुशी मिली, बट हम लोग टेस्ट मैच जीते, वो उससे बेहतर ज्यादा खुशी मिली बजाय मेरे 201 बनाने की। जहीर खान, कुंबले, हरभजन सिंह ने कमाल की गेंदबाजी की उस टेस्ट मैच में।
जीतने जिताने की बातें तो चलती रहेंगी, अब थोड़े बीच में स्लेजिंग की बातें हो जाए, थोड़ी सी स्लेजिंग। या एनी पर्टिकुलर प्लेयर यू वांट टू नो अबाउट? हाँ, मैं भी बाहर वीरूपा को कह रहा था कि एक दिन इन वन ऑफ दीज सेशंस ना लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग भेज भी देना उनको। दो actually, I want to bring up Shoaib Akhtar. Obviously, that is a crowd favorite, and I also put in Michael Clark's name in this. Are these the two most enjoyable moments of your sledging career?
हाँ, बट मैंने उन्हें स्लेजिंग में गाली नहीं दी उनको। सो बगैर गाली दिए कैसे स्लेज कर सकते हैं वो मैं बता सकता। कोई शोएब अख्तर मुझे ना, भाई मैं सुबह आया था 9:30 बजे बैटिंग करने पाकिस्तान टाइम पे, और 5 बजे तक मैं ही खेल रहा था, और वो मुझे ही बॉल डाल रहा था। वो भी थक गया था पूरे दिन डाल के। लास्ट स्पेल में उसने कहा कि मैं इसको मारूंगा, राउंड द विकेट गया, 2 बाउंसर, 148, 145, 150 बाउंसर मारा जाए तो मैं डक करूं, डिफेंड करूं, सिंगल ही ना आए। तो मैं गया पाजी के पास और क्या, मैंने कहा पाजी यार सिंगल ले, मतलब आप स्ट्राइक ले लो शोएब अख्तर पे, मुझे तो बाउंसर मार रहा बहुत तेज। कह रहा सिंगल लेगा तो मैं स्ट्राइक लूं। मैंने कहा ये भी बात ठीक है, सिंगल ही नहीं मिल रहा था। कह रहा अगले एक ओवर में उसने मारी तो कहीं फाइन लेग पे गई, तो मैं उसके साथ वापस जा रहा था, मैं भी जाता। मैं कहा बेटे तेरा बाप आया है, अब बाउंसर मार के दिखा तुझे। तो वो गया, उसने बाउंसर मारी, सचिन ने क्या चौका है छक्का हुआ। तो मैं उसका कहा बेटा बाप बाप होता है, बेटा बेटा होता है, तमीज से बॉल डाल लो। तो इसमें मैंने कोई गाली नहीं दी उसे, बट ये बात उसे इतनी चुभी कि उसके बाद उसने कोई हमें गाली नहीं दी। सो अगले दिन भी आके बड़े प्यार से कि भाईजान कैसे हैं आप, सब खैरियत है? मैंने कहा बिल्कुल एकदम खैरियत है, अल्लाह का शुक्र है। और फिर मैंने अपना 300 रन बनाया वहां पर। सो माइकल क्लार्क के साथ भी ऐसा हुआ, उनको भी मैंने गाली नहीं दी। तो मुझे याद है वो एडिलेड में टेस्ट मैच था और सचिन तेंदुलकर की बैक में स्पैज़म आया था, तो उन्होंने 4-5 घंटे फील्डिंग नहीं की। तो मैं बैटिंग कर रहा था, तो वो बैटिंग करने आए मेरे साथ, तो माइकल क्लार्क विकेट पे आता था, कुछ बोलता था उन्हें और चला जाता था। और वो मैंने पूछा क्या कह रहा है? कह रहा नहीं कोई बात नहीं, तो बैटिंग करिए, तो ऐसे ही कहते रहते। 1 ओवर हो गया, 2 ओवर हो गया, तो मैंने पूछा पाजी से कुछ तो बता दो क्या कह रहा है? कह रहा नहीं यार ऐसे ही बोल रहा है कि यू आर जस्ट हियर टू बैट, यू डोंट वांट टू फील्ड, यू आर टू ओल्ड, व्हाई आर यू प्लेइंग दिस दैट। मैं कहा अच्छा। मैं उसके पास गया माइकल क्लार्क के पास, मैं कहा हाउ ओल्ड आर यू? उसने बोला 24, 25। मैं कहा मोर विकेट देन योर एज। मैं कहा हाउ मेनी टेस्ट मैच डिड यू प्ले? ही सेड दिस मच ओनली। मैं कहा यस मोर विकेट्स देन योर मैचेस एंड ऑल, सो व्हाई आर यू डिस्टर्बिंग ओल्ड मैन? नो जस्ट यू डू योर जॉब। मैं कहा आई एम डूइंग माय जॉब। तो आई आस्क माइकल क्लार्क, मैं कहा व्हाट्स योर निकनेम? कह रहा व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय दैट? मैं कहा टेल मी व्हाट यू। कह रहा पब। मैं कहा व्हिच ब्रीड आर यू? कह रहा व्हाई? मैं कहा आई टेक दैट ब्रीड बैक होम। उसके बाद माइकल क्लार्क ने कभी स्लेज नहीं किया। तो उस बेचारे को इतना वो हो गया सदमा कि ये मुझसे पूछ रहा है कि मुझे कुत्ता भी नहीं कह रहा, बट कह भी गया कुत्ता कि ब्रीड घर लेके जाएगा। तो ऐसी स्लेजिंग में उनको भी बेचारों को थोड़ा दुख, ज्यादा दुख नहीं लगता है कि वो भी हंसते भी हैं, हंसना भी चाहते हैं, हंस भी नहीं सकते क्योंकि स्लेज उन पे हुआ है। बट गालियों की स्लेजिंग तो सभी देते हैं। मेरा पहला 1 अप्रैल 99 को डेब्यू मैच था पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ मोहाली में। तो ऐसे ही मोहाली का ड्रेसिंग रूम था, तो मैं उतर के गया तो शोएब अख्तर ने मुझे पकड़ा और गाली देता हुआ लेके गया मुझे 30 यार्ड तक। फिर शाहिद अफरीदी को बोला कि ले भाई नया बकरा है, फिर उसने गालियां दी। मतलब मैं 20 साल का लड़का था, 21 साल का, तो इतनी गालियां पंजाबी की मैंने कभी नहीं सुनी थी जितने उन्होंने मुझे मेरे पहले मैच में दी। 2 बॉल खेलने के, तो मैंने पहली पे सिंगल या दूसरी पे शोएब अख्तर आया, तो इतनी तेज डाली, मैं आउट हो गया, मैं बाहर। तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ यार अब इनको मुझे पता नहीं दोबारा मौका मिलेगा ना मिलेगा सूद समेत इनको वापस लौटाने का। बट खैर वो मौका आया, एक बार नहीं काफी बार आया। तो फिर पाकिस्तान में जब गए हम लोग, तो सूद समेत सारी गालियां लौटाई उनको। तो गालियां भी देता था, उनको मारता भी था। तो एक टाइम के बाद तो सब उन्होंने प्लानिंग करा, भाई सहवाग को कोई कुछ नहीं कहेगा, अगर कहा तो पूरे दिन हम पिटेंगे। तो इसलिए मुझे कोई स्लेज नहीं करता था फिर पाकिस्तान में।
आपने छेड़ा कभी किसी को?
मैंने
कोई ऐसी चिंगारी जो आपने लगाई हो?
मतलब मुझे याद है कि हमारे जो सीनियर प्लेयर होते थे, सचिन, सौरभ, द्रविड़ ना, ये स्लेजिंग कम करते थे। बट कभी कभी ऑस्ट्रेलिया के खिलाफ ऐसा हो जाता कि नहीं यार इनके साथ इनकी तरह क्रिकेट खेलनी पड़ेगी, और ये तो बैक एंड पर रहते थे, हमको आगे कर देते थे जो नए प्लेयर होते थे। आकाश चोपड़ा, गौतम गंभीर, वीरेंद्र सहवाग, नॉर्थ के वैसे भी थोड़े एग्रेसिव होते हैं, माइंडसेट, लड़ने को तैयार रहते हैं। तो तब कई बार हमने स्लेजिंग किया, पॉन्टिंग को, गिलक्रिस्ट को, एडन को, बट उनको जितनी स्लेजिंग करे वो यूज टू थे, उतना ही हम पे चढ़ते थे, उतनी गालियां दुगनी हमें देने शुरू कर देते थे। तो फिर हम लोग इन महारथियों को आगे भेजते थे। मैं कहा अब हमारे से हमें इतनी अंग्रेजी आती है, अब आप आओ आगे मैदान में, क्योंकि बेटर अंग्रेजी आपको आती है तो आप झेलो इन्हें। तो वो कभी कभी किया है, बट कभी असर भी हो जाता है, कभी नहीं भी होता है।
कोई नहीं, एक और नॉर्थ वाले ने कसर पूरी कर दी।
पाकिस्तानियों के खिलाफ बड़ा मजा आता है कि एक याशिर हमीद करके एक प्लेयर था, हम 2003-4 में गए, तो ओपनर था। तो पहले टेस्ट मैच में जब मैंने पहली इनिंग में 300 रन बनाया ना, तो शॉर्ट लेग पे भी रहता था, मुझे देख देख के ना इतना पक गया, तो कह रहा भाईजान मैं भी आपसे आउट नहीं हूंगा, मैं भी आपसे आउट नहीं हूंगा। लिफ्ट में मिले तो, ब्रेकफास्ट में मिले तो, ग्राउंड में मिले तो मैं आपसे आउट नहीं हूंगा। तो जब सेकंड डे पे मैं उससे मिला, मैंने कहा हाँ भाई तू तो डॉन ब्रेडमैन है, तू तो आउट होगा नहीं। अब वो जो बैटिंग करने आया तो मैं उसको सिर्फ ये सलेज करता, मैं हाँ भाई डॉन ब्रेडमैन तू तो आउट होगा नहीं। तो उसने एक दिन में 300 बनाया, तो तू भी बनाया एक दिन में 300। पूरी सीरीज में रन नहीं बनाया उसने, यासिर अहमद ने। कह रहा भाई साहब ब्रेडमैन मत को, बाकी सब ठीक है, जो मर्जी कह लो।
तो मेंटल डिसइंटीग्रेशन कर दिया आपने।
बट लेकिन आपको करना पड़ता है ना, क्योंकि आपका कॉम्पिटिटर है वो ओपनर। अगर वो रन बनाएगा तो ये लगेगा यार विकेट बड़ी आसान थी, अगर ओपनर आउट हो गया जल्दी तो लगेगा यार नहीं वीरेंद्र सहवाग ने टॉप विकेट पे 100 बनाया है।
पर अग्रेशन का बेड़ा संभाला हुआ है आजकल जनता ने। लेट मी इफ आई गिव यू एन ऑप्शन
जी,
एंड नॉट पोजीशन वाइज, राइट, बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली आपने ओपन किया एंड यू प्लेड with those who will forever remain our immortal heroes, right? The OGs हमारे लिए, पिछली जनरेशन के लिए उनके OGs हैं, सनी सर, विशी सर and all of that.
बिल्कुल।
पर अभी की जो जनता है, and I'm saying you played with them, right? 2011 World Cup. After that you played with Rohit, you played with Virat, you played with Mahi. But सारे नाम अब ओपन है फील्ड में जो अभी खेल रहे हैं. If given a choice, who would you like to bat in a long partnership in Test cricket with?
I think Rohit Sharma एज ए ओपनर, क्योंकि जैसा मैं खेलता हूं शायद वो मैच कर सकता है मुझे, मेरी पेस को। वरना अभी तक मेरे जितने भी ओपनर आए मेरे साथ टेस्ट क्रिकेट में, संजय बांगर, वसीम जाफर, आकाश चोपड़ा, गौतम गंभीर, वो बैकफुट पे रहते थे और मुझे फ्रंट फुट पे आना पड़ता था, अटैकिंग क्रिकेट खेलनी पड़ती थी। वो स्लो थे, मैं तेज था। तो आई थिंक रोहित शर्मा एक ऐसा है जिसके साथ मैं दोबारा खेलना चाहूंगा, अगर, क्योंकि वो जैसी क्रिकेट मैं खेलता हूँ शायद वैसी क्रिकेट वो खेलते हैं।
तो बॉलर क्या करे, एक कट कर करके पागल कर रहा है, दूसरा पुल मार मार के पागल कर रहा है,
तो मुझे फिर वो डायलॉग मारने में आसानी होगी ना।
वैसे गौतम फ्रंट फुट पे खेल रहे हैं काफी,
एज ए कोच ना। पर अच्छी बात है, उनकी अलग पर्सनालिटी है, एज ए कोच अपने टीम के लिए अच्छा कर रहे हैं उनको।
अच्छा, I'm coming back to the format, मेरा वो दिमाग से गया। ODIs, I mean you've played with,
देखिए आप तेंदुलकर और गांगुली के साथ आपने ओपनिंग की हो और उसके बाद आप पूछोगे किसके साथ करना चाहोगे, तो
शोभा, that's what I'm saying, वो OGs बोल चुका हूं मैं।
हाँ, अगर आज की डेट में मुझे किसी के साथ ओपनिंग तो वैभव सूर्यवंशी।
उफ, जस्ट इमेजिन फॉर अ मोमेंट।
मतलब 14 साल का है तो वो मुझे समझाएगा, मैं नहीं उसको समझाऊंगा कि कैसे क्रिकेट खेलनी है। तो क्योंकि जैसी क्रिकेट वो खेल रहा है, जो मतलब 14 साल का बच्चा है, एक जिम्बाब्वे में जाके 80 रन बनाता है 30, 40, 35 गेंदों में, IPL में 200 बनाया उसने शायद 40 बॉलों से कम में, 50 बनाई है कितनी बार, 15 बॉल, 14 बॉल, 16 बॉल में। तो ये 14 साल का बच्चा नहीं कर सकता। मेरा बेटा 18 साल का है, वो 20-22 बना सकता है 13-14 गेंदों में, लेकिन वो 13-14 गेंदों में 50 नहीं बना सकता, वो जबकि 18 साल का है। तो मैं तो पहले दिन से फैन था जब वो आया था खेलने की। मैंने कहा वाह। सेकंड सीजन में मैं ज्यादा एक्साइटेड था उसको देखने के लिए, क्योंकि पहले सीजन में क्या होता है किसी को पता नहीं होती आप क्या करने वाले हो, कैसे खेलने वाले हो। बट फर्स्ट सीजन में सबने देख लिया। अब सेकंड सीजन में जब उसने 100 बनाया, जो उसने, सोचो इंडिया के दिग्गज खिलाड़ी खेल रहे थे, उस लड़के ने ऑरेंज कैप ली है और सेकंड हाईएस्ट 100 रन पीछे था। उसमें विराट कोहली भी थे, रोहित शर्मा भी थे, और भी बड़े, शुभमन गिल भी थे, सब इंडिया के दिग्गज खिलाड़ी थे। अगर मैं सिलेक्टर होता तो उन्हें व्हाइट बॉल क्रिकेट खिला रहा होता उसी टाइम से, T20 और वनडे दोनों।
This should be a fun conversation, right? Next time, guys, can we have Virendra Sehwag and Vaibhav Suryavanshi both together? ये आंसर ही बड़े बॉलर्स को रिटायर करा सकता है कि आप उसके साथ ओपन करना चाहते हो।
क्यों नहीं?
What would your conversation be hypothetically? Right? Vaibhav is here, सबसे पहले तो पैर छुएगा वो आपके, right? उसके बाद अगर वो खड़ा है, आपको बस देख रहा है, क्या कहोगे आप उसे?
वही तो मैं कह रहा हूं, मैं उसे थोड़ा ना कुछ कहूंगा, वो मुझे कहेगा कि भैया इसको वहां मार सकते थे।
मजे ही मजे, रायट।
भैया तो नहीं कहेगा, अंकल ही कहेगा कि अंकल आप इसे वहां मार सकते, अंकल आप इसे वहां मार सकते थे। तो वो कन्वर्सेशन, बट मुझे नहीं लगता कि वो ज्यादा कुछ बोलता है, और मुझे लगता है कि जो उसके पार्टनर है उन्हें भी ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि मेरे को सौरव गांगुली, सचिन तेंदुलकर बहुत बोलते थे। वर्ल्ड कप 2011 में तो मैंने गैरी क्रिस्टन को बोला है, मैंने कहा यार गॉड को जाके बोला मुझसे ना ज्यादा बातें ना करें। तो गैरी कृष्ण बोलता है कि भाई ही इज योर फ्रेंड, यू गो एंड टेल हिम। मैं कहा इफ आई गो एंड टेल हिम ना, ही विल गेट अपसेट एंड आई डोंट वांट टू डू दैट, बिकॉज अगर वो अपसेट हो गए और उनकी इनिंग खराब हो गई तो हम लोग वर्ल्ड कप में कहीं नहीं है, क्योंकि वो वर्ल्ड कप में सबसे ज्यादा रन बनाते हैं और वो रिकॉर्ड उठा के देख लो। तो गैरी कृष्ण चुपचाप गए कि वो बोले कि लेट वीरू प्ले द वे ही वांट्स टू प्ले, एंड देन उसके बचा साले तू उसको बोल रहा है, मुझे नहीं बोल सकता था। मैंने कहा मैं कैसे बोल सकता, इतने दिनों से तो बोल ही तो रहा हूं, मुझे सिर्फ शाबाश शाबाश बोलो और कुछ मत बोलो। आप शाबाश की जगह सब कुछ बोल रहे हो, शाबाश ही नहीं बोल रहे हो बस। तो कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि जब आप जो अच्छा खेल रहा था आप उसको जाके कुछ बोलो, वो डिस्टर्ब हो जाता है। कि मैं साउथ अफ्रीका के खिलाफ खेल रहा था 2011 वर्ल्ड कप में, बढ़िया गाना गुनगुना रहा था और बढ़िया बैटिंग कर रहा था, 1 ओवर 2 ओवर 3 ओवर, चौथे ओवर में आके मुझे बोल रहे मैं तेरा बैट मारूंगा अगर तू बातें नहीं करेगा। मैंने कहा आप खेल रहे हो 15 बॉल में 30 रन पे, तो आपको बातें करने की क्या जरूरत है? कह रहे नहीं मुझे मजा नहीं आ रहा, मुझे बातें करना। मैं कहा और कितनी तेज खेलोगे? तो उनको चाहिए बीच में कन्वर्सेशन कि बॉलर क्या सोच रहा होगा, फील्ड क्या है, कहाँ क्या हो रहा है, तो ये सब कन्वर्सेशन करते हैं। हमें पड़ी नहीं है कन्वर्सेशन की, हम ये देख रहे हैं कि बॉल कहाँ से आ रही है, कहाँ भेजनी है, बस इतनी सिंपल थिंकिंग, अपने गाना गुनगुनाते रहो। तो मैंने बोला मैं अच्छा गाना गुनगुनाऊं, रिदम में हूँ, मुझे खेलने दो तो मैं बढ़िया बैटिंग करूंगा। कह रहा अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है, बट फिर भी बात करता रहा बीच में। तो वो ऐसे थे, डिस्टर्ब भी कर देते थे, बट उनको शौक था बातें करने का। एक ही प्लेयर थे जिसके साथ मुझे सबसे ज्यादा मजा आता था, वो थे राहुल द्रविड़। कुछ नहीं बोलना, आए हाथ मारा चले गए, कुछ आए हाथ मारा। अगर हमने 200 और बैटिंग की होगी तो हमने सिर्फ ग्लव्स ही मारे हैं एक दूसरे को।
पर जिस दिन बोले
400
तो सपने दिखा गए।
नहीं वो तो मेरे गलत एडवाइस ले ली ना उनसे, तो वो भी इतने साल खेलने के बाद, मैं स्टार्टिंग की भी बता रहा हूँ। तो मुझे राहुल द्रविड़ का एक और किस्सा आता है, मैंने टेस्ट मैच में 100 बनाया, तो मैं राहुल द्रविड़ से पूछा, मैं कह जैम अब तो शायद मुझे रिस्पेक्ट मिल जाएगी, टेस्ट डेब्यू में 100। कह रहे यार प्रवीण आमरे ने बनाया, एक मैच से रिस्पेक्ट नहीं मिलती। बात ठीक थी उनकी, प्रवीण आमरे उसके बाद खेले नहीं, कुछ ज्यादा किया नहीं। अब हम इंग्लैंड गए तो इंग्लैंड में मैंने एज ए ओपनर 100 बनाया, मैं एज ए ओपनर सीमिंग ट्रैक पे 100 बनाया। बोला ये तो वन ऑफ है, लेट्स सी। आगे मेरे रन नहीं बने 2 टेस्ट मैच में, फिर हम लोग ऑस्ट्रेलिया गए, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में मैंने 195 बनाया। बोला यार दिस इज योर फर्स्ट बिग 100, मे बी यूल गेट, बट you have to score big, then only you'll get respect from commentators, media, ex-colleague or the senior colleagues and all. I said okay. फिर हम पाकिस्तान गए तो मैंने 300 रन बनाया। अब मैं आया, मैंने उनसे पूछा ही नहीं, क्योंकि उन्होंने तो कभी बनाया ही नहीं 300। और 300 बनाने के बाद ऐसा कौन इंसान है जो इज्जत ना दे, को रिस्पेक्ट ना करे? तो रिस्पेक्ट ऑटोमेटिकली मिली, बट उन्होंने एक लेसन उनके उसमें था कि वो मेरे से चाहते थे कि मैं बड़े रन बनाऊं हर बार, तब वो कहेंगे कि हाँ भाई इसको रिस्पेक्ट देनी चाहिए, मिलनी चाहिए। तो वो उनका जो वो था ना कि यार एक कोई भी बना देता, एक ही बड़ा 100 बनाया, तो उससे और आग जली ताकि मैं बड़ा इतना बड़ा बनाऊं। उसके बाद मेरे 195 के बाद 15 कंसेक्यूटिव जो भी मैंने 100 बनाए सब 150 के ऊपर थे। तो वो एक उनको थैंक्स है कि अगर वो ऐसा नहीं बोलते तो शायद वो नहीं होते मेरे।
बात पता है यू बीन इतने अलग लेकिन इतने ऑनेस्ट, सब बनना चाहते हैं, बनना आसान नहीं है। बट बिफोर आई ओपन द फ्लोर टू द ऑडियंस मेंबर, आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क कि अब बातें आपको करनी होती हैं, एडवाइस आपसे मांगने आता है। कैन वी हैव अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर जूनियर सहवाग, हु इज आल्सो सेटिंग डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट ऑन फायर, एंड नाउ ही कम्स एंड आस्क्ड यू। अभी न्यूज देख रहा था, पापा ने बोला गाने गाते रहो, और भी तो एडवाइस मांगता होगा। नाउ यू आर एट द गिवर्स एंड, यू आर नॉट द रिसीवर। तो अब आप ये 20-25 साल का जो ज्ञान है, जिसकी गंगा आपने अपनी डायरेक्शन में बहाई है, हाउ डू यू नाउ स्पीक टू दिस जनरेशन जिसमें डीएनए खून सहवाग का है, आज के जमाने में खेल रहा और आपके पास एडवाइस मांगने अगर आता है तो?
देखिए आर्यवीर सहवाग को मैं जब 16 साल का था तब उनके साथ ऐसे बातें करता था, मेंटली टफ होना चाहिए, माइंड में बहुत नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव थॉट आते हैं। कह रहे पापा क्या है यार आप बकवास कर रहे हैं, ऐसा कुछ होता है, कैसे थॉट आ जाएंगे नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव थॉट? मतलब बच्चा होता है ना, जो जैसे अभी वैभव सूर्यवंशी खेल रहा है 15 साल का, उसके माइंड में कोई थॉट नहीं आता होंगे, क्योंकि शायद वो ऐसा ही है, बच्चा है अभी। जब बड़ा होगा तब एक्सपेक्टेशन बढ़ेंगी, तब शायद थॉट्स आएंगे। जब वो पिछले साल पहली बार खेला DPL, तब उसको पता चला कि एक्चुअली वो थॉट्स जो पापा कह रहे थे वो आते हैं, नेगेटिव थॉट्स, पॉजिटिव थॉट्स, कि इन स्विंगर बॉलर है इसको कैसे खेलूंगा, ये मयंक यादव है जो 150 डालता है IPL में उसको कैसे खेलूंगा, नवदीप सैनी इंटरनेशनल बॉलर है इसको कैसे खेलूंगा, आउट तो नहीं जाऊंगा। तो अब वो मेरे पास आता है पूछने, बातें करने, तो अब मैं उसको कहता हूँ कि मेंटल ट्यूनिंग क्या होती है, मेंटल टफनेस क्या होती है, अपने आप को कैसे प्रिपेयर करते हैं, विजुलाइज करो, जो कि पहले वो नहीं सुनता था। तो बट अब सुनता है, बट फिर भी कहीं ना कहीं मैं घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर ही हूँ, मुझे उतना नहीं सुनता जितना शायद अपने कोचेस को सुनता है। तो मैंने उसको बोला थॉट्स आते हैं तो आप हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ो, गाने गाओ, फिर थॉट्स नहीं आएंगे। तो कह रहे यार कैसी बातें कर रहे हो, मैं सोल्यूशन पूछ रहा हूँ, कह रहे गाने गाओ। मैंने कहा यही एक सोल्यूशन है, क्योंकि बड़े बड़े साइकेट्रिस्ट, बड़े बड़े साइकोलॉजिस्ट आपको नहीं बता सकते कि आप अपने थॉट को कैसे कंट्रोल करो। मैं जब खेलता था और मेरे माइंड में थॉट आते यार इसको यहाँ छक्का मारूंगा, वहां मारूंगा, अगर बॉल नहीं हुई तो भी मार देता था, क्योंकि आप प्री प्लान हो अपने माइंड में और आप उस बॉल को गिरने के भी नहीं दे रहे और पहले ही मार दे रहे हो और आप आउट हो रहे हो। तो मैं मिला एक दो साइकेट्रिस्ट से, साइकोलॉजिस्ट से, तो किसी ने कहा कि यार आप डीप ब्रीदिंग करो, इनहेल एक्सेल करो। अब इमेजिन करो मैं नेट में बैटिंग करो, मैंने इनहेल किया, किसी ने बाउंस मारी, मुझे लग गई, पता मेरा एक्सेल ही नहीं हुआ, मैं वहीं ढेर हो गया। तो मेरे लिए तो वो काम नहीं किया ना इनहेल एक्सेल। किसी ने बोला मेडिटेशन करो, आप अपने थॉट्स को कंट्रोल। अब मैं आंख बंद करूं तो कितनी देर, 5-10 सेकंड, फिर ऐसे खोल के देखता था कोई देख तो नहीं रहा है, होता ही नहीं था। तो कभी ना कभी मैंने ऐसे गाना गुनगुनाते गया यार, गुनगुनाते मैंने रन बनाए, 50, 60, 100 बन गए। तब मुझे रियलाइज हुआ यार इससे बढ़िया और क्या हो सकता है कि मैं गाने गुनगुनाऊं, आंखें मेरी बॉल देखें और बैट मेरा चले, मैं प्रेजेंट में रहूंगा, रिएक्ट करूंगा। तो उस दिन के बाद से मैं ऐसा ही करने लगा, सिर्फ गाने गुनगुनाता था। और गाने भी ऐसे बॉलीवुड के, किशोर कुमार के, चिट्टियां कलाई आवे, डीजे वाले बाबू, ये वाले गाने गुनगुनाता था जब मैं रन बनाता था। और जब मैं रन नहीं बनाता था तो भजन कीर्तन, 300 साल गुरु दे नाल, हर वेले हरदम। क्योंकि भगवान हमको तभी याद आते हैं जब हमारा खराब टाइम होता है। अब इस हॉल में किसी का कोई खराब टाइम नहीं है, सबका अच्छा टाइम है, किसी को भगवान थोड़े ना याद आ रहे हैं। तो मैं उसको वो समझाता हूँ, अब उसकी समझ में आ जाए तो ले ले, जो वो पूछता है तो मैं जो जवाब देता हूँ, मुझे नहीं लगता कि मेरे जवाब से सेटिस्फाइड होता है, बट फिर भी बेचारा सुन लेता है, क्योंकि बाप हूं, सुननी तो पड़ेगी।
यहां पे नहीं, कोई भजन कीर्तन नहीं, बट अगर यहां से कोई उठ के एंटरप्रेन्योर आपके पास आए और बोले दैट वन एडवाइस जिसको यहां पे लेना है, इन द स्कीम ऑफ थिंग्स वेयर यू ऑब्वियसली आर एम्बिशियस, you want to achieve big things, you might want to make sure that you don't want to lose your job or whatever you've built. What's the advice from Virender Sehwag to a young entrepreneur who wants to make it big and flirt around with risks?
आई थिंक एक ही एडवाइस है कि भाई स्टे ऑनेस्ट। ऑनेस्टी इज इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इन बिजनेस। आप झूठ बोलोगे किसी से पैसा कमा सकते हो, किसी को पैसा लेके इन्वेस्ट कर दोगे, डुबा सकते हो, वो मत करो ना। मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है कि अगर आप अपने साथ ऑनेस्ट हो, अपने बिजनेस के साथ ऑनेस्ट हो, तो आई थिंक वो आपका बिजनेस बहुत आगे जाएगा। और जो भी आप हायरिंग करते हो, अगर वो अच्छे पीपल, अच्छे ऑनेस्ट पीपल हायर करते हो, तो आपको सही दिशा दिखाते हैं, सही चीजें बताते हैं, ताकि आपका बिजनेस ग्रो करे। मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है, मैं ये मानता हूँ कि ऑनेस्ट होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। क्योंकि मैंने बड़े देखे हैं वेल्थ मैनेजर जो आए हैं, जो पैसा लेके गए हैं, 50 लाख लेके गए थे, 20 रह गए, 10 रह गए, 40 रह गए ऐसे, क्योंकि वो रिस्क, पता नहीं उनका रिस्क था या उनका कमीशन ज्यादा मिलता था उन्हें, वो ऑनेस्ट नहीं थे। और जो ऑनेस्टली आए हैं उन्होंने पैसा कमा के भी दिया है। वो बोल के गए सर इसमें रिस्क है, इसमें ये रिस्क है, बट हम, मुझे लगता है कि जब मार्केट ऊपर उठेगी तो ये शेयर भी ऊपर उठेगा या ये म्यूचुअल फंड भी ऊपर उठेगा। तो और उन्होंने पैसा बना के दिया। तो ऑनेस्टी आई थिंक, मुझे लगता है कि अगर आप खुद से ऑनेस्ट है, अपने बिजनेस के साथ ऑनेस्ट है, तो आपको कोई नहीं रोक सकता, क्योंकि आपको पता है आप क्या कर रहे हो। जितने भी स्टार्टअप खोलते हैं, जितने भी वेल्थ मैनेजर बनते हैं, जो फंड इकट्ठा करते हैं 100 करोड़ 1000 करोड़, उन्हें पता है वहां कहाँ पैसा लगा रहे हैं, कौन सी बेकार कंपनी में लगा रहे हैं, कौन सी अच्छी कंपनी में लगा रहे हैं, उन्हें पता है। अगर वो अपने से ईमानदार रहेंगे तो अच्छी कंपनी में लगाएंगे तो पैसा डूब ही नहीं सकता। निफ्टी 50 में लगाएंगे तो कैसे डूबेगा, या निफ्टी 20 में लगाएंगे।
और फंड भी बता दो थोड़े।
हाँ, अगर भाई मैं खुद शेयर खरीदता हूँ सिर्फ यूएस मार्केट में, वो बता सकता हूँ, बट इंडिया के में नहीं खरीदता, क्योंकि इंडिया में मैंने बहुत सारे बंदे हायर किए हुए हैं जो को काम कर रहे हैं।
On that honest note, ladies and gentlemen, and all the wealth managers out there, you can meet Virender Sehwag outside shortly from now. But if we have a mic that can float around, do we have a mic somewhere? Do we have time for a quick Q&A? Yeah, we do? Okay.
यार श्रीकांत भी वेट कर रहा है पीछे हमारी।
Oh yeah, we have another session. Sorry. सर, फ्रंट रो में बैठने का ये नुकसान होता है कि आपको माइक बाद में मिलता है।
नहीं, बट इनकी आवाज तो आ जाएगी यहां तक।
हाँ, पर एंड में ना वो बोलेंगे कि देखो आपने आगे भी बिठाया, आपने पहला क्वेश्चन भी दे दिया। इंक्लूसिविटी, सर, विल स्टार्ट विद यू।
हाय, दिस इज पराग श्रीवास्तव। जैसा आपने बताया कि आप कई बार ऐसा हुआ कि कैप्टन या अदर साइड पे कोई सीनियर प्लेयर ने कुछ आपको बोला, बट आप अपने हिसाब से ही बैटिंग करते थे। So normally in normal work life, people have fear of what you say कि failure or fear of criticism. कि मीडिया क्या बोलेगा, एक्सपर्ट कमेंटेटर क्या बोलेंगे. So how you are managing that and मतलब how was that you are taking care while taking your own decision?
बॉस, अगर दुनिया की, मीडिया की, इनकी परवाह करोगे तो आप कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते लाइफ में. प्रेशर लेने की चीज नहीं है, प्रेशर तो देने की चीज है. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि लोगों की चिंता मत करो, आप अपने आप से ऑनेस्ट रहोगे तो बड़ी. मैं अपनी बैटिंग कर रहा हूँ, मैं अपने आप से ऑनेस्ट हूँ, मुझे पता है कौन सी बॉल मैं मार सकता हूँ, कौन सी छोड़ सकता हूँ, कौन सी रोक सकता हूँ. और जब मैं रन बनाऊंगा, मैं जैसे मर्जी बनाऊँ तो सब तारीफ ही करेंगे, अच्छा ही बोलेंगे. ठीक है, मैं बहुत बारी मारते हुए आउट हुआ, मेरा बहुत डिस्कशन हुआ है बहुत सारे कोचेस से, सीनियर प्लेयर से. क्या डिफरेंस है अगर राहुल द्रविड़ डिफेंस करके आउट हो रहा है और मैं छक्का मारते हुए आउट हो रहा हूँ? आउट तो दोनों ही हुए ना. वो इज्जत से आउट हुआ, मैं बेइज्जत से आउट हुआ, फर्क इतना ही है. बट आउट तो दोनों हुए, रन तो दोनों ने नहीं बनाए ना. तो मेरी नजर में क्या है कि भाई जिस बॉल को वो डिफेंस करा, उस बॉल को मैं डिफेंस नहीं करूं, चौका मार सकता हूं, तो मैं उस पर रिस्क लेता हूं, मारने जाता हूं, लगता भी है, आउट भी होता हूं. तो दोनों तरफ रिस्क है. वो तो डिफेंस करते हुए भी आउट हो सकते हो, मारते हुए आउट. तो आप अपने लिए ऑनेस्ट हो, आपको पता है क्या कर रहे हो, फिर दुनिया की चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है. मैंने तो कभी नहीं की. और मुझे बहुत लोगों ने क्रिटिसाइज किया, बहुत कमेंटेटर्स ने क्रिटिसाइज किया, मंजरेकर, शास्त्री, गावस्कर, हर्षा भोगले. बट मैं कभी उनसे नाराज नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि वो अपना काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो देख रहे हैं मैच और लाइव डिस्क्राइब कर रहे हैं कि ये खराब शॉट मारा, जो कि था. उनका काम है, वो कर रहे हैं. मेरा अगले मैच में मैंने जब रन बनाए तो वही तारीफें कर रहे हैं. तो वो अपना काम कर रहे हैं, आप अपना काम करते रहो. तो अभी अगर आप अच्छा फंड चला रहे हो और आप 20% से ज्यादा कमा रहे हो तो लोग तारीफ ही करेंगे ना. तो 10% से कम लाओगे तो फिर जिसने पैसे दिए वो भी कहेगा यार क्या कर रहे हो.
Sir, I noted that you have recently added additional R to your name. Is it missing Rahul Dravid, or is it for the risk-taking attitude, or is it for the return जो हम आपको नहीं दे पा रहे हैं?
यार किसी एस्ट्रोलॉजर ने बोला कि एक और R लगा लो अपने नाम में, पीछे लगा लो, बीच में लगा लो. मैंने बीच में से लगाया था कि लोग नोट ना करें, बट आपने नोट कर लिया, मैंने बीच में R लगाया. किसी एस्ट्रोलॉजर ने बोला ऐसे ही, तो सॉरी न्यूमरोलॉजिस्ट ने, मेरा दोस्त था, तो मैंने ऐसे ही लगा लिया, चेंज कर लिया. उसके बाद से मेरे इवेंट ही कम नहीं हो रहे जब से वो R लगा है. एवरी फ्राइडे ट्रैवल कर रहा हूँ पिछले 3 महीने से, जब से IPL खत्म हुआ है. हर फ्राइडे उड़ता हूँ, किसी नए शहर में जाता हूँ, ऐसे ही लेक्चर देता हूँ, पैसे लेता हूँ और चला जाता हूँ.
So returns. R is for returns.
तो कभी कभी मैं वही कह रहा ना, कभी कभी दूसरे की एडवाइस आपके लिए सही हो सकती है, अगर आपको लगे कि ये एडवाइस मेरे लिए सही है. मुझे लगा वो कह रहा है एक और R लगाने में कोई हर्ज तो नहीं है, नुकसान तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला, तो फायदा ही है. तो उसने भी ये भी कहा है कि तू और बड़ा एंटरप्रेन्योर बनेगा, और स्कूल खुलेंगे, और अकेडमीज खुलेंगे. मैंने कहा बस इससे ज्यादा मत कह अब तो कुछ.
हाय सेवक, हाय जतिन, दिस इज संजू हियर. क्या आप मुरलीधरन या सकलेन मुश्ताक के दूसरा को रीड कर पाते थे?
सकलेन मुश्ताक ने तो मुझे दूसरा डाला नहीं, मुझे याद नहीं ज्यादा उन्होंने डाला नहीं. मुरलीधरन ने मेरे को बहुत डाला. तो मुरलीधरन को मैं 2001 से लेकर 2007 तक टैकल नहीं कर पाया, बहुत बारी आउट हुआ उनको, मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा था. सचिन ने मुझे एक बार बोला कि मुरलीधरन का दूसरा पिक करने के लिए ना आपको उसका थंब देखना पड़ेगा. मुरलीधरन ब्लैक, थंब ब्लैक, साइड स्क्रीन ब्लैक. अब थंब कैसे नजर आए? तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे तो थंब दिख नहीं सकता. तो मैंने अपनी स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई और मैं उसको हर शॉट ऑफ साइड में मारने की कोशिश करता था. अगर आप मेरा 201 देखेंगे तो मैंने मुरलीधरन को बहुत ऑफ साइड में मारा है. उसको ये लग रहा है कि मैं उसका दूसरा पिक कर रहा हूं, और मुझे लग रहा है कि यार इसको लगना चाहिए कि मैं इसका दूसरा पिक कर रहा हूं, तभी ये मुझे बैट बॉल और देगा मारने के लिए. तो मैं उसकी ऑफ स्पिन को भी कवर्स में मार रहा हूं, उसके दूसरे को भी कवर्स में मार रहा हूं. अब वो मुझसे बोल रहा है कि यू आर पिकिंग मी एवरी बॉल, नो सहवाग प्लीज डोंट हिट मी. तो इतना बड़ा बॉलर जब आपको कहते डोंट हिट मी, तो मतलब वो प्रेशर में है, मैं नहीं प्रेशर में हूं. तो जब 2006-07 के बाद मैंने उसे टैकल करना शुरू किया, 134, 293, 201, 100, 110, 100, ये सारे मैंने श्रीलंका के खिलाफ 100 बनाए, जिसमें मेंडिस और मुरली मौजूद थे. क्योंकि मेरी अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी थी कि मैं दूसरा पिक नहीं कर पा रहा था, बट ऑफ साइड में खेलता गया, मेरी स्ट्रैटेजी काम कर गई. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि जो भी आप स्ट्रैटेजी सोच के जाओ वो आपके लिए काम करे, लेकिन कुछ हटके करोगे तो हो सकता है वो काम भी कर सकती है. तो अगर मैं सचिन तेंदुलकर की बात पे कायम रहता तो मैं वो पिक ही नहीं करता, पता चलता मैं आउट हो जाता. तो इसलिए मैंने अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी अपनाई.
Sir, stumps का call आ गया है, but I will take just one final question because you were the first one to raise your hand. I apologize to everyone else. अरे सर बुलंद आवाज निकालो बाहर.
थैंक यू थैंक्स सहवाग सर, मेरा सवाल आपसे है तो आपने रिस्क वाला जो पार्ट बोला कि टेक रिस्क, कुछ गलती होगी तो सीनियर्स हैं. मैच में आप आउट हो गए, सीरीज है, दूसरा मैच है, उसमें परफॉर्म कर दोगे, बट देयर कुड बी ए पॉसिबिलिटी कि रिस्क ले रहे हो, आप टीम से आउट हो गए, लाइक इन जॉब्स यू आर आउट, और यू रन एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, यू आर डूइंग ए बिजनेस, यू कुड बिजनेस कैन बी शट डाउन. तो हाउ टू tackle those kind of situation, how to change the strategy, adapt to approach and probably perform under the pressure, और वो कैसे कोशिश किया जाए कि मतलब एक बार टाइम आप टीम से बाहर हो गए तो फिर व्हाट इज द चांस ऑफ यू कमिंग बैक एंड परफॉर्मिंग एंड शोइंग अ परफॉर्मेंस. सो
भाई आपके पास तो हजारों कंपनियां हैं, एक ने छोड़ दिया दूसरी के पास, मेरे पास तो एक इंडियन टीम थी.
वो एग्जैक्टली तो
है ना. अब मैं आपको कहानी सुना. राहुल द्रविड़ कप्तान थे साउथ अफ्रीका में 2006-7 में. वो मेरे पास आए, मेरे पहले 2 टेस्ट मैच में रन नहीं बने थे, 10, 15, 20 ऐसे ही बन रहे थे. तो आए कि यार कोच बड़ा नाराज है, ग्रेग चैपल, वो तुझे ड्रॉप करना चाहता है. तो मैं क्या कर दे ड्रॉप यार, क्या है मतलब रन नहीं बन रहे 2 में. मैंने कहा बट ऐसा नहीं है कि सब रन बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि सीरीज ही ऐसी थी, 150-200 बन रहे थे उसमें, कोई 40 बना रहा था, कोई 50 बना रहा था. राहुल द्रविड़, तेंदुलकर, लक्ष्मण, इन्होंने 40-40, 50-50 रन बनाए थे, बाकी सब 10, 20, 15 बना रहे थे. तो थर्ड टेस्ट मैच में वो मेरे पास आके ऐसे बोले कि नहीं नहीं, इवन चेयरमैन दिलीप वेंगसरकर भी यही बोल रहा है, कोच भी बोल रहा है. मैंने कहा आपको क्या लगा? कह रहा नहीं तू मेरा मैच विनर है. मैं कहा वेरी गुड. मैं कहा थैंक यू. मेरा तू अगला टेस्ट मैच तीसरा मैं खिलाऊंगा तुझे, बट ऐसे ऑफ स्पिनर बैट्समैन खिलाऊंगा. तो अभी मेरे लिए कॉम्प्लीमेंट था या मेरी बेइज्जती थी, आप ये बताओ. कि एक ओपनर जिसने 300 बनाया हुआ है, अभी वेस्ट इंडीज सीरीज में 185 बना के आया है, सबसे ज्यादा रन. अब साउथ अफ्रीका में वो कह रहा मैं तुझे ऑफ स्पिनर बैट्समैन खिलाऊंगा. ठीक है, मैंने कहा ठीक है. फर्स्ट इनिंग में मेरे को 7 नंबर भेजा, क्योंकि ऑफ स्पिनर वहीं बैटिंग करता है. तो मैंने वहाँ 40-45 रन बनाए. अब मैं इंतजार कर रहा हूँ कि भाई मैं ऑफ स्पिनर हूँ, मैं बॉलिंग करूंगा. फर्स्ट इनिंग में मुझे एक भी ओवर नहीं दिया. सेकंड इनिंग में अब क्या हो गया कि बराबर रन आ गए, तो राहुल द्रविड़ ने बोला कि यार यू हैव टू डू ओपन. मैंने कहा क्यों भाई, मैं तो ऑफ स्पिनर बैट्समैन हूँ. कह रहा नहीं हमको तेज रन बनाने हैं. मैंने कहा अगर मैं पहली बॉल पे आउट हो गया तो? बोला कोई बात नहीं. मैंने कहा तो रिस्क तो मुझे लेना है, तू मुझे बैक करेगा कि नहीं पता नहीं. नहीं आई विल बैक यू. मैं गया ओपनिंग करने, पहली बॉल पे मैं आउट, अंदर आ गया. सेकंड इनिंग में एक भी ओवर नहीं किया. तो मैं इकलौता ऐसा ऑफ स्पिनर बैट्समैन खेला जिसने बॉलिंग तो नहीं की लेकिन बैटिंग दोनों इनिंगों में की. और उस सीरीज के बाद मैं ड्रॉप भी हो गया. 2007 में बांग्लादेश गए, बांग्लादेश में मुझे टेस्ट टीम में नहीं लिया गया. उस समय मेरा 53 का टेस्ट एवरेज था. तो मैं डिप्रेस तो हुआ कि चल भाई मैं नहीं आया, बट मैं सोचा था यार वसीम जाफर, दिनेश कार्तिक, ये ओपनर जा रहे, गौतम गंभीर इंग्लैंड, और मैं घर बैठा. अब मैं अपने घर में बैठा हूँ, टीवी देख रहा हूँ उनको. तो दुखी था, तो मेरी मदर आई. तो मेरी मदर ने एक ही चीज बोली, बेटा जहां से तू आया है और आज जहां तक पहुंच गया, अब तू अगर आगे नहीं भी खेलेगा ना तो जिंदगी तो जीनी पड़ेगी ना, तो खुशी खुशी जी. तो उस दिन वो लेसन मेरे लिए इतना इंपॉर्टेंट था कि यार जो मैंने कमा लिया है उससे खुश रहना सीखो. मेरे फादर को 1000 रुपये मिलते थे, फिर 2000 रुपये महीना हुए, फिर 3000, फिर 5000, 10,000. तो उन्होंने मैक्सिमम 10,000 रुपये महीना ही दिए घर में. तो मेरी पहली नौकरी लगी तो मुझे 50,000 रुपये महीने मिला. तो मैं तो उसी में खुश था कि यार ओएनजीसी अब अगले 60 साल तक 50,000 रुपये महीना देगी, लाइफ सेट है. तो अब 2007 तक तो मैंने करोड़ों रुपए कमा लिए थे. तो मैं खुश था कि यार ठीक है, अगर नहीं भी खेला तो मैं पहला इंडियन बना 300 रन बनाने वाला. मैंने इतने रन बनाए, इतने मैचेस खेले. दिल्ली में उस समय शायद सबसे ज्यादा मैचेस मैं ही खेला था. तो खुश था. बट उस टाइम का मैंने यूटिलाइज किया अपनी फिटनेस को बेहतर बनाने के लिए. तो वो मेरे अंदर था कि अगर दोबारा बाई चांस मुझे मौका मिला तो मेरी फिटनेस ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि मैं कभी अपनी फिटनेस की वजह से फेल ना हूं. तो मैंने कोशिश की कि जब भी मैं उठूं मैं दौड़ने जाऊं. तो सुबह तो नहीं उठता था, मेरी सुबह दोपहर को होती थी 11 बजे. तो मैं जूते पहनता था और दौड़ने जाता था. तो मेरे आईपॉड में लगभग 2 घंटे के गाने थे. तो मेरा एम था कि मैं 2 घंटे दौड़ूं. बट आप पहले दिन 2 घंटे नहीं दौड़ सकते. तो मैंने 5 मिनट से शुरू किया, फिर अगले हफ्ते 10 मिनट, फिर 15, 20. जब मैं 2 महीने के बाद पूरे 2 घंटे लगातार दौड़ता था और अपने सारे गाने खत्म करके फिर आता था और फिर अपनी वेट ट्रेनिंग करता था. तो उस टाइम में मैंने अपनी सिर्फ फिटनेस पे ध्यान दिया. ये नहीं सोचा कि यार मैं ड्रॉप हो गया, ये वो डिप्रेस. बट उसका फायदा मुझे मिला जब मैं कम बैक हुई. फिर मैं 2007-8 से लेकर 2013 तक लगातार खेला, कभी ड्रॉप नहीं हुआ, और फिर उसके बाद रिटायर हो गया. तो जब आप रिस्क लेते हो, टीम से बाहर होते हो, तो उस टाइम को यूटिलाइज करना आपके ऊपर है. आप खुश रह के यूटिलाइज कर सकते हो या आप दुखी रह के यूटिलाइज कर सकते हो. खुश रह के नई स्ट्रैटेजी बना सकते हो कि नई जगह जाऊंगा तो शायद जो गलतियां यहाँ की हो आगे ना करूं, तो आपके काम आएगी. उस टाइम को यूटिलाइज करो, खुशी खुशी जियो. मुझे तो ये लेसन मिला जब मैं ड्रॉप हुआ.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Virupa, thank you so much for sharing these lessons. Could I request all our members who've joined us here to give a thunderous applause for such a simple takeaway that it's down to honesty. It's down to seeing the glass half full, and risk says karke bhi you can become the trailblazer. Thank you so much for your time. Always a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, Virendra Sehwag.
किधर जा रहे हो सर? किधर?
अभी एक और शो है सर, आपको आदत है स्टार पे काम करने की, अभी 2-3 शो और कराएंगे, कल के रिकॉर्ड कराएंगे.
Sapru, you had one job, which was to keep Virupaji seated, and for you as well. Thank you to both of you. So it's such an incredible conversation. Sir, if I could request you to please do the honors with a token of our appreciation. Mr. Vineet will present this token of appreciation. Thank you so much. I hope you had fun. That was incredible. I hope you got a chance to relive a lot of memories, and I hope you were inspired, because who better than Virendra Sehwag to really identify with what it means to be a game changer. We saved something special right towards the end, because our next speaker is living proof that the biggest barriers in your life are often not the ones that we are born with, but the ones that the world places in front of us. Born into a farming family in a small village in Andhra Pradesh, he chose to challenge every assumption about what was possible. His determination took him across the world, where he became the first international student with visual impairment to study at the prestigious MIT. But what makes his story even more remarkable is what happened next. Instead of building a career overseas, he returned home to India, to his roots, with a larger purpose: to create opportunities for people whose potential is too often underestimated. And in 2012, he co-founded Bolan Industries, a company that manufactures sustainable packaging and eco-friendly products while creating meaningful employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. And what began as a bold idea has grown into one of India's most inspiring social enterprises. In fact, his life has inspired the acclaimed film Shrikant, but the real story is even more powerful that you will hear today. Because this isn't a story about limitation, it's a story about determination, about possibility, about courage to build a future where the talent is never defined by circumstance. Ladies and gentlemen, a privilege for us to welcome to the stage a true game changer, Shrikant Pola, co-founder and chairman of Bolan Industries, for a special address this evening.
Imagine you lost your eyes for a day. Would you stop dreaming? Or would you dream even more? There is someone who will make you believe in the latter. From the fields of a small coastal village of Sita Ramapuram to the podiums of the world's biggest stages, including TED Talks. From a special school in Hyderabad to the prestigious halls of MIT. From cricket boundaries in India to baseball diamonds in America. From being visually challenged to creating opportunities for thousands through Bolan Industries. From a small farmer's son to a globally recognized entrepreneur featured by Forbes. He has created a life on his own terms, guided by one powerful belief. Shrikant can do anything. This attitude brought him close not only to over 8 lakh students of the Lead India program. Today, through Bolan Industries, he is building one of India's leading recycling and manufacturing ecosystems, turning industrial and agro waste into sustainable lifestyle products, while creating inclusive employment for the marginalized. His vision was so powerful that Dr. Kalam and Mr. Ratan Tata believed in it and became investing partners. With over 36% differently abled employees, Bolan stands as a global symbol of inclusivity and sustainability. From Areca and bagasse products to recycling pharmaceutical and municipal waste, Bolan proves that profit, people, and planet can grow together. Forbes 30 Under 30, NDTV Indian of the Year, World Economic Forum Young Global Leader, and even an honorary doctorate. At just 33, his life inspired a biopic, Shrikant, spreading hope to millions who dare to dream differently. But his vision doesn't stop there. Through Earth Cleanse Global, he's taking Bullen's sustainability mission worldwide. As a partner at Seed VC Innovation Limited, regulated by DFSA in DIFC, and through Surge Impact Foundation, he's now investing in finding more Shrikants for India and the global stage. As brand ambassador for Sankara Foundation, India's largest free eye care program, and through partnerships like CBC Innovation, he continues building pathways for inclusive growth. Coming with a smile and a bucket full of ideas, he is a philanthropist, a visionary, an entrepreneur, an investor, the CEO of Bullet Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shrikant Bulla.
Yes, so fine. Okay, this is. Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, जब सेवा खा के चक्का मारा तो मैं तो मारना पड़ेगा अभी. What an honor to meet all of you. More importantly, my fellow entrepreneurs, change makers, and corporate leaders who would help shape India and the globe at large. First of all, thank you so much, Vineet ji, for having me. I congratulate great journey of Vivriti so far. In fact, when I'm called in and say, you need to come and be with us for this event, मैंने बोल रहा था मैं क्या आके बात करूं. But one thing that stood common between me and Vineet ji when we just spoke briefly before this event is how we look at success. It's not a one-stop destiny, but it's a progress. It's a journey that we cherish as we move on in life. I think that's what Vivriti meant, and I'm very, very happy about the great work that they have been doing since couple of years. See, every one of you may look at their book size of maybe 18,000 crores or so, but I look at the efforts that has gone in behind achieving that 18,000 crore. Because every achievement is not a goalpost. It's a journey that we have to undertake for several years. So, I was called in not as a visionary or whatever, as a hero, because most people nowadays come to me and say, Shrikant ji, aap to abhi hero ban gaya. मैं बोलता हूं मैं किसी के लिए हीरो बनना जरूरी नहीं है, because I was a born hero anyway. I think Rajkumar Rao must have become a hero by acting my role in the movie Shrikant, but I was always a hero. And of course, I look beautifully, I look smarter than him, right? I could have done a better job. I think that's how life presents an opportunity to look at what you have missed in life. And I'm truly honored to share a glimpse of my journey as a young entrepreneur. Have you ever looked at what entrepreneurship means to each one of you? Especially in India, we think entrepreneur is someone who may not have a job or who has just lost a job and have a little bit of savings and maybe wants to do something with his life. They can be called as businessmen or traders or whatever, but they cannot be called entrepreneurs. A journey of an entrepreneur is completely different. Entrepreneurship is a spiritual journey. Ultimately, it's a very lonely path. It's so lonely because no one understands or cares why do we want to take huge risks, work so hard and put ourselves through this roller coaster ride. Even today, after 35 years, if you go and ask my father, what do you want Shrikant to do? He would happily smile and says, I want him to get a government job and get married to a pretty girl. You know, getting married to a pretty girl may not be a big challenge because I am married to a girl of my choice. By the way, even though I don't see, I have married a pretty girl. But I'll come to that later, but working for someone else, let alone for the government, fills me with total dread. And that's why I became an entrepreneur, my dear friends. You know, having no sight has never blocked me from doing anything. Now everybody want to hear me out, but 35 years ago, when I look back, it was not a cakewalk. It was not a journey that was worth living for. It was a journey that was yet to be made. When I was born, everybody in the community in South India said, Shrikant ji, tumhare liye jagah nahi hai. You have to go back to where you came from. And everybody has advised my parents, just as you must have seen in the movie, to abandon me just because they thought I can't take care of the lineage of my old parents, let alone for anyone else. But in spite of the devastation that my parents were undergoing through, they demonstrated a best quality in them that came with them as they grew. They may not have wisdom, they may not have education or wealth, but they had one thing, which is compassion. And that compassion and empathy is what made them to speak up and say, you are seeing this beautiful baby boy born with both the eyes closed, but we are seeing something behind these eyes. You may think he cannot take on our family's ownership, but we very well know that he is going to care for millions of people in the future. He may not have eyes today, but he will become the eyes for everyone. I think that was a changing moment in my life. And that's where I have learned this important distinction, friends, of what it means to have a right vision. You know, a lot of people come to me nowadays and ask me, Shrikant ji, how much vision do you have? I laugh and tell them 100%. Then they go mad and they say, Arey yaar, tumko to dikhai deta nahi hai. Then how can you say you have vision? Then I laugh and say, yes, I don't see anything, but I can see through my vision. I may not see through eyes, but I see through my vision. And I have two eyes to my vision, which are, can you guess what it is? Manifestation and visualization. If you can manifest anything, it will happen. What can you see today? You can see chairs, you can see me in a beautiful blazer, of course, but you can't see beyond. But I can see beyond by way of foresight. That is where I have learned this valuable piece of lesson that became a central part of my DNA of my growth, which is sight is only for the body, whereas vision is for the mind, my dear friends. Can anyone tell me, can you see vision? Of course not, right? Can you see dream? Can you see manifestation? Can you see anything that is intangible in life? You cannot. That is why a person without physical barriers can in fact conquer the world if he has the purity of thought, clarity of thought and purity of mind. That is in my mind, that is in my view a right vision. And that vision is what led Vivriti to achieve that 18,000 plus crore growth or workbook that currently has, with a great reputation and a great success behind them. And this was a vision that has actually allowed me to conquer all my challenges and live this life for everyone out there. You know, when we don't see vision, then why the disability should stop, or any challenge perhaps should stop anyone from achieving things? The reason is simple. Before I say that, I want to ask you this. Do you ever wonder that we are all by birth challenged by some way or the other by God or the supreme power? But I do agree, or many of you may perhaps agree, that we are all challenged. The challenge is very simple. We underestimate ourselves. We don't do, just because someone said we are not capable of this, we try not to do that. But let me tell you, who can tell you what you're capable of or what you're not capable of? It's a single word, fear. It's a common enemy that we have for the mankind. And that fear drives all of us. It's our decisions, our thought process and everything. And I'm lucky, since I don't see by birth, I don't know how fear looks like. Maybe you see fear in your own shadow. वो भी मुझे दिखाई नहीं देता. So I was lucky. And that is why when I was born, I've decided I was born and will continue to grow fearless. And I will, over the last 35 years, there was not a single day or a minute where I felt like now I'm terrified. मेरे दिमाग में fear है ही नहीं है, तो fear कहां से आएगा? That is why I do anything and everything fearless. Therefore, nothing can stop me. It's only me who can stop myself, my actions, my thoughts. No one else can stop me. When the whole world came to me and said, Shrikant, you can't do anything, I looked up to the world and says, it's only me who can do anything. I'll tell you a couple of stories today. When I was in school, I was bullied quite a bit. I was made to sit in the last bench. I was treated like a beggar. I was treated inhumane. And they thought I cannot do anything, I cannot study. So they made me to sit in the last bench. And that was the first time in my life I felt like I'm the loneliest child in this world. And that was the first time I realized maybe Lord Gautam Buddha would have had similar experience when he sat in Lumbini before he got enlightened. But as a 6-year-old, I wouldn't knew about Gautam Buddha. I just wanted to be like a regular kid and want to play with everyone. Even though I was very talented in the class, people failed to acknowledge. So one day, after all the loneliness, somebody came to me and said, Chalo hum cricket khelte. That was the first time I felt I'm finally acknowledged. So, बहुत खुशी हुआ. And I said, wow, things are changing for me. But I never knew that they made a revenge plan just because I'm answering all the questions in the classroom and all my classmates were getting insulted by the teacher. They wanted me to get out of the class. They don't want me to come to the school. So I took the bat, took the position, wanting to blow the ball out of the ground. Instead of putting down the pitch, he just threw it right on my head. That was the first time I felt what pain looks like. Because from the day I was born until today, nothing stopped me. No limitation, no challenge has abstracted me from doing anything. Be it running, be it climbing the trees, be it doing anything, be it doing archery, be it doing scuba diving, be it doing the ice skating, everything. Anything and everything that I loved, I have perceived it. So that was the first time I felt the pain, because my parents did not object to anything. So one of the best lessons that my parents had taught me when I was young is, beta tumhare mein koi limitation nahi hai. So I was told and I was nurtured by simply saying, you're equal. That word has given me a big boost to my growth. And that later had become a DNA for my success. Of not accepting any limitation by way of convention. But I have built this strong attitude of challenging every convention to make it favorable for you. That is what every entrepreneur does, my dear friends. So before we move on, so that day when I fell down on the ground, see, falling down on the ground is not important, but not knowing how to get up is a big sin. So that day I told to myself, now this is your time. Just got up, held his collar and said, "Don't worry, thank you for teaching me what pain looks like. One day I will play for India." And in 2009, before I went to US, I was selected to play for India, but I preferred education than sports, but for good. But I have fulfilled my dream by way of my own manifestation, my dear friends. This is why I touched upon, if you can dare to dream big and manifest where you want to be in next 10 years, 5 years, you will be there. No one can stop you. Manifestation is a way of seeing future. You may not be rishi or saint to manifest your own dreams and your own aspirations, my dear friends. You know, when you actually think for a second what dream means to you, it's not what you get in the sleep. Maybe नींद में आपको लगता है मैं आलिया भट्ट से डांस करना चाहिए, वो तो फैंटेसी होगा, वो तो ड्रीम नहीं होगा. A dream is something that doesn't even let you sleep until whatever you want to achieve. So I think that day something kept me awake and something kept me perceive more and more. That is unacceptance. So log jab maine paida hua, when people said this world is not for you, that gave me a dream and that gave me an aspiration to build legacy even after I go from this world. See, and that gave me a purpose and direction in life to perceive whatever I want to perceive. You know, I simply believe in life. Our personal experiences and hardships often shape our journey in life and in entrepreneurship. So as I come from humble backgrounds, I think that actually shaped me and shaped my independence from day one. My parents were poor and agricultural farmers, I was determined not to be a financial burden on them from a very young age. Yet they gave me everything that they could. So I'm very thankful to them. So this is what actually gave me to be independent and perceive for my own career. So, you know, I simply believe God can only give us our starting circumstances, but we make our own destiny. The future is in our hands, my dear friends, to make it more interesting and less predictable. But it was not challenging. It was not to say that my life was not challenging enough. It was, of course, challenging. And getting transferred as an 80-year-old kid away from parents for the first time to a big city in Hyderabad, getting to mingle with people of my own kind, getting to learn the technology, it was a big gap. It was a big transition. But the stakes were higher. Think about it, right? A person working in a quarry from morning to evening is working harder than any of us in this room, but her productivity is not enough to build something meaningful or let alone feed 3 meals a day. This is why I believe very strongly exposure at right age to right things is the most important thing in life. But without right exposure, all your talent and hard work won't take you beyond breaking stones by hand all day. So conferences or conclaves or events like this will definitely give us that connect, give us that exposure, and expose us to what other people are doing. And it will also allow us to judge where we came forward in our journey of reaching our final destiny. As I told you, all the achievements and rewards and awards are simply the byproducts of what we want to do in life. But the actual picture abhi baki hai. Whenever people ask me, you have always achieved everything, मैं बोलता हूँ, भैया सिर्फ ट्रेलर तो आपने देखी है, पिक्चर तो अभी आने वाला है. It will come in the next 5 years. I think that is the way every entrepreneur, I guess, works. An entrepreneur is not someone who aims at a monetary benefit in the short term, but he or she is someone who wants to build something, make a cleaner, fairer, and equitable world for all of us to live in. You may solve a financial problem, somebody else may solve an IT problem, but I may solve a problem that we all tackle with, which is giving better environment, better climate, and better energy for all the people across the world. More importantly, creating the change that I want to see as a change maker. Because from a day one, I don't believe in seeking a change. In fact, I want to be the one witnessing it. When challenges persist, they make me as a person and as a leader. See, I believe challenges are your best friends in life. Unless I face a challenge today, I go mad. And unless I have something to think that I want to do next big thing, my mind goes restless. That's how learning for me is a never-ending process. Because I am thirsty for learning and greedy for growth and not for money. Money drives the world, but not entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are driven by change that they want to create. They always want to amplify the problem that they want to solve. Let me tell you, when I started a company in 2012 and until my board gave me a raise ago a few years, my salary was about 8,000 rupees. And in many of those months, I did not even draw my full salary because there was no cash in the bank. But that is where I have learned that one cannot create something meaningful by sitting in the lap of luxury. In fact, our brains are hardwired to produce our best efforts only when we face hardship. So you may wonder how you can face hardship, right? I think we all can face hardship. You may have a lot of money, you may have a lot of resources, yet we can face hardship by simply setting up a higher goal than what we can reach. And I'm pretty sure today Vivriti is setting up a big benchmark to be where they want to by next year. And I wish them all the success in their career, in their business pursuits. But I always, since my dreams are always high than where we can reach, I feel like hardship has become an addiction for me. My response to challenges is always to say, bring it on. And I'm sure the whole world will conspire to help me succeed. Because that is how a life of an entrepreneur has to work. And that is why even today, I feel like I'm day one of our growth. So I wanted to pause here and take any questions that you may have so that you can go to dinner quickly. Thank you so much again for having me today. What an honor interacting with all of you. Yes. Do you have a mic?
You said you left your home at age of 18. So from a village in Andhra Pradesh.
I'm able to hear you, but can you be a little bit louder? As I don't have monitors, it's a big hall, so.
Sure. So you said you left your hometown village at the age of 18 and left to Hyderabad. Eight, right. So at such an young age, how did you feel and how did you tackle the fear of moving away from parents at such an young age?
Okay, thank you. So basically, first part of your question is, I was never fearful. So I was always fearless from the day I was born. So when I was young, maybe perhaps 5 years, when I started a small school, I did not even have 1 rupee of discretionary income in my pocket. So I walked to school every day for 2 years. And let me assure you, all my senses were keenly developed, simply surviving walking on those village roads, crossing all the muddy puddles and not getting hurt, getting to school safely, and just to sit in the last bench. So I think that was my goal. I at least had to go to school, even to sit in the last bench. So I'll tell you, when I applied for LIC policy a couple of years ago, so they said, we cannot give you an LIC policy because the underwriter says the chance of accident for you is much, much higher than the normal people. So I questioned them, what do you mean by normality? Can you answer me? If you give an LIC to your own boss or the chairman of LIC, Will he drive his own vehicle? Not, right? Somebody else will do it. For the mistake of a driver, if he gets into an accident, will you not cover him? If that is the case, why won't you cover me? Because somebody else will guide me. That didn't satisfy them. Again, they have a question saying, we may have to charge an extra premium. I told them, why am I entitled to an extra premium? Because, the risk is more. So I only told them one thing. Bhai, dekho, I have lived without any policy for 26 years. Do you think I'm not going to live for next 26 years because you are going to insure me only for 25 years? I think that single sentence has changed the entire policy of LIC. And now, no one charges premium in India for people with disabilities to get 100% accident cover. So, coming back, so this is how I was very, very confident from day one. कि कोई मेरे ऊपर क्वेश्चन थ्रो किया, मैं बॉल फिर वापस उसी के कोर्ट में फेंकता हूं कि भाई तू डिसाइड कर हाउ टू डील विद यू. सो when my teachers inspired me to move to a special school in Hyderabad, I was completely lost because I knew no one. So my parents, friends, locality, everything has changed. So मुझे तो कुछ English आता ही नहीं था, and I never stepped out of my hometown before that because I was shielded well. So when I came to the school, first night, सबके लिए फर्स्ट नाइट बहुत मेमोरेबल होता है, बट मेरे लिए भी वो बहुत मेमोरेबल था ही, क्योंकि I tried to run away from the school because I thought this was not meant for me. Because ये तो ब्रेल है, कुछ अलग अलग दिख रहा है. I think everything was new, so I tried to run away. So my warden came running and beat me on both of my legs. So I fell down and sat down. तो उठा के मुझे रूम में डाल दिया. And they said, now you have no way to escape. So I thought for a second and said, okay, now I have no way to escape. What to do then? That's when I thought, all right, if I have no way to escape, then I'll never look back. That was the day of my life-changing experience. And that day has turned me from a rural introvert to an outstanding global leader today. I had excelled in sports, in education and everything. So when I was in grade 5, my teacher came to me and said, Shrikantji, you are 2 years older to your class. I said, of course I know, ma'am, what to do. Then she said, okay, I can give you a double promotion, but you did poorly in English. Thabhi मैं बोला, ma'am, I don't even understand English grammar, but one thing I can promise you, I will become the known speaker across the world in future that everybody want to hear. So please give me a double promotion. That day, it was a manifestation. Today, it's a reality, my dear friends.
Hi, Shrikant. This is Naresh here. Just wanted to know, how did you get the idea of getting into eco-friendly packaging? Is there a story behind it?
Yes.
Okay.
So when IITs actually rejected me saying, we cannot admit blind students, then I rejected IITs saying, please don't tell me you cannot admit blind students. Tell me you don't have facilities, or you are not trained to teach people with disabilities. And with that goal, I applied and I told them, one day you will send me a request to come and speak to your students. But that exactly happens every day today. And I always reply them and saying, you have better talent, please look for it. So anyway, that's just a backstory. But when I went to MIT, again, it was a beautiful journey that unfolded gradually. मैं तो कभी foreign countries अकेला travel नहीं किया था. So I was even subjected to a lot of torture at the airports. The airlines wouldn't allow me to fly. Again, there I had to fight and make a lot of changes. But now all the airlines would want to have me on their first seat every day if preferred, but I have no time to travel. That's a journey, right? So you always have an opportunity to turn your rejection into acceptance. So one of the best things that I had in life is being rejected, being insulted. So I never took rejection as a proof of my ability, but I have taken it as a chance to excel in life. So everything. So today I am very grateful to all those well-wishers who had insulted me, who had subjected me to this torture, who had given me challenges and who had rejected me. If IIT would have accepted me, then I would not have seen MIT. So just because I was rejected in the beginning, I was able to go far ahead. So I think, you heard Somnath ji today, those scientists always try until they get success. So rejection is the best way to prove your abilities, my dear friends. If I'm rejected, I know I have done something wrong. So I have to do it right and emerge victorious. So that has actually helped me. So instead of looking all my challenges as negative barriers, I have taken them as potential opportunities to excel. See, I always remember this quote. Helen Keller says, when the window is closed, when the door is closed, we don't notice the closed window, but we often look at the closed door only and spend all our time. So, but I don't do it that way. When an opportunity is closed, I try to open the another opportunity. For me, challenges are a way to achieve next step in life. So that's how, even though it was very big transition and very big transition even to MIT, I became adjusted to the environment and did really well. And while growing up, while studying there, I have looked at various things in life. So I had a chance either to settle down in the corporate America or come back to India and do something. So as a child, I was able to achieve anything and everything. But what if I can do that for the good of the nation? That's when I have learned this valuable lesson in life. But if I do something good for someone, I will be the first one to be benefited. So I think I always wanted to be a change maker. So it was a simple decision for me to be the Bakra for the future change. Not everyone has voice to fight like me, be rebellious like me. But that is where I have an opportunity to empower the unempowered, to upskill the unskilled, and to bring 10% of India into mainstream society. That's how I thought I want to do something in this non-profit space, and we ended up getting into skilling, training. But what we realized end of the day is simply training a person on something doesn't help. That needs to get translated to the sustainable employment. So that's when we said, when corporates and everybody doesn't want to hire people with disabilities, why don't we become one and prove to the world that we can turn this neglected workforce into robots that are better than the robots that work in the Apple factories. I think that vision is what led me to come into the cottage segment of India. Let me tell you, when I looked at cottage industry segment in India, but more importantly, MSME side of things, cottage industry is a terrible idea. It's a substandard, subscalable, low productive enterprise. But if we can't scale or grow and become efficient, we cannot innovate. It further pushes down without growth and efficiency. That is what led me to get into this packaging and paper product market, which was completely dominated by seasonal players and completely fragmented. So I simply thought, let me bring in my MIT level thinking to a fragmented industry and consolidate to make sure that we build a scalable business. And when I was in the US, the first thing, whenever I used to have a coffee or a snack, I used to pick up a nice cup which felt good in the hand. And whenever I looked at who made it, either Dixie or Solo were the two companies making all these packaging products. Such quality and such aesthetics never existed in India. So I simply thought I want to build the Dixie and Solo for India. But the destiny is such that we built in India, but we are selling in the US now. So we are competing with Dixie and Solo in the United States, my dear friends, after 10 years of initializing our initial goal. So we started off in the recycling space. I see, my vision from day one was very simple. I want to build something that people should be proud of using from waste and renewable resources, and by using people who are at the margins of the society. I want to fire one bullet and hit 3 goals: environmental sustainability, marginalization of unempowered people, and giving beautiful product. Because sustainability in the world is a luxury concept. People think sustainability is not effortless and it is not accessible. But we are the first people who made it accessible, and we made it compared to plastic products out there in the market. So we started off in recycling, then started off handling palm and agricultural residue materials, then to pharma waste recycling, then to waste water and waste energy, waste heat, waste even ash that we generate out of our own boilers. We extract minerals like silica and aluminum. And then recently, 2-3 years ago, we decided, why don't we build product in India and sell across the world? And that's when we took our plunge to the United States, Canada, and Middle Eastern markets. And we are fortunately doing well. No, I think we just began, and we wish to be a global brand in the years to come.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bola, for such an inspiring story, for such incredible words that I'm sure will persevere with all of us. We will have Mr. Vineet rejoin us on stage to give you a little token of our appreciation, a little memento to remember this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for Mr. Shrikant Bola.
Thank you, sir. Great meeting you. Maza aa gaya? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, a huge thank you to all of you for keeping us company today, for all of the speakers and panelists who shared their stories of how they became game changers, for all of you for having this incredible decade and looking forward to the future. I hope you were able to tap into the nostalgia. I hope you will tap into those shared memories to continue that relationship going forward. Please enjoy the rest of your evening, and wishing you all success in future. I'm Mayanti Langabini signing out. Thank you for having me. Have a great night. Thank you.
To scale. It all began with an idea. To fuel businesses with the capital to move. To scale. They soared to new heights. Their impact amplified, reaching new industries, sectors, people. Economies grew stronger. But growth brings new challenges. And the needs of businesses keep evolving. Beyond capital, beyond any one solution. So, we are evolving with them, diversifying, innovating, connecting the pieces, reimagining an ecosystem where everything works as one. Powering the new era of ambition. Ready for change. Ready for what comes next. Vivriti next. It all began with an idea to fuel businesses with the capital to move, to scale. They soared to new heights. Their impact amplified, reaching new industries, sectors, people. Economies grew stronger. But growth brings new challenges. And the needs of businesses keep evolving beyond capital, beyond any one solution. So we are evolving with them, diversifying, innovating.